Hello everybody, my name is CulBlu. I'm bringing out this video of me playing a board game, and today I'm going to be doing yet another playthrough of World Order. This is a game by the Hegemonic Project folks, and this is a race for global hegemony. And yeah, this is going to be my second playthrough. I did do a playthrough and review already, so feel free to go check out that video. I'm just doing a playthrough, just base game again, because I want to get another playthrough in, kind of using all the lessons that I've learned over the time since my last playthrough. There has been a request on the internet to do a playthrough with the War and Turmoil expansion solo. I do intend to do that eventually, but not right now. Right now, I want to try and, like I said, apply some lessons learned to see how it goes, and we'll see if I can get this playthrough to be a little bit shorter because I don't have to do a full teach, or I don't feel compelled to do a full teach. So let me get our background music started here because I love my background music here, and we now have ambiance. All right, and let's get ready to do this. I will bring our camera view over to our wider view, and of course, I'm playing the EU because, of course, I'm playing the EU. I am determined to play the EU until morale improves. No, but I'm playing the EU, and over here for the Automas, I have their cards set up here. There's going to be a vicious glare this entire time, just like last time, so not much has changed, and yet things remain all the same. Oh, I didn't line these up. Oh, shoot. Okay, so this is America, Central Asia, and then East Asia before Europe. Okay, so East Asia. I'm trying to line these up so it's a little bit easier for me to manage, and that should be 7, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so everything's all aligned, everything's all set up. And this is for the Automa. The Automa is going to have their own starter monies. They're going to have their own starter stuff over there. And that's going to be some typical thing you saw from the previous games. You see Russia starting with $30, China starting with $35, USA starting with $50. I, on the other hand, am playing the EU, the glorious hero of the day, the EU. Oh, okay, that's the wrong button. There we go. The glorious EU, or EU. And I got some things to still put on my board here, so I still gotta put my cubes, put my starter spots, and get all that set. So I will start with 1 production in energy, 1 production in raw materials, 3 food production, 1 what was that? Phones was consumer goods, and then 3 consumer good production, 4 business production, 4 diplomacy, and 2 armies. So that's where I'm at. As far as my starting resources, I need to initialize my resources here as the normal player. And also, if you're watching this video, I'm not going to teach the whole thing exhaustively, so I'm just going to assume that you've already have an idea of how the game plays, or you've seen my previous playthrough video, because I did spend a lot of time teaching in that one. I'm going to spend much less time teaching here and more time playing, so some people will rejoice at that news, I guess. But for now, just know that I'm not going to spend a bunch of time doing like a here's how this works or here's how this goes. I will still give a lot of commentary because that's what I normally do. But yeah, sorry. And I do live stream here on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/CulBlu. That's CulBlu. And I'm mostly saying that because we have Bear, FNG Rally, and so you go check him out. I stream with him on his channel. But yeah, you have Bear here saying colonizers. Yes, the EU. It's a bunch of colonizers, and that is why we want to have a bunch of colonies. So that's that. And to clarify, I'm speaking historically and also currently. So if you're offended by that, then get good. Man, look at me starting international relations, acting like my president here in the United States. Ugh, good lord, it's a shit show, y'all. All right, okay. So I'm playing with the executive order, so I do have the executive orders here. I do have my starter deck here of all my EU cards, so I'm going to go and give those a good shuffle, and I will draw some stuff. Bear says, go liberate some art. Yes, go liberate some art. No, we're just, guys, we're just taking care of the art because those savages can't take care of it themselves. Even though those savages are the ones that have maintained it and built it to begin with. This is so frustrating. Our world is so strange. For a lot of reasons, and some of it's like the logic just doesn't logic sometimes. Anyway, like where do you think democracy came from? Anyway, okay, all right, moving on. Let me shuffle our upgraded cards, research cards. Give those a good shuffle, or as good as I can. Man, this is a terrible shuffle here. All right, and put those up there. I got my starting resources here. I got my trade card. I got my starting countries. I did shift things a little bit, so I probably need to adjust the camera here in a second, but I'll do that. I'll do that accordingly. We got my starting resources. We got everything we need. I need my starting money of $25 dues. So we will get $25. And I need my starting hand of 6 cards. So 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll analyze these later. But for right now, I got my executive order. Oh, I need to get my starting objective things. So draw 3, keep 2. I'm sorry. This is our scoring objectives, right? No, this is our power. So draw 3, keep 2, yes. Actually, no, both of us draw 3, keep 2, yeah. Okay, so we're good. Draw 3, keep 2. These are going to be my starting superpowers, capabilities, whatever they're called. And these are my scoring cards. Draw 3, keep 2, and I score 1 on round 3 and 1 on round 6. So the rest of these can go back in the box. I will not need them, potentially. Okay. Reference cards, I don't need those because I'll have those on screen. Let's see what else. I got everything. So my deck. I'll keep my deck over here. And oh, I need to get the initial these out too. So this is all information that I need to have. So what I'm going to do is I need to figure out which of the growth cards I'm going to put out. I do have both sets here because I have the World Order expansion, or sorry, the World and Turmoil expansion inside of here too. So I'm not playing with the World and Turmoil expansion as far as like the smart stuff and the actual events, but I am playing with the extra cards. So I'm going to bring that camera up this way. So let's go ahead and get it up there, and let's set these. So there are 4 choices for each category. Let me set those out. This is, oh no, these are all mixed up. Oh no, oh no. Okay. All right, so this is reduce bureaucracy, change of leadership. All right, so here's our 1s, 2s, and then our 3s, our 4s, and then our 5s. Okay. All right, let's get the rest of these set up. So here's our 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and our 5s. Okay, so we got all of our things set up. So we're gonna go ahead and try to use our same randomization approach that we did last time. We have 4 different things to choose from. So we're gonna do, boy, I don't know. I didn't think this through that far. Let's do base game on this side and expansion on that side. So expansion has a little marker here at the bottom. So let me get these in order first. And then what we'll do is we'll do 1 and 2 for each category. And 1 is going to be base game, 2 is going to be expansion. And then we'll do 1 and 2 again to figure out which of the 2 that we use for each one. So that way we'll have a nice diverse mix of things here. All right, okay, so we got that all set. So this left side is 1, this right side is 2. So we're gonna flip the card and we're gonna look at the bottom corner. So we're gonna flip it and we're going to be looking at the bottom corner down here. Oh, man, sorry, I just got my camera all set. Let me get my focus focused. Oh, well, that's as good as the focus is gonna get. So, all right, never mind. I did what I could. All right, so this is a 1. So we're gonna choose this side. So we're eliminating, oh gosh, dropping stuff. Eliminating that one. Next, this is, oh, all right. Sorry, let's try that again. This is A and B. Those are 1 and 2. Oof, man. Clearly, I have not played this game in a few days. Just a few days. All right. Let's fix that. So A, B is what we're doing. So A on this side, B on that side. So B1 on the first card, and then A1 on the second card, and then A1 on this side, and then A wins again. Oops. Then A wins again. Wow, A is just out here just winning. So we get 1 expansion thing. That's not cool. All right, well, this will change up the game, so it'll be nice and diverse. All right, next, we need to do it again. So A, B, A on the left, B on the right. So B wins, and then A wins, and then, oh, actually I lied. No, I don't need to do that. Hold on. Yeah, because you're supposed to have 2 sets of each one, aren't you? All right, well, I guess this is our spread. All right, there we go. I know how to play this game, I promise. All right, so this is our spread. We're just gonna go with this so we can move on over. I was hoping for more diversity in our options, but because I wasn't thinking all the way through, I missed the simple fact. That you're supposed to have 2 sets of each one. So my A-B situation could have worked if I had applied it properly, but instead we're gonna be stuck with the consequences of my actions here. So we have revenue optimization and rapid reaction force for our first one. We have knowledge transfer and reduced bureaucracy for our second. We have tactical flexibility and diplomatic opening for our third, and our fourth growth card is going to be regional resilience and strategic advantage, and our fifth ones are going to be space program and Olympic Games, which both are just 12 pointers. So no super big powers. I mean, 12 points is a billion plus points in this game. So do not slouch. Do not let those points fool you. Don't let the smooth taste fool you, as some of the cool kids say. All right, so we need to set up our board here, over here. So I'm gonna shuffle all these and place them in their proper location. So this is a good shuffle for the Europe cards. And then this is the Africa cards. Okay, good shuffle. And then we got Middle East. Wow, okay, I'm grabbing all the ones that are in the way. Okay, never mind. Let's do Americas first. Okay, the Americas. And then we'll do Central Asia. Ow, sorry. Sleeves stabbed me. That's rude. I never replaced these sleeves. There we go. These are the ones that came with the Kickstarter expansion. Sorry, with the Kickstarter, the pledge that I did. All right, so this is a East Asia Pacific. Okay, then we got the Middle East, North Africa. Oh, look, there's Israel. Nice. Starting off with a potential big grab. And then we got South Asia. Okay, all right, there we go. So that's all set. The Automas are going to start on 13 victory points, mostly because I'm playing with the executive order. So I start with 10 victory points base, and then plus 3 because I'm using executive order card. Speaking of the Automas, let's go ahead and take a peek at their stuff. Again, Vicious Glare will exist through the entirety of this game, so my apologies ahead of time. Also, I tried to work with the autofocus to get it to be less bubbly like that, but trying to tune the focus to exactly where it needed to be became too much of a cumbersome task. So my apologies ahead of time. We're just gonna have to see the camera do this a bunch. Okay, so disclaimers out of the way. I need to shuffle these for the Americas. These Americas? Yes, Americas. So I'm shuffling the Americas cards. I need to shuffle China's cards. And we'll cut it 2. Cut the US's 2. And then I need to shuffle Russia's. And we'll cut that one too. There we go. All right, so those are all set. These are their starter countries. They got their money correct. I'm using the counters again for the money, so it's a little bit less messy. And we got that set. And oh, hello, Time Roller. Welcome to the stream. We're playing World Order again, finally. All right, so that's all set. Everybody's all set and happy. They got their starter monies. So let's go back over to our main board area. One thing that I still need to do. Oh, I need to make the decision on my stuff. So I need to go and fix my, 1 second. There we go. I need to choose my cards. So now that I have everything set, I can see everything. Well, I guess I didn't send out the initial splay of cards, but this won't matter a ton. I'm gonna be going last anyway. 3, 4, 5, 6 cards here, so that can influence my decision a little bit, but I have zero doubts I'm going to get any of those cards that are showing right now, so I'm not going to bother showing them on camera. But I need to choose 2 of these and 2 of these, my scoring conditions, and 2 of these strategic asset things. So let's check the scoring cards here. So none of them have a restriction, which is good, and I am going to zoom in a little bit closer here on my camera. So let me do that so we can get a good read on the things. There we go. So we can all join in together, join hands, and pray. Okay, don't do that. So we have challenge the bear. Oh, okay. Well, this one. Sorry, I just said it didn't have the text. It does. Hey bear, look, this is challenging you. Russia's is not a human player, so I cannot have this card. So I got to throw that one out. So I need another one to replace that. Okay, so I'm going to take this one instead. All right, this one's stability in the EU neighborhood. Have 4 allied countries or 5. Have at least 2 armies or 4 in Europe. Have FDI. I don't like going for the FDIC or FDI tokens. Bear in the chat says I feel attacked. What does I randomly drew that. I swear I randomly drew that. It says challenge the bear. There you go. Maybe he was talking about Russia. Maybe he was talking about bearded men. You never know. All right. Normative power. Have more allied countries than each other player. Have at least 2 allied countries from 4 regions. Have at least 1 engaged token on the main board. So these two I think mesh well, but their point scoring, I mean 7 and 5 is not terrible. So maybe that'll be the go. What's this one? Post-colonial order. Oh gosh. Have the most influence in the Middle East and North Africa. Have more influence than each other player in Africa. And have at least 3 influence in total in the Americas, South Asia, or East Asia Pacific. So this one I can get 9 points from. So man, this is challenging. I feel like these two mesh well. No, sorry, wait. These two? Yeah, these two mesh well. These two are kind of okay. No, these two are very focused on EU. I don't want to focus on Europe. So I think I'm gonna go for the 5 and the 9. Because like I could try to go for the 9 and the 7, but it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. I need to have 4 allies in Europe, and I need to have the most influence in Middle East, North Africa. Now, one of the cool things is knowing that I'm going to score one of these in the middle of the game and one of these at the end of the game. Knowing that information, that changes kind of the focus, because I could early game try to get the harder to get one, which is this 9.1, and then I could get late game just trying to get this other one, which is a 7.1. But I don't want to stretch myself too thin. I feel like it's already going to be a crapshoot anyway, whether I'm going to be doing good or not. So I want to try to lean into the expanding in other locations thing. It does mean I'm going to have to get FD. Oh no, wait. Where's the FDI marker one? Oh no, yeah. Oh heck yeah. Okay, so I don't want this card. I don't want this card because it's going to require me to get FDI tokens, which, I mean, it's not terrible, but FDI tokens, it gives me influence in the region. Bear says embrace the colonizer role. Yeah, embracing the colonizer role means that I'm going for post-colonial order and normative power, but stability in the EU neighborhood is not terrible. It's just I have to have FDI markers. I can do that early. I can try to go for the lesser one. It just means that late game I'm gonna have to go for this, and China really ramps up with challenging my power in Africa. So this is a hard decision already. This game is giving me difficult decisions. It's giving me its hardest challenges. All right, we'll put that to the side. Let's look at our starting assets. So, common foreign security policy: exhaust EU member states, produce diplomacy and armies, then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. That's not terrible. This one's not terrible either. Gain $20, then get a growth card for every business required. I can spend $10 instead. This could be really strong. This could be really strong depending on what those cards up there are, those growth cards are, or depending on the effects of those growth cards. EU expansion. Improve relations with a country in Europe. You can spend 2 diplomacy more to add 1 permanent influence to Europe, even if there's no slot available. I'm kind of feeling these two. If I go for these two, then I'm not going for stability in the EU neighborhood. But if I go for stability in the EU neighborhood, this could be a really strong combination of stuff. I gotta make a decision here. So I like the flexibility this gives me, because I ran into a few issues in my previous playthrough where I ended up running short on business and money. So having the extra emergency business and money coming from this card could be really strong, or I can just build properly. I can just plan properly and get good. So this gives me training wheels. That's what I'm saying. It gives me a free mulligan essentially, but it's only giving me 2 victory points right now, whereas this is giving me 8. I think I'm going to go for this, and against my better judgment, I'm going to go for stability in the EU neighborhood, and I'm going to go for post-colonial order. This is going to be extremely difficult, but I'm going to commit to this. So early game, I'm going to try to get post-colonial order done, and then late game, I'm going to try to get stability in the EU neighborhood, which means I'm going to need 4 tanks, 5 allied countries in Europe, and then 3 countries with FDI markers. So it's going to be a little bit of a tall mountain to climb. But if I score the post-colonial order mid-game, I don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game, and I get my 9 points and get out of there. And then stability in the EU neighborhood will hopefully give me a little bit more encouragement to put pressure on Russia and challenge the U.S. for the control they have here. But I can get potentially 16 points from this. I'm getting 8 points from that. So I'm trying to give myself the best chance possible. I got to be really laser focused. So, all right. We are going to have a fun time. May not be a long time, but it'll be a fun time. Or sorry, I'm not going to be here for a long time, but I'm here for a fun time, or whatever the saying is. Whatever people used to say in 2018. All right, so that's going to be it. Let's go and move over to our main overlay that we're going to be spending a lot of time staring at. So, oh man, that looks a little messy, doesn't it? Let's move these up a little bit more, like so. It's fine, it's fine. You can see things. That's all you need to do. You just need to be able to see things. Okay, so we have that. Here is the Automa layout. So when the Automa is doing things, we'll move to this layout. But we're going to stick with this layout for us right now. You know what I could do is I could black out this whole entire side, but I think it's fine. I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to mess with it. Okay. Oh, I got to adjust the camera. Oh shoot. Oh right. Because I moved things. Oh no. Oh no. We gotta do it live. Heck, we'll do it live. Alright, 1 second. I gotta adjust the thing without breaking stuff. Okay, so that's that. And then I think that's it. Okay, so it's literally just that. Alright, there we go. I fixed it. Okay, I had to recenter that. And we're off to the races. So I have my 25 starter dollars. I have my initiatives. I have my objectives here. I will try to use this punch in so we can kind of look at the cards and see our things from here. Try to see it from this main view. This is something I learned in during my review. That was like a reasonable thing to do. But you know, like I said, trying to apply lessons learned from my previous go-throughs. As far as starting cards for me, I have my executive order, of course, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. And of my 6 cards, I got a lot of green. I can place some early influence, which is nice. I can engage in regions, and I can improve relations, and I can build a base and trade. So I might need to lean on the trade because I don't think I have enough money to kind of do everything that I need to do. But we'll see how this progresses as we go. Looking at the board state out here in the world, I see places where I can build bases is where I might want to try to snatch early. I can get early Norway, improve relations with early Norway, and get an influence, free influence cube in Europe, and that could be pretty darn strong. I don't see any other places where I can build bases. I do like to try to get Israel if I can, because they give me business, and I need business for late game growth. So I can Israel and I think India or Pakistan. Oh yeah, Mom. Jesus, India and Pakistan are available. That's not good. That's not good because I got to spend a lot to get them early. But Israel gives me 2 business, and Pakistan gives me 2 phones, 2 consumer goods to trade in. I can alternatively go for Thailand or Vietnam, but I mean, I don't know if I want to be in East Asia Pacific. Given my objective cards that I have, I want to put my hand in the cookie jars of the Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. I think if I had to pick between those, because I could really screw with literally everybody, because that's what I need to do. America has Mexico available, so they can get a free improved relations with this one to get a better version of their card. Syria, it belongs to Russia. Yeah, Syria belongs to Russia. That's Russia's starting country over here. So I could try to snatch that. And I think Pakistan belongs to China. Pakistan's one of China's starters. So we got a lot of starter cards on the board already. And I have Norway. Norway is one of my starter cards. So, whew, this is gonna be a rough game. I can already tell you, this is gonna be a rough game. This is gonna be a rough game. I'm gonna do what I can to fight back, but it's gonna be hard. Okay, so I have 8 victory points as my starter. Where are my tweezers? There we are. So I start with 8, and let's go ahead and get the show on the road because we got a long way to go. All right, so we're gonna start with the Automas. Again, if you've seen my previous video, then you know like the rules and stuff. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the rules because I'm going to try to spend as much time as possible explaining my logic and strategizing so I can hopefully win. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. But let's go and start with the Automas. So starting off with the Automas, we have the United States is going to be going first. So we're going to flip their first card. I am not playing the advanced version. I'm playing the basic version of the game. So, oh, wow. Okay, 1 second. 1 moment. I got to fix a thing. Let me flip that over to our Automa view. So the USA still has one of the upgraded cards in their deck. So clearly I didn't clean it up from last time. So 1 second, let me make sure everybody else is good because they might still have theirs too. Okay, China's good and Russia. Russia's good. Okay. All right. Sorry, I just want to do that on camera so you can see that I don't have any special cards in there. Let me give everybody a shuffle. All right. And then we'll try that again. I need to throw this card back into the deck of the other cards. So here's the improvement cards. Give those a shuffle as best as I can so we can see evidence. Proof of life. Proof of life, unlike Mitch McConnell. Too soon? Too soon? Okay. All right, so let's try it again. USA, we're gonna flip their card. So USA is gonna do a yellow action, so they're gonna go for that. Okay, going back to our overlay. USA, everybody's in domestic focus, so we're not gonna be in anything special, but the USA is gonna go ahead and do, USA's blue, they're gonna go ahead and do an invest. So they're going to invest, and I didn't shuffle this, so let me shuffle this. USA is going to try to invest in one of its countries, and they're going to choose a country that's in the East Asia Pacific. So they're going to invest in Japan. So they're going to pay, oh, where's my sheet? I think they just pay $15 flat. Is that right? Yeah, they pay $15 flat. I'm going to put that there. They're going to spend 15. So, oh man, I got to do math. Oh no. They're going to go from 50 down to 35. I forgot. One of the things that made me pretty tired at the end of my last playthrough was I had to do a lot of mental math, which is good for the brain, but it's just, I got tired. I was like very much sleepy at the end of the playthrough. And it was like 7 p.m. Anyway, so they're done with that. Oh, they need to add an influence. So we're going to add an influence to East Asia for the USA. Oh, speaking of which, they're supposed to start with influence in East Asia anyway. Right there. All right, so we'll put an influence. Oh my gosh. There we go. Oh, we got to figure out high or low. So we're going to determine that based on this. It's all come back to me. They're going to choose low. So they're going to go for the 4 victory points. So the USA is going to get 4 points. So from 13 to 17. All right, that's the USA. Next up is going to be China. China's going to flip. China's going to do a green action. They are going to do a engage action. So China is red. And engage for the bot is they're going to draw a card, and then they're going to only choose countries that they have an ally with. And China's going to choose Africa. China has Africa. They have South Africa here. So China is going to try to engage here, and they're going to spend the flag cost, but they're going to convert it. The Automa only has money, so they're going to spend $5 for every flag. So they're going to spend $15, but they reduce it by 1 for every country that they have that matches that region. So they're going to reduce it by 1, so they're paying $10. So China goes from $35 to $25, and they're going to put an engage cube there, and that's it. So they're going to put an engage cube in. Oh man, they're already messing with my Africa. Come on, man. Jeez. All right, well, are they going to go high or low? That's the question. So they're going to go high. That's not good. I need See, I told you China was going to just try to mess with me. And now they're already messing with me. Come on, China. All right, well, that impacts what I'm doing my first turn. I need to go and fight Africa. Or sorry, fight in Africa, not fight Africa. All right, next up is Russia. Russia's gonna go ahead and do this. They're gonna do a green action, and Russia is white. So they're going to engage. And Russia is going to engage in Central Asia. They do have a Central Asian spot. They have Armenia. So they're going to engage in here. They got 4, so it's going to be -1, so it's 3. So they need to pay $15. So they're going to pay $15 dues out of 30, so they're down to 15. And they're going to get a influence up there. See, high or low, it is going to be high. So they're gonna get 1 victory points. Boom. All right, well, I need to fight in Africa because my scoring card that I chose for post-colonial order means that I must have more influence than each other player in Africa. So China being tied with me is not good, it's no bueno. I also need to get some influence in the Americas, South Asia, or East Asia Pacific. So I chose the hardest battle. I chose hard mode. I was like, you know what? I'm still learning how to get good at this game. Let me choose hard mode. All right, so let's try to figure out what card I'm playing. Let's punch in here. All right, so let's see. As far as what card I'm playing, I think what I need to do is I need to. If Nigeria was available, I could engage, or sorry, I could improve relations in Africa, but it's not. If I get more allied countries in Africa, it will make engaging in Africa much cheaper. So what I'm considering doing is I'm considering stealing South Africa from the jaws of China, and it's going to be kind of pricey. But it'll allow me to engage in Africa for basically free. And I only have 2 engage. I have 2 engages, and then I have 2 improve relations. So what I want to do is I want to improve relations. And this one allows me to spend money instead of flags. That could be good. Do I need money? I don't think I'll need as much money. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll try to preserve my flags. I only have 4 flags right now. So we're gonna do humanitarian aid. We're gonna play this card as our first card, and it allows us to improve relations with the country on the board. For every diplomacy required, I can spend $3 instead. So that's what I'll do. That's gonna be my first card played there. Let me zoom out. Oh, well, you can't see my card played anyway. That's fine. Man, I should probably fix that, huh? All right, let me fix that. 1 second. You know what? I can't fix it. It's too late. We chose our grave. We'll lie in it. So I need to improve relations with here. So that's going to cost me 3 diplomacy. So I can spend $9. I can reduce it by 1 if I get Nigeria and flip it. But I want to keep Nigeria untapped. Because what I want to do is I'm hoping that Nigeria will show up. And if Nigeria shows up, then I can get a free influence cube added to the area by pulling the better improved Nigeria. So at least that's my hope. So with all that said, we're gonna improve relations with. Improve relations with South Africa. We're gonna spend money instead of diplomacy because that's what our card allows us to do. So we're gonna spend $9, and that is gonna give us South Africa. And that's Niger, so close. I need Nigeria. All right. But we have a new country added to our allyship. We spent our money instead of flags because we're trying to preserve our flags. And I think we're in a reasonable spot. That is it for the turn. My turn's over. We're moving on to the next turn here for the USA. So the USA is gonna go. Did I hit the wrong button? I did. USA is gonna go. They're gonna do a green action. So USA is going to do an engage. And for the engage, USA is going to, we're going to draw the card, and they're going to engage in, where is that? Is that Central, or is that the Americas? Oh, sorry, the Americas, right. It says Americas. The words are literally right there printed on the screen. They're going to engage in the Americas. They're going to engage in Mexico. So, oh, man. Oh, wait. Engage does not improve relations. Okay, we're good. So they're going to engage here. They're going to pay 4 minus 1, so 3. So they're going to pay $15. So the USA is going to go down from 35 to 20. And they're going to add a cube there. So the cube for USA, we got to figure out high or low. So now I don't need more than anybody else. I just need to have a cube in those regions. Have at least 3 influence in total in Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. So I just need to engage there. But America spent this money. We're going to figure out high or low. And America's going to go high, so they're going to get 1 victory point for that. And to clarify, we're looking at the round that we're in, which is round 1, for those who are wondering. Okay, so America's done. Moving on, we got China. China is going to do a yellow action. So China is going to do China is red. China is going to do this. They're going to invest. Their first investment of the game. Don't worry, they're going to invest more. I promise. They're going to spend $15. They're going to invest in Central Asia. They do have a Central Asia in Tajikistan. So they're going to spend $15 of their money from 25 down to 10. And they're going to put a FDI marker. Oh, there you go. And they're going to get 1 influence in Central Asia. And now we got to figure out if it's high or low. So we flip. And China's going to put it high, so they get 1 victory point. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I made a mess of this. There we go. All right, we're good. Okay, so that's established. Now we're going to go to Russia. Russia's going to flip. Russia's going to do a growth action. Wow. Okay, so Russia's going to do a growth action. They need to pay, I think, $15. Let's move our camera up there, and let's switch. So Russia has $15. They're going to do a growth card. They got to start with level 1. They should be able to. Oh, they can't afford it. Hey, they can't afford it. Woo! Because the conversion is going to be for every business is going to be $10, and for every army is going to be $10. Oh, I was supposed to start with the army or 2 armies. Oh my gosh, sorry, I miss my. I always miss the army resources. So I don't do mini militaries. Sorry, got my 2 tanks. 2 tanks. Okay. Sorry, going back to you. So Russia can't afford either of those because they'll need to pay $20 for either level 1 card. Therefore, Russia is instead going to gain, is it $30? Yeah, they gain $30. They just gain $30 because the game cheats. Cheaters. $45. All right. Now we're over to me. So I get to do my second action. So my second action, bring it over to the proper overlay so you can see my, oh, okay. So you can't see my cards. There we go. Okay, so we had a plan. Our plan was to try to keep our energy in Africa. We can engage in Africa. Ooh, Niger is a place where I can build an EU base. That's tempting. I can place a tank out there to protect myself. I mean, nobody's gonna build tanks in. I don't think anybody's gonna build tanks in Africa, but if they do, I'm not gonna like it. It's gonna cost me $10 to do that, and that's a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money left. I got $15, $16 left. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. All right, let me postulate. All right, and while I do that, let me change this. Oh no, can I not do that? Huh. All right, hold on. Let me adjust our view so we can see more of my board. That's not what I wanted to do. Undo. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. Wait, why does it keep doing that? Something fishy's going on. All right, one moment. I'm just gonna do some middle of the stream fixing here. don't mind me just doing things live that I shouldn't be doing live. Nothing illegal, of course. Just trying to get the cameras to camera. Because I want to see more of my play area here. All right, there we go. So that's good. All right, so now we will crop there. That's boom. And then move that over. Move that up. All right, I just want to get more of the view here for my playing area. There we go. All right, that's fixed. So that is set. See, only took a few minutes. Or a minute. Okay, so going back, because I want you guys to be able to see my cards that I played and my money and stuff. So going back to what I was saying, so I was thinking about doing an engage in Africa, so I can kind of get my foot on that gas pedal going. There are not many incentives for me to go into South Asia or to East Asia, Pacific, outside of my gold card, because I do need influence in those regions. So I could try to grab Pakistan, because I did want that anyway. I could also try to grab Mexico, because, I mean, Mexico gives me more energy, which is useful for building tanks and all that fun stuff. One thing that's important to know about this game is that the more that you have of a card, the less you'll have later. So I know what I just said might sound a little confusing, but what I'm saying is that because I'm seeing 2 improve relations and 2 engage, that means that in my deck, I have less of those in my deck. Now the EU has a lot more improve relations and a lot more engages than everybody else. So that's kind of one of the bigger things there that helps me out. But I'm trying to debate if I want to go ahead and just engage now and forever hold my peace for Africa, or if I want to use engage, which this one allows me to reduce the cost a little bit. Engage in a region. If I engage in Europe, Middle East, North Africa, or Central Asia, I can spend 1 less. Oh man, I have to have the most influence in Middle East, North Africa? Oh my gosh. Bro, why did I pick these cards? I am my biggest op, clearly. All right, shoot. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. This just made things more complicated. So I do want Israel. So I'm going to improve relations with Israel. Oh man, I'm running out of flags. Oh no. Jeez. Hold on. I can't trade for flags, can I? All right, so if I improve relations with Israel, I'm going to spend 3 flags. I can spend 2 flags if I exhaust Jordan. So improving relations with Israel will give me the ability to get a cheaper engage in the Middle East, North Africa, and it'll allow me to get that trade for the future. And that trade for the future is still nice. And I can also send energy and raw materials to Israel. So that's kind of the thing. Syria wants food. I produce a lot of food. So having somewhere to kind of dump the food is not terrible. Gosh, man. I don't know. This feels expensive. My laser focus is to try to finish this card. So I have to have the most influence in Africa. And I need to have the most influence in Middle East, North Africa. So I can also grab Syria, which is cheaper. Gives me another location. It gives me the same 3 that I would have before. It gives me a place to kind of dump my grain, a little bit easier. The biggest issue is that I'm leaving Israel there for the U.S. to grab, because the U.S. The U.S. doesn't start with Israel. What? No way. The U.S. starts with Iraq. Oh, okay. Well, could have fooled me. All right, so we're gonna improve relations with Israel. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make bad decisions here. We're gonna spend 3 of our diplomacy. So we're going down from 4 to 1, and we're gonna grab Israel, improve relations, grabbing Israel there, and there's Iraq. The U.S. wants Iraq, so I'm okay with them getting Iraq. I don't like it, but I'm okay with that. Okay, so I'm done. I did my action, so now we're moving on to the USA. USA, we're going to flip. They're going to do a green action, and they're going to improve relations. Yep, okay, so they're going to improve relations. They're going to grab a country, and the country they're going to grab is going to be in the East Asia Pacific. They're going to try to grab the most expensive one. Oh, I don't have the overlay, my bad. Sorry, that's the whole point of the overlay, so you guys can follow along. The USA is going to do an improved relations card, the green card on the bottom left, and they're going to try to grab the spot where they'll get one of their starter countries. Neither one are their starter countries. They're going to try to grab somewhere where they can build a base. They can build a base in neither. I'll punch in so we can see that a little bit more clearly. I don't know. I mean, the glares are gonna be killing anyway. Then they're gonna try to grab the most expensive, the highest hex value. Neither. So now they're gonna grab the leftmost one. So they're gonna grab Thailand. And they need to spend. How do they buy that again? 1 second. They're gonna buy Thailand, but okay, they're spending $5 per flag. Okay, that makes sense. So the US is gonna go from $20 down to 10, and they're gonna grab Thailand. Okay, that is it. USA has improved relations. Moving on to Russia or China. China is going to build a base, the first of many bases. I think Russia's the base builder, but China builds bases too. Build a where they have, that's the red card on the bottom left over here, right there. China's going to try to build a base where they have the least, where they're currently under threat. So they have no zone of interest is under threat. There's no tanks on the board yet. They're going to try to place a tank where they can put the most players under threat. And currently, the place where they can put the most players under threat is one here, which is America, one here, which is Russia, and it's focused on their zone of interest. So 1, 2, 3. So they can do it at 1, 2, 3. And is this a zone of interest? A region in its zone of interest. Yeah, okay. A region in its zone of interest, not based on allies. So that means that they're going to choose here and here. So it's a 50-50. So it's an A-B situation. So A here, B there. So A for Central Asia, B for East Asia Pacific, and they're going to go with A. So they're going to build a base up there. China has $10. They have exactly enough money to do so. So they'll spend exactly $10. $5 for the base and $5 for moving the tank. They will build a base in Central Asia. So they're building a base there. And we move a red tank up there because China is red. And we also gain an influence for China. And it goes right there, and they get 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Good job, China. All right, moving on to the next one. Russia. I mean, depends on your perspective. But Russia, they're going to build a base as well. So Russia's going to build a base where they're under the most threat. They're currently under threat in, Central Asia. So therefore, they will build a base there. So they're going to build a base there. They're going to spend $10, so from 45 down to 35. And they're going to build a base in Armenia. And Russia's going to move one of their tanks there. And they're also going to gain an influence cube. The tank race has started. So that's going to be 3 victory points. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Well, this is weird. So back over to me. So for me, let's see. I think I want to get some engagements done. Because, I mean, I could build a base too, but I got $16. I want to preserve it. I can engage in the Middle East. And, oh, I can actually build a base in the Middle East. I got money. Hold on. If I build a base in the Middle East, it's going to force Russia to respond. And then the US will start responding, and they start getting influence in the region. So I would rather build a base in a spot where I can force them to, like, go somewhere else. Like, not be where I care about. If I build a base in America, it's not going to affect the USA because we're in NATO. So we don't scare each other with our tanks. That's what NATO does for us. So that's kind of a wash if I decide to do that. Oh, wrong button. Uh-oh. 1 second. Sorry, I thought I was on a different camera. Nope, we're on this one. Oh, I can move my overlay. I don't have any good places to build bases that are in. I mean, I guess building a base in Canada gives me a influence over there. It gives me a tank too, which I don't want the tank part. I just want the thing. But it's $10 for an influence, which is pretty cheap. I can also, like I said, get the $10 for an influence in the Middle East, North Africa, but that's going to trigger the tank race. I think I'd rather engage in Middle East, North Africa. The problem is I have one diplomacy, and currently it costs me 6, so I'll need to exhaust Israel and Jordan in order to do that. I don't have nearly enough diplomacy, is what I'm saying. Oh boy. All right, here's my plan. My plan is to engage in the Middle East. Sorry, build a base in the Middle East. It's going to start the tank race, which sucks, but at least I'll have some more presence there. And then I can do an engage in Africa. And I can engage in Africa for virtually free. And that will let me get another influence to kind of stay afloat, stay abreast of that. So just to make sure I do this in the correct order, I'm going to build the base last, because I don't want Russia building tanks over here yet. Oh, shoot, no, I take it back. It's going to be 50-50. Russia's going to build a tank here or here first, because they're going to try to put as much pressure under enemies as possible. The only difference is that unless China builds a base, builds another tank up there in Central Asia, then Russia's going to start focusing on Europe and Middle East. So I'd rather Russia have a chance to focus on Europe, so I want to build my base last, is what I'm trying to say. So we're going to go ahead and engage in the Middle East, engage in Africa. We're going to engage in Africa, and let's not spin that one. Let's spin the other one, because it's going to be free. We're going to exhaust South Africa. You couldn't see that. I'm sorry. We're going to zoom out. There we go. We're going to exhaust, you can barely see it anyway. We're going to exhaust South Africa, which is 3. That's going to reduce this by 3. So now we're going to be able to claim one of these spots. I'm going to claim the top spot. I've learned my lesson from previous games that permanent influence, it sucks a little bit, but permanent influence is better than temporary influence, because those points are good, but having the ability to just have your cube there guaranteed is better. So there we go. That's my first big action. I'm all done. I got an influence there, engaged, and now we're going to our last action for the round. The USA is going to do a yellow action, so they're going to do a trade. So they are going to gain, for every symbol, 1 second, there we go. For every symbol that they have here on their allied countries. Again, vicious glare, I know. But for the USA, for every symbol they have, they're going to get $5 per. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're going to get $40. So from 10 to 50. And then they're going to also trade with somebody. So we're going to flip a card, and they're going to trade with Russia. So Russia is going to gain $10. USA is going to gain $5 more. The reason why is because USA is going to get a diplomacy for doing trade with an ally or with a superpower. And then Russia's just going to get a flat $10. So Russia now has $10. Okay. Oh, I can also do a trade. I just thought about that. Yeah, if I do a trade, I can give me some resources for next round. That's a consideration. Okay, moving on, we have Russia. Russia's going to go. So now that Russia's going to go, we have Russia doing a trade action as well. Oh no, Russia's doing an invest. So their first invest. So they're going to go ahead and do an investment action. So with that invest action, we will spend... they don't have enough money. So Russia can't do an invest, because Russia can't afford it. So therefore, Russia's going to do a trade instead. So now that Russia's going to do a trade, we are going to go ahead and grab ourselves... switch our camera over so we can kind of see where they're trading from, or what they're trading to. So Russia is... Did I say Russia? Yeah, Russia. No, China. Okay, sorry, China has $0, so China still can't do it. Russia should have got the $10. Man, I'm glad I caught that. I'm glad you guys saw that. Every time I see a red cube, I think it's Russia. China is red, not Russia. So China was going to do a trade action anyway, because China's red. Now, I traded to the wrong country. I gave it to China instead of Russia, but I've corrected that just now. Going back up to here, though, we have Russia, China. Jesus. All right, get it together. We have China is going to do a trade action because they're on this side. So they're going to do a trade action. And now we're going to grab their stuff. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that's it? Just 5? China, you're slacking. China, you're slacking. Come on, China. I expected more from you. Okay, let me not taunt China, because China ends up being the fiend in all games, at least all the games that I played so far. And like I don't want to tempt fate by saying, "Oh, China, look how trash you are." I don't want to encourage them to do better. So China's going to gain $5, $10, $15, $20, $25. Done. Okay, that's it. Now we're going to go over to Russia proper. And Russia is going to improve relations. They have $45, so they're going to improve relations. They're going to do a green action, so Russia is white. They're going to gain a new country. And they're going to grab a country from... I'm trying to see if they grab it from... Oh, they just grab it from anywhere. Consult priority to determine the country. Oh, no, it's the green spot down here. Okay, yeah, so we choose a region and then we make a decision, right? Okay. It's all coming back to me. All right, so Russia is going to do the Middle East, North Africa. So Middle East, North Africa, they're going to choose a spot, one of the starters. They got Syria, so they're going to grab Syria. They're going to spend $10 for that. We get to throw away the old one and keep the new one, because that's how the Automa works. It's not how players work, it's how the Automa works. They're going to spend $10 for that. So from 45 to 35. And do they get an influence? It doesn't say they gain an influence. Oh, I think I was talking about the Board Game Geek forums, though. I hope they don't get an influence, because that would be really annoying. Because somebody responded to one of my posts saying that when the Automa improves relations with a country it already has, it will still gain an influence like a normal player. Because everything it does is like a normal player, except for some of the exceptions, of course. So I think, therefore I am. No, I think that means that, let me see. Apparently accept when they improve relations whenever they acquire the same country card. And somebody asked a question of Automa's improved relations action with the same country, and the answer from the designer is an Automa never exhausts its allied countries. It only looks at how many it has in each region, the resources they trade, and all that stuff. See also page 6, blah, blah, blah. Oh, what? No, that didn't answer my question. Do I still place an influence cube in that region, or does the Automa follow the same rules as a player, where an influence cube is only added if they replace the countries in a ready position? An Automa never exhausts its allied countries. It only looks at how many it has in each region, the resources they trade, and which ones allow military bases. He didn't answer the question. Well, that's a crummy answer. Okay, well, he referred to he says see rulebook, page 6 of the rulebook. So let me just get the rulebook, and I gotta check it my own darn self. All right, rule check. Didn't think I had to do this on this playthrough, but here we are. Use of allied cards, allied countries, but it never exhausts them. However, it is important to keep track of the number of allied countries and it has in each region. That didn't help. Okay, let me scroll through the rulebook here. Improve relations. So I think they do gain an influence because the players do. So I feel like the Automa should. I don't want them to. If an Automa improves relations due to choosing diplomatic focus, and no. If an Automa improves relations with one of its starting countries, return the starting country back to the box and keep only the new country card. Then add an influence cube to the region as normal. Boo! 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 That sucks. Boo! Okay, all right. I just want to boo at it for a little bit. All right, so they gain an influence in the Middle East. Silly. Well, that's rude. All right, are they gonna go high or low? They're gonna go low. Ugh, I wanted that. I wanted that spot. 5 points. Ugh, jerks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jerks. Right before I was about to go to. So rude. All right, let's go to the Middle East. Oh, can I even afford the Middle East? Oh, I can't even afford the Middle East. I can reduce it by 1, and I have 4? Oh, man. Oh, no, yeah, I can afford it. Yeah, I'm spending everything. Okay, So we're going to the player side. For the player side, ooh, that's the wrong button. That is also the wrong button. Where is my button? There we go. Going over to the player side, I am playing the soft power card, which is engage in a region. If I engage in Europe, Middle East, North Africa, or Central Asia, spend one less. So we're going to go in the Middle East, North Africa. We're going to spend one less. So we're spending 5 diplomacy. So we're going to spend our 1 flag plus exhaust Israel and Jordan. And that's going to give us 6 total. Oh, sorry, 5 total. And we're going to be able to put our cube there. I would like points to kind of catch up, but I don't think I'm going to catch up anytime soon. Going last is not ideal. Oh, actually, no. Let's get it back. I'm not doing that. Give me that back. Give me that back. That unexhaust these. I was going to build a base. Building a base is better because it puts pressure on Russia. So I'm still going to get my influence cube. I'm going to build a base though. And that's going to cost me $10. I'm building an allied country. I'm building it in Jordan. It's going to cost me $10. So 5 for the spots, 5 for the base, and then 5 to roll out a tank. And that's going to cause Russia to lose some victory points and is going to give me an influence cube. So that's a better move overall. So that's why I want to do that. All right. So I'm glad I remember that. Oh, wait, where's my influence cubes? Not used to putting these on the board. So I'm going to get 4 victory points. Maybe it won't change anything. Will it change anything? I'm trying to debate if I want to go for the 4 victory points or if I want to go for the 1 permanent. I need to have more than everybody else, so I think I need to stick with the 1 permanent. The 4 victory points might rocket me forward to go first or go earlier, but I don't know how beneficial that is, especially if I'm still, scrubbing it up over here. So we're going to just gain the 1. So we're at 10 victory points. Hey, look at me. I got 2 victory points this entire round. That feels great. But that is going to be it. So now we're at the end of the round. Now we get to do our end of round things. Where's my sheet? There we are. Where's my other sheet? There it is. Okay, so end of round things. So now we have done our action phase. So now we get to do research phase. So let's go and figure out what our research is for everybody. Starting off with the Automas. So the Automas, we got to collapse all this. And we're going to flip 2 cards. And then we're going to add up all their stuff, give them their benefits. Okay, so the USA is going to earn $8. So we're going to go from 55 up to 63. And they're going to earn 4 research plus 2 because everybody's in a domestic focus right now. So they're going to gain 4 plus 2. Oh, sorry. They're gaining 4 plus 2, so 6. And then for every 3 countries that they have allied, for everybody, they're going to get 1 extra. So the USA is getting 6, 7. Sorry, I didn't mean to do the meme. I'm sorry. All right, so they're going to get 7 research. Okay, moving on to China. China is going to get $10. And then they're going to get 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're going to have 6 research points. And then Russia is going to be next. Russia is getting $11. So from 35 to 46. And then they're going to get 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're going to have 6 research points. And then over to me, the player, the hero of the day, the hero that we're all rooting for. I have these 2 cards left. So I'm getting 1 diplomacy. And I'm getting $3. And I'm gaining 3 research points plus 2, so 5. And I have my other countries I can use as well. So that's going to be there for me. This is my discard now. Okay, and let's go ahead and go up to the research phase, to the market. Woo, the market. Okay, so we're starting off with the United States, and then we're going to go to China, then Russia, and then me. So the USA can afford, they're going to try to buy the single most expensive card they can, and then for every remaining research point they have after buying 1 card total, they're going to burn cards at the end. So the single most expensive card the USA can buy is Economic Expansion, is 7. So they're going to buy that card, and they're going to be out of money. So that's it. They're done. moving on to China. China has 6 research. They have 1 match, so they're gonna buy this card, and then they're done as well. And then next we have, oh, that didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I accidentally flipped the card for them. We have Russia. Sorry, I gotta shuffle Russia's deck now. 1 second. Mostly because I looked at that yellow card that just got pulled, just shuffling the rest of Russia's deck. Okay, so Russia has 6 research points. So Russia is going to try to buy the single most expensive card it can. There's a tie, so 4, 4, 4, 4. They're going to try to look at their priority list. The priority list for Russia is going to be, they're going to choose red cards over yellow cards, over green cards, over blue cards. So they're going to choose green cards before they choose a blue card. So therefore, Russia's going to choose a green card. If there is a tie still, they're going to choose whichever one's closest, whichever one's newest. So they're going to buy this one. Diplomatic relations. Oh man, I want a diplomatic de-escalation. Damn it. That's my card. Fine, see if I care. See, the Automa knows. The Automa knows what I'm trying to do, and it just like throws monkey wrenches in it, man. I swear, every time. All right, and now Russia's gonna burn 2 cards because they have 6. They spent 4, so they have 2 left. They're gonna burn the last 2 cards out of the game forever. And now I get to shop, finally. All right, now I can buy as many cards as I want to. These are gonna be added to the top of my deck. I have 5, and I also can exhaust my countries. Now the question is, what am I going to do next round? So if I go for diplomatic focus next round, which I think I'm going to do, I think I want to try diplomatic focus next round, and I might want to do a trade so I can get my resources up, because my resources are looking pretty pitiful. If I go diplomatic focus, I can unexhaust 5 countries. So I can ready 5 countries. If I go for a domestic focus, I can only ready 2 countries. And I think I want to keep my pedal to the metal when it comes to engaging. Oh, shoot. Speaking of engaging, oh my gosh. Let me go back to the main map. I forgot about this. When I engage as the EU, I engaged here. So I should have gotten a handshake. So I want to put a handshake out. There. I only engaged once, right? Yeah, I only engaged once. So the handshake is important. The handshake is going to give me the ability to get money for the $5 for every country that I have in that region, or I can use it as defense against tanks. But that's important. I can't believe I almost forgot that. That's like critical to my existence here as EU. All right, knowing that information, man. So I want to engage again. Engage in a region spending 1 less for each allied country that you have in the same region. That's going to be really good for the Middle East. So I want this card. Ensure peace in the region. I also want to get some of these cards up here too. Revenue optimization during research phase. Gain the upper bonus from 2 of your cards again. Nice. Rapid reaction force. Whenever you choose, oh man, that's so hard to read. Whenever you choose your focus, diplomatic or domestic, I could spend $5 to gain 1 tank. Military, I can move 1 tank for free. Okay, that was so hard to read. That could be rapid reaction force. Could be really nice for getting some extra money because I can trade my tanks to Canada and get some like a money engine. So I think tap into new markets is nice. Improve relations with the country on the board, then invest in that country for trade, because I will need to get FDICs for the stability in the EU neighborhood later on. And I can use that to gain Norway, to improve relations with Norway, and then put an FDIC marker on it, and that kind of gets me in that direction. Gives you some extra trade too. It's going to be kind of costly, or kind of expensive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for a diplomatic focus. Diplomatic focus is going to be what I'm going to do. And I have 5 here, and I want this card, and I want this card. Because these 2 cards I think are going to give me some good moves. Now, consideration for initiate restructuring. Draw a card. You can trash a card from your hand or discard pile to play another card. That's not trash, but I mean, it'll let me cull my deck a little bit, make it a little bit easier to get some of my bigger cards later. So that could be pretty good. Re-examine agreements. choose a region and reset one of your temporary influence there, then draw a card and play another card. I mean, that could be really good for late game. Like, that's a good late game card. Like, that's not terrible, but it ends up having me have less cards for the research phase. So, I don't know. Gain $4 for each FDI token on your ally countries, then invest in ally country. That could be really good too. Return on investment. Man, there's some good cards out here. All right. So my priorities are ensure peace in the region. I definitely need that card because I'm going to have a bunch of allies anyway. Tap into new markets is going to be really strong for getting some FDI markers on the board, or I can even do a trade with that same action so I can have an efficient action. So that's going to be 7 plus 4. That's going to be a total of 11. So I have 5, 8, 10, 11. So I have 3 left if I want to tap all my countries. So I don't have enough to get both of the 4s is what it's telling me. So you're saying there's not a chance. So you're saying there's not a chance. All right. Well, knowing that information, I'm probably not going to tap Norway. I might tap Nigeria. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 5. Okay. All right, so we're going to do that. We're going to ensure peace in the region. We're going to grab that card first, put that on top of our deck, scroll down, see what pops up. Oh, there's a 3. Move up to 3 tanks. You can then reset one of your temporary fluids in one of the regions that you moved your tank to. That could be pretty good. Now, I think anytime you move your tank, you always pay $5. So that's move 3 tanks for $15. So it doesn't say move your tanks for free. It has to say specifically for free. Just like this card up here says you can move 1 tank for free for the rapid reaction force. So knowing all of that information, I think sticking with my original goal of tap into new markets and then see what shows up, maybe a good 3 shows up. So this is going to be, I spent 4 already, so we're down to 1. And then I just grabbed a 7, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I currently have 3 left in the chamber if I want to spend them. And I don't know, I don't think I want to. I mean, this card is nice, military exercises, because it means I can reset a queue for late game. But for right now, it's way too early. I got a million other things I need to be doing. And as much as I want to get that card, I can't. So we're gonna stick with this. We are done with our purchasing phase. So we are all done with that. Let's switch over to our main view. So going back into our phasing order, we are going to do aftermath. So return on investments, I can choose, well, first, let's see, return on investments. I have no things here. There are FDI markers over here on the bots, so they're gonna get $5 per each of those. So the USA is gonna get $5, so from 63 to 68. And then China is gonna get $5 as well. Just the Automas get $5 flat, just to clarify. The players would get money based on like a certain calculation, which I think is just twice times the hex value. But the Automas just get $5 flat for each of their FDI markers. Moving on from there, I could choose to remove this from the board. Do I need an FDI marker on the board? Oh, sorry, diplomacy marker or engagement marker. I do not need an engagement marker on the board, so therefore I will remove that because I need money. So I want to gain $10. So I'm removing this from the board. I'm gaining $10 total. $5 for each country in that region of Nigeria and South Africa. And that's return on investments. Increase prosperity. So increase prosperity, we're going to start with the Automas, so I don't forget them. So starting with the USA wants to spend $10 to get to the first prosperity. They have it. They got $68. They're going to go down to $58. Boom. They're going to get 2 victory points for the USA. Okay, let me figure out my camera situation. 2 victory points for the USA. 1, 2. All right, China wants to spend $15 for its first level. It's going to go from 40 down to 25. They're going to gain 3 points for that. Now, my plan is to not have an early victory. My plan is to have like middle game, late game be like where I shine. So it may look like I'm behind, because I am. But I got them exactly where I want them. I want them in front of me, so that way I can like later, you know. That's lies I tell myself. All right, so $15 for the Russia. They want to spend $15 for their first step, so they're going to go from they have it. They're going to go from 46 down to 31, and they're going to gain 3 victory points. So Russia's in the lead for now. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Cool, so that was that. I got my growth as well. So for me and my growth, we're gonna look at my board exclusively. I can pay phones for my prosperity growth. So we need 2 phones. So 1, 2 consumer goods. We're gonna go there. We're gonna get 2 victory points and $10. Oh no. So it's kind of giving my income there. And then 2 VP for me. Woo! I'm making progress. Look at me go. All right, so that's it for the prosperity. I need to get some more consumer goods, some more phones, but I think I'm going to do a trade next round so I can get some. I don't have anybody I can trade. Well, I can get phones from China, I guess, whatever. Okay, so that's all done. Now we're going to go into the resolve threat. So there is threat. There are 2 people threatening each other. They're both tied, so nothing happens. I am threatening Russia. I do not challenge the US because we're a part of NATO. So therefore, I challenge Russia, and Russia does not have enough defense. So therefore, Russia's going to lose 1, 2 victory points. Woo! Feels good. Feels good, man. Okay, and that's a resolving threat. And then scoring, we don't do that yet, so we move on to the next round. More influence cubes are being added for these jerks. The USA is going to add their influence cube. Hold on, let me get our camera. The influence cube is going to be added first for USA and build a base. So I'm going to put theirs in red. China, who is red, is going to put theirs in invest. And then Russia, who is white, is going to put theirs in build a base. Okay, so that's all settled. Okay, so that's where their extra influence cubes or their extra action cubes go. And now we need to move on to our preparation phase. So for this part, I am going to do this. I'm going to try to do this in an order that's consistent, because I always forget to do the bot stuff, and sometimes I even forget to do my stuff, but I'm going to do the bot stuff first, and then I'm going to do my stuff, because this all happens simultaneously, technically. So first thing I'm going to do is for the Automas, we're going to determine what their focus is. I'm going to start there, so I don't forget that, because that's important. So the Automas are going to start with their focus. 1 second. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I'll do it in the proper order. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I don't forget the focus, because I always end up forgetting that, and that ends up like impacting the first few turns. So I'm going to go through my human stuff first, and then I'll do the Automas afterwards, and I'll try to remember not to go straight into the gameplay, because I'm going to be going last anyway. So draw cards. I draw 6 cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. What? Something's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, hold on. Oof. All right, yeah, I was about to say something's all right. I should have 2 cards left, not 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus, we know how to count. I promise. Okay, these are my 6 cards. The 2 brand new cards, and then 5 other cards. Okay, cool. As long as I got those. That was really weird. So my brain was like, something ain't right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Okay, so I drew my cards. Reveal country cards. So reveal. Oh, I forgot to do this earlier. But reveal country cards down here. So we got Mexico. It's going to move over. Ooh, El Salvador. Qatar is going to go over. So UAE, Niger, and there's Sudan, Bhutan, and Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia, Norway, and Iceland. And then finally, oh man, hurts my arms. We got Georgia and Uzbekistan. Okay. So those are the new countries that are revealed. Cool. And moving on, we have determine turn order. So determining turn order is going to be based on victory points. So Russia is first, then China, then the USA, and then me. Well, okay. Calm down. Oh, jeez. There we go. Okay, so that is the turn order. And then afterwards, we're going to do primary resource production. So I'm going to do my resource production down here. So for my resource production, scooch over just a little bit. My resource production, I'm going to get 1 energy, 1 raw materials, 3 food. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's primary production. And then choose your focus. So choose your focus, this is where I get to bring in the Automas. So for my focus, I'm going to choose diplomatic focus. And that allows me to refresh 5 country cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All my country cards are refreshed. Oh, you know what? That's not right. When I built a base in Jordan, Jordan should have been exhausted. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, when I built a base in Jordan, Jordan should have been exhausted. Let me bring it to our big camera. That means that I need to exhaust Norway. Yeah, I need to exhaust Norway. Okay. All right, so that is, everything's proper now. So Jordan should have been exhausted earlier when I built the base there on my last turn last time. And when I bought my stuff, that means that I would have still been able to afford it, but I would not have been able to afford that 3 card, the extra 3 cards that showed up. So we're good. We're good now, but I'm glad I caught that. So the question is, do I want Jordan unexhausted or do I want Norway unexhausted? I think I want Jordan unexhausted because I'm focusing on the Middle East right now. I'll focus on Europe later. Okay, so I could unexhaust 5 countries. I had 6 countries exhausted because it was Norway plus the other 5. So I'm unexhausting South Africa, Nigeria, EU member states, Jordan, and Israel. And Norway is going to stay exhausted. Okay, there we go. All right, we're established. Going back into the world. Continuing on, I chose my focus. So I can spend $7 to increase my flag production. I will. It's going to increase by 1. And then I can spend $3 per flag. So I have $22. What cards do I have in my hand? Oh, gosh. Breaking stuff. So we established that I want to trade this round. So I'm going to improve relations in invest or trade. I need to invest in, I need to have 3 FDI tokens in 3 countries in Europe. So I can grab Iceland and then invest in that one. So I can improve relations with Iceland and then invest in Iceland. But it means I still need to trade. So I'm trying to figure out how much money I need. So I have 2 flags currently. And I think I just need to buy the maximum number of flags and then worry about my money later. So we're going to spend $15 for the maximum number of flags. I have some reasonable cards here for improve relations and engage. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to stick with that. And engaging costs 2 less flags. So we're going to have a nice little discount there. I bought 5 flags, so I go from 2 to 7. So that's done. All right, so now we get to do the Automas. So for the Automas, we're going to determine their focus. So starting with the starting with Russia. Russia's focus is going to be domestic, so they're going to stay where they are. Starting with China. China's going to go diplomatic, so they're going to move over. And then finally, the USA. USA is going to go military, so they're going to move over. Now, we will adjust their income based on these things. For domestic focus, it's going to be $10 times the number of rounds. So Russia is going to gain $20, so from 31 to 51. And then China is going to go for diplomatic. They're going to gain $5 per, so they're going to go from 25 to 30. And the USA is going to get $3 per, so they're going to go from 58 to 64. That's a lot of money y'all got there. Be ashamed if somebody robbed you. No, stop. In addition to that, China is going to have a free action that they're going to do before everything else, which is improve relations. So they're going to improve relations with a country outside of its sphere of influence. So we're going to flip a card. And China's going to improve relations with a country outside of its influence. East Asia is inside of its sphere of influence. East Asia Pacific. South Asia is inside of its sphere. South Asia is inside of its sphere. Americas. Oh, they're going to step over here in America. All right. Well, that's interesting. So they're going to grab the most expensive country, which is Mexico. Hey, good job, China. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Stick it to them. All right, they're going to grab Mexico before the USA could. So now they're in the Americas. Oh, I didn't put room for the Americas? Oh, no, I did. I just blundered. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ugh. There we go. Okay, so China's going to spend $15. We're going to reduce that cost by anything? It says perform and improve relations action. And the improve relations action, they do not reduce the cost by anything. That's only engage where they reduce the cost. I'm just double checking here. Yeah, so China's spending 15 flat dollars, so they're going to go from 35 down to 20. And we're now golden. Now we can go. All right, so we got a new turn order. Russia's going to start, so Russia's going to flip over the card. They're going to do their cheaty actions, so they're going to get their first card and then burn it from the game. They're going to do a green action for Russia. Let's bring the overlay. There we go. So Russia's going to do a green action. And green action for Russia is going to be Russia is white. They're going to do an engage. So Russia's going to engage somewhere. Russia is going to try to engage in Central Asia. So Central Asia, they're going to engage. They're going to first try to prioritize places where they can get one of their starting countries. Neither. Yeah, neither for Russia. Next, they're going to try to do where they can build a base. They can build a base in Uzbekistan. So they're going to grab Uzbekistan. And, oh, they couldn't even take Georgia, so, well, never mind. They wouldn't be able to take that. Just stand up here. Grab Uzbekistan. Okay, and they're going to grab that one, Central Asia. And that is going to cost them how much? They're not in a diplomatic focus. Reduce the cost. Oh, that's engage, I'm sorry. Wait, did I do the wrong action? No, they're engaging, I'm sorry. They're not improve relations. Put that back. Sorry, they're just engaging the region. I did that completely wrong. Whew, math is hard. Okay, sorry, starting over. Russia is going to engage because they were here. They moved over there, so they're going to engage here. They're not going to pull the country. They're not improve relations. That's the wrong action I was just trying to do. So instead, I didn't need to do all that math. Instead, they have one country in Central Asia, so they're going to reduce the cost from 4 down to 3, and they're going to spend $15. So from 51 down to, oh my gosh, 51 down to 36. Is that right? Sounds right. Yeah, that's right. From 51 down to 36, math elite. And they get to add an influence cube in that region. They're going to add it on the bottom. Russia is white. I keep saying that out loud because I need to remind myself what color the proper person is. Because like I said, I always mix up China and Russia. I think of China as Russia as red, like the red sun. But that's completely wrong. Completely and utterly incorrectamundo. Indubitably. Okay. All right, continuing on. That's been done. They got their influence for that. Now we move on to, oh, they got a second action. Yep. Boom. Second action. They're going to do a growth. So they will be able to afford the growth this time. They got to pay $20 or $20. So bringing our camera up to the proper area. So they're going to do a growth. They got $20 and $20. There's two options. They don't care how expensive it is. They're going to go with either one. They're not going to go for the cheaper one. So we're going to do an A-B situation, A on the left, B on the right. So they're going to go with B, and they're going to do a rapid reaction force. So they're going to gain victory points equal to this 2 plus, was it plus the round number? That's right? 2 plus a round number? Let me double check. Oh, plus the level of the card. There you go. Yeah, I had that wrong. All right, 2 plus 1, so 3. They're going to get 3 victory points. All right, that's better. So they're going to gain 3 victory points for them. 1, 2, 3. I'm happy for it. Oh, you can see me move that. Sorry, they moved up 3 points. That's all you need to know. Okay, so Russia's done. Oh, they got to spend the money for that. They need to spend $20. So they're going to go from 36 down to 16. Done. All right, next up is going to be China. China's going to do the first action, and they have 3 different options here. So we're going to choose the one with the cube. There's no one with the cube. So what happens now? If a card has more than one color, it chooses the one with the cube. If neither, do a randomized action by drawing a decision card. All right, so we have 3 different options. So we're going to do 1 through 3. There is a 1 through 3 on the right-hand side. So they're going to do number 3. So they're going to do build a base, or they're going to do a red action. So China's going to do a red action. They're going to build a base. China is red. So they're going to build a base. Where are they building a base? They're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. They're not currently under threat. There is a tie for different places they can do that. They can put the U.S. or Russia under threat. So there's going to be a 50-50. They're going to be a A-B situation. So they're going to choose A. They're going to put a tank here to get that last spot. So they will build a base there. They're going to spend $10 total. They're going to build a base in Central Asia. They can build a base there because they can have 2 total in that region right now. So they're going to build another tank. And I like them going for a base race. This is good. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't have any tanks yet. Yeah, the U.S. is in a military stance, so I forgot about that. But China's going to build a tank there, and we're going to grab their cube. They're going to get 1 victory point for that. Okay. So that is all said and done. That was their first cheaty action. Now we're going to do their normal action. They're going to do a yellow action. China is going to try to invest. It can't. It needs $15. Therefore, China is going to do instead a trade. So China is going to gain $5 for every symbol. So I'm assuming you guys will trust me by now. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're going to get $40. So they're going to go from 10 to 50. And then we're going to figure out who they're trading with. China is going to trade with Russia. So they're going to trade with Russia based on that there. So China trading with Russia. And they're going to give Russia $10. So Russia goes from 16 to 26. China's going to get $5 extra to count for that diplomacy flag they got. We do a conversion of that because they don't have symbols. They just have money. And that's it. So China's done. Now the USA is last for this first round. They're going to do a yellow action. So USA is going to do a invest. And USA is doing an invest. So therefore, the USA will... continuing. The USA will do an invest. They're going to invest in East Asia Pacific. So they're going to invest here, over there. So they're going to spend $15 flat. So from 64 down to, I need a calculator, down to 49. Is that right? Yeah, 49. All right, 64 down to 49. And they're going to put their investment token there. And they're going to get a cube in East Asia Pacific. I'm slacking. We got a high-low situation, so they're going to choose round 2 high. So they're going to put 1 there. They're going to get 1 victory point. All right, now over to me. All right, I got a lot of work. I got a lot of work to do. I ain't got no money. I ain't got no job. I'm just out here just scrubbing it up. scrubbing it up with my friends. I can't even invest. Oh gosh, I can't even. Oh, jeez. All right. So I think I need to trade first because I need money. I don't think. Yeah, there's no way I can do this without trading first, so I can get some money. I think I've made reasonable moves so far. I can also try to engage now because I need to improve relations. We're going to try to get the Europe one so we can get the FDI mark up there. So we're going to do a trade action as my action. Oh, you can't see my board. We're going to do a trade action as my action. Still can't see my board. There we go. I'm doing a trade action as my action, I keep saying, as I try to get the camera to work with me here. And with that trade action, we're going to zoom in on our board a little bit closer here. So I have a few different countries I can trade with. I have a few different resources. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to send my tank to Mexico. So I'm going to trade my tank to Mexico. I'm not going to trade any phones because I need phones. I need 3 phones to move to the next level, so I really need to hold on to that. I can trade in energy. I really need to produce. I don't have any production cards in my hand, do I? No, that's still in my deck. That's the last two. One of those last 2 cards just produce up to 3 different goods. That kind of sucks. I also need a growth card too, but I can trade a growth card to. I don't know. I'm trying to think here. Sorry, not a growth card. I can trade a business, I meant to say. I can trade a business to Norway and get $10. So, okay, so I need money. We established that I need money. I don't want to trade my consumer goods. I actually need to get a consumer good from China. So, for trading, here's our conversion charts there. For trading, I would like to export grain. So I'm exporting 2 grain to Jordan and Nigeria accordingly. So that's going to be 2 grain. That's $10. And I can export 2 things, up to 2 things. I forgot about that. My limit is on that. And I'll export a tank. I'll export this tank to Canada, and it's going to give me $10 as well. $10 per tank. Oh, $20. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I'm doing that. Boom, I got money now. Okay, and now I can import stuff. So I can import energy from South Africa. And I can import business from Israel. I can import a phone. So I want to import a consumer good from China. So I'm gonna give China $10. Yeah, I pay $10 to China. So China's gonna gain $10 from me. So they're gonna go from 55 to 65. And I'm gonna gain a diplomacy flag, which is what I also wanted. And I gotta pay the $10. And I get 1 phone, consumer good. And then I'm gonna also import raw materials. I'm gonna import raw materials. I'm not gonna import from Russia. I'm not gonna make that mistake again. I'm gonna let Russia suffer. But I'm gonna import 2 raw materials from South Africa. That's gonna cost me 3 per, so 6. And I could import more raw materials from Russia, but I don't want to give Russia the extra money, the extra economy boost. I'll save that for later because I will need to eventually get more energy, and I'll probably end up grabbing that from Russia unless I get another allied country. But that's going to be it for my trade. I feel like I did the best I could with what I had. And yeah, we're back onto our normal flow of the game. So that was my action. So now we're going to move over to next is going to be Russia. Speak of the devil. Russia's going to go with a normal action. And they're going to do a green action. Russia is going to improve relations now. So now Russia's going to improve relations. And they're going to improve relations with somebody in Europe. So they can gain Iceland or Norway. Ooh, they're going to go for the highest. They can't build a base in either, so they're going to, they're taking my Norway. They took my Norway. They took my Norway. It's fine. It's not fine, but they're taking Norway. That's rude. All right. So they gain Norway. They're going to spend, improved relations is no cost reduction, right? Yeah, they're going to spend $10. So they're going to go from 26 to 16. Come on, Norway. You betrayed me. You betrayed me. I had a chance, but I didn't take it. That's my own fault. All right. Moving on next, we have China. China is also going to improve relations. And China is going to improve relations in East Asia Pacific. So they're going to improve relations down here. They're going to go where they can get a base. They can get a base in both spots. So they're going to go with a starter location. I think Laos is one of their starters. Yeah, Laos is their starter. So they're going to gain this one. So they're going to gain an influence cube. They're going to throw this one out. Game is going to cost them 5. So from 65 down to 60. And they gain an influence cube in the region. Those heckin' jerks. High or low? We're in round 2. They're going to go high, so they're going to gain 1 victory point for that. And that's it for China. That's all she wrote. Okay. Now we're moving over to the USA. USA is going to flip and... oh. Sorry, USA needs to do a second action. Sorry, USA needs 2 actions in a row. USA is going to build a base. So USA is going to build a base, and I'll do another action. I forgot to do their double action in the first turn there because I got excited about other stuff. But here, they are going to... wait, did I even do their turn last time? They traded, right? What did they do last time? No, they engaged. They engaged last time. That's what happened. Okay, all right. Build base. So USA is going to build a base. And then, like I said, I'm going to do another action to catch up because I had them behind by 1 turn on accident. They're going to build a base, and where are they building a base at? Let's see. They're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. They are currently under threat nowhere. So therefore, they're going to try to build a base where they can put the most people under threat. They can't really put anybody under threat. I mean, there's a 1. So they can put 1 Russia. They can put Russia. They can put China and under threat in these 3 spots. So it's a 1, 2, 3 situation. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, and then they're going to choose based on the card. So we're going to look at the bottom corner over here, and they're going to choose 1. So they're going to put a tank up here. They're going to build a base in Europe. So the USA is building a base in Europe. They're going to build a base in Iceland. So they're allowed to build a base there. So I'm going to spend $10 total. So down from 49 to 39, and they will place a tank up there and get an influence. Influence cube for the USA. And high-low situation. And they're going to choose high. So they're going to get 1. Okay. And now they're going to go again to catch up. And they're going to build a base again. So they're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. They're not currently under threat. So therefore, we're going to do the same thing. 1, 2, 3. So we're going to... oh, sorry, I did the wrong one. Yeah, no, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3 situation, and they're going to build it in 3. So they're going to build it over here in that spot. So they're going to build a base over there in Japan. Yeah, Japan. Well, it doesn't matter, but they're going to spend $10 again. So down from 39 to 29, and they're going to gain an influence. I'm doing a really bad job breaking into these regions. High-low situation again. They're going to choose high again. So this place is going to score. So they're going to get 1 victory point for that. Okay. All right. Whew. Okay, so that's everybody. Now we're over to me. So I had plans. I had plans to get Norway and do all those things because I need an FDI token over there. I don't need to trade again, but I'm thinking of stealing a location in East Asia Pacific, because if I can grab one over here, I can improve relations and then invest, which gives me an influence, and I can grab those victory points. I don't have anywhere I can build a base at, which is kind of sucky, and I really don't need to break into all the locations. I need to choose some. I want to challenge China here for sure, so maybe I want to go here instead. I can grab Bhutan for pretty cheap, get myself in one of the locations because I need 5. I need to have I don't need to spread that thin, but at the very least, if I get Bhutan, it's going to be relatively cheap for me to get that, $10 instead of the expensive prices. The only thing is it doesn't get me a cube. It doesn't give me an FDI marker where I need it. It gives me an influence cube, but it does not give me the FDI marker where I need it. That's the part that hurts. So like I'm kind of torn. I can also try to engage in Americas, but I think I really need to challenge China because this is 8 victory points. That's just up for grabs. and China rarely gets challenged there. I cannot grab Myanmar. I can grab Bhutan. I don't like the options here. That's a problem. I don't like any of the options there. I think it's better pickings coming from the Middle East, to be honest, because I can get UAE or Qatar, and I can build a base in either of those spots. It allows me to get a cube where I need it. I don't get to put the thing where I need it though, which is a problem. And I need to have 4 tanks in Europe by the end of this game. Ugh. Goodness. All right, what are my strategic asset cards? Where'd they go? Oh, sorry, you guys can't see me fiddle through all the decisions. So my strategic asset cards are EU expansion, improve relations with a country in Europe. You can spend 2 diplomacy to add 1 permanent influence to Europe, even if there's not an available slot. That's good for later. Exhaust the EU member states. Exhaust EU member states to produce to produce diplomacy and tanks. Then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. That's not terrible either. Because I can build a base in an allied country. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I need more places I can trade food to. So that way I can have my grain be converted into dollars more efficiently. Lots of tricky decisions here because like this is really where the game is like won or lost. Because I need to set myself up for success. I'm definitely going to improve relations and invest. I wanted to do it with a country that's in Europe. The country that I wanted to do it was Norway, but Norway's gone. I think Russia snatched that one from me before I had a chance to even think about it. The secondary place I can do could be Croatia or Iceland. I mean, both are kind of meh. I guess I can grab Iceland so the USA doesn't get a better version of a country. But honestly, Iceland versus that Iceland, this Iceland versus that Iceland, they're both basically the same. They're both exactly the same. That's kind of crummy. The US will get an influence in that region though, so they'll be competing harder. I don't know, y'all. I'm torn. I'm so torn. I spend 2 less for engaging, so I guess I can just do a raw engagement in South Asia. All right, here's what we're gonna do, because I have kind of like a multi-layered plan. What I'm gonna do is I'm either gonna grab Bhutan, or I'm gonna grab Honduras. If I grab Bhutan, I'll be able to compete with China for the influence in this region, for the victory points in this region, because we're about to be at a scoring region here soon. And I need 3 cubes in these regions anyway. I'm running out of space over here in East Asia Pacific, and I think competing in South Asia makes the most sense. So I'm going to tap into new markets. I'm going to play that card. It's going to allow me to improve relations with the country on the board, and I'll improve relations with Bhutan. It's going to cost me 1 diplomacy flag, and I get another country here. And then I can invest in that country or trade. So I will invest in that country. I'll spend $10. And this is not giving me progress towards my ultimate goal, but it is giving me an influence cube in that region, which is one of my temporary goals, one of my initial goals. My ultimate goal is to make sure I have 3 FDI markers up there, and the sooner I can get that, the better. So I'm gonna put that there to get 1 victory point, and I'm gonna try to make this region scoring, and I want to essentially engage in that region again, and then once I engage in that region again, I'll be winning, and hopefully force China to like get involved in South Asia instead of being involved in Africa instead. I don't think I can force that directly because it's only tanks that do that. But I can move a tank over. I don't have a base over there. Yeah, I can only move tanks where I have bases. Actually, is that true? Is that true? Move tanks. Move armies of yours from anywhere to a region in your zone of interest or in which you have a base. Okay, I need a base in that area. All right, never mind. Okay, so we're good. That's gonna be my action. I get a cube on the board. I get a victory point. I'm gonna hopefully get South Asia to score, and hopefully snatch 8 points, and hopefully rocket myself to the lead. So we got a lot of hopefullys in there. We got a lot of potentials. Will it work out? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Next is going to be Russia. So Russia is going to be going. Now with Russia going, we're going to flip their card. They're going to do a build a base action. So Russia is white. They're going to build a base, and they're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. They're currently under threat in Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. So they're currently under threat in actually 3 locations. They're more under, they're more under, no, because the USA is a military stance. So this is going to be 2 threats to Russia, and this is 1 threat to Russia. So I think the pecking order is that if they're currently under threat in multiple places, they're going to choose the place with the smallest difference in threat. So they're going to go ahead and choose to build a tank over here, which makes you feel great. They're going to build a tank over there, build a base over there in Central Asia. So Russia's building a base in Central Asia for $10. They're going to spend $10. They got 16. They're going to go down to 6. They spent that money. They're going to build that tank, and they're going to claim that. Oh, they're going to start rotating cubes. Even better. I like it when you guys are fighting. All right. So Russia is dominating that area. Like that. Okay. So that's where Russia decided to do their thing. Next up is going to be China. So China is tied with Russia up there. So China's going to do a growth. Now, for the growth, China has $60, so they should be afforded. So China's going to go ahead and choose one of these cards. China has level 1, so they're going to gain, they're going to do a 50-50, so it's left or right, so A or B. So they're going to choose B, so they're going to gain rapid reaction force. So they're going to spend $20 total to gain that card, and they're going to gain 2 plus 1, so this plus the level, so 3 victory points. So China's going to gain 3 victory points. And they got to spend $20, so from 60 down to 40. Okay, they're done. Last is going to be USA. USA is going to do a yellow action. So USA is going to do a yellow action. They're going to do a trade. And for them, they're trading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're going to get $40 for the USA. So from 29 to 69, nice. Okay, and who are they trading with? They're going to trade with Russia, because of course they are. All right, Russia's getting $10. So from 6 to 16, USA is going to get 5 more. Boo. So $74. Done. Over to me. So I had a very specific set of actions I was going to do. So let's see if I'm committing to them still. Committing to the bitten. So, camera's in the wrong spot. There we go. So for my other action, I said I was going to try to engage in South Asia again. I also want to kind of make sure I'm holding to Africa too, because I can gain Africa. I can gain Niger, and that'll give me another place to build. Or that'll give me a place to build a base in Africa. So it gives me a foothold. So I can improve relations with that. I don't know if I need to engage in South Asia now. I think I'd rather wait. So I'm gonna do improve relations with South Africa. Sorry, not South Africa. Improve relations with Africa, and I'm going to gain Niger because it allows me to build a base, which could give me some clutch victory points later on. Before I do that, hold on. Because I do need to start building up my allyship in Europe, don't I? That sucks. That sucks a lot. Wait, when I invest in a country, does it become exhausted? Yeah, sorry. When I invest in a country, it becomes exhausted. So Bhutan is exhausted. All right, there we go. Just make sure that's correct. Okay. Oh, wait. No, it just says invest in that country. Sometimes the cards will let you invest in a country without exhausting it. That was not such a card. Okay, so I'm improving relations, and I was gonna pull Niger later on potentially. I don't have any build a base cards. I have some move tanks cards. I only have one tank. I need to produce some more tanks, don't I? That's tough. I need a production. I think next round I'm going to stay in diplomatic focus. So knowing that I'm going to stay in diplomatic focus next round as well, I want some big allies. Because Niger allows me to build a base, but Sudan gives me a place I can trade grain to. Sudan gives me 2 extra points to use. I can also gain Pakistan. Pakistan over here, and that allows me to get more consumer goods, which I will definitely need at some point. So I can get my growth. Once I get my growth cards, if I ever get my growth cards. I think my last 2 cards are both of growth cards, so. All right, heck. I actually don't know which one is the better action. I also might try to engage in the Middle East because that will give me another base building spot, and it'll give me a handshake and some more money and stuff. So, bleh, bleh, bleh is what I say. Okay, I'm gonna make the executive decision to take Pakistan because Pakistan will help me get a better next round. Niger will be nice because I can get more stuff in Africa, and I can build a base there too to kind of give me like a cheap way to get some more things in that region. But honestly, I already have 1 free engagement essentially when I go there. Oh wait! Speaking of which, I get a $2. I get a 2 engagement cost off. I get a 2 diplomacy flying off. Oh, that changes things. Hold on. Maybe I will engage now. Because if I engage now with South Asia, I take that spot from China, and I guarantee that the merry-go-round of victory points will be possibly in my favor. So, yeah, we're going to ensure peace in the region. So we're going to engage in a region, spending 1 less diplomacy flag for each allied country that I have in the same region. I have Bhutan. There's, for this region, it's a 4, so it's now down to a 3. I get to reduce it by 2, so it's down to a 1. So I spend 1 flag. That sounds like that's a good move. That's a good move. Big brain moves here. So I spend my 1 diplomacy flag, and I get the cube here for 1 victory point. It might have been a bigger brain move to get the 4, but I want that one. So I get 1 point. So now South Asia is going to score during our scoring round, and I can potentially get a bunch of points that I'm snatching from China early on. And I need 1 more cube. Is it 3? I need 1 more cube in South Asia, or East Asia Pacific, or Americas. And I think I'm going to go for the Americas because then I can make this score and give me some more points and start camping on those points. Okay. All right, I feel happy about this. Next round, I will try to engage over here in Americas, or maybe even engage in South Asia again. But it just depends on what happens. But for right now, we're going to continue with the Automas turns. So moving on, we have Russia is going to go for their last turn for the action. They're going to do a yellow action. So Russia is white. They're going to do a invest. So they're going to spend $15 dues. They got 16. They're going to spend $15 dues to invest in Middle East. You bastards. All right, they're going to spend $15 to do that. So from 16 down to 1. And I say you bastards because they're putting another influence cube over here, which I don't want them to do. Now we're tied. I need to have the most. Stop it. Stop it. Get help. Okay, so we got an A-B situation. We got a high-low situation. So we're going to flip, and they're going to go low. So we're going to gain 4 victory points, running away with it. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. All right, so Russia is done. China is next on the turn order. So China's going to flip their card. They're going to do a green. So they're going to do a China's red. They're going to do an engage. They're going to engage where? Oh man, they get a cost reduction for engaging, don't they? Yeah, they get a one. Well, this is their first time engaged in this entire round, but still, they get a one cost reduction, and then you also get a reduced by one again for every country they have in that region. So, whoop, where are they engaging at? That's the question. China is going to engage in Central Asia. All right. Well, I guess they're engaged in Central Asia. I'm not going to question it. That's what they decided. So Central Asia, they have one country in Central Asia. Right? Is that Central Asia? It is. Tajikistan. Oh no. So one country in Central Asia, so they're going to be reducing it by one plus another one. So they're paying two. So they're paying $10 total. $5 per diplomacy flag, as determined by our little conversion chart up there in the top right-hand corner. So from 40 down to 30, and they're going to put a cube right there. They're going to knock Russia off. Woo! Scoot all that down. Okay. All right. And that's what China did. Oh, that was engage, right? Yeah, let's just engage. Okay, that's all they do. So that's all they do. They don't put handshakes. They're done. So now we're going to USA's last turn. USA is going to do a growth. So USA is going to do a growth. We are going to go, let's see, USA has $74. They can afford it. So USA is going to do one of these cards. They have no growth cards, so they're going to start with level 1. So they're going to grab either the left or the right. Ooh, this sucks. Because, well, I don't care about rapid reaction force. But anyway, it's an A-B situation. So we're going to choose A on the left, B on the right. Shuffle our randomizer cards. And USA is going to choose A. So they're going to choose revenue optimization. They're going to gain 1 + 1, so 2 victory points. They got to spend $20. So from 74 down to 54. And as far as their victory points, they gain 2. 1, 2. Okay, I might be in last, but I'm not in last for long, hopefully. Hopefully. All right, so everybody's done over there. Just going to collapse these to prepare for our next part. And I got to take my last turn. There is a benefit to going last, and that is that I get to, like, you know, sneak in tanks and stuff like that. I don't have any actions to do that right now, but it was nice and beneficial last time around, so that really was helpful. All right, anyway, go. Okay, so for me, little old me, I said I was going to improve relations. I can invest in an ally country. I got the money to. I got $10. Oh, I need 15 to invest in the EU. Well, no, I can't invest in Norway because it's currently exhausted already. Yeah, I'm going to improve relations with the country on the board because I got a lot of flags. So, or I could use one of my strategic assets. Get me an explosion of flags. Yeah, because improving relations is just kind of a basic thing. I can improve relations with a country in Europe, then I can spend 2 more flags to add 1 permanent influence to Europe, even if there's no available slot. I want to say that for last. That's EU expansion. That's this card over here. Now the other one is a common foreign and security policy. Common foreign and security policy allows me to exhaust the EU member states and then produce flags. I don't have nearly enough money to do so, and tanks. And then engage in a region or build a base. If I had more money, I could do that, but I'm not in good position money-wise. I only have $11. I need at least $25. 15 for the flag production, and then 10 for building the base and moving the tank. It also allows me to engage in a region, though. Yeah, no, it feels like a waste. I don't need to use the common foreign and security policy yet. So I think EU expansion makes the most sense. Improve relations with a country in Europe, and then I can spend 2 flags more to add 1 permanent influence into Europe. I mean, I can already do. You know what? I'm just gonna do the basic improve relations. I don't think I need to do all that fancy bells and whistles. So I do want to improve relations with Iceland or Croatia. So I think I'm gonna take Iceland because it snatches something from the U.S. and it gives me a place to throw my business, which I've just been sitting on this business and not doing anything with it. Just minding my own, if you will. Minding my own business. I could also take Croatia, which lets me trade more food. It gives me $5 more when I do trades. All right, I'm taking Iceland. So we're taking Iceland for 1 flag because we need five of them jokers. 5 of them jokers later on, and it's gonna cost me 1 flag. And that is all I'm doing. I just improve relations, and that's it. So we're now done for the round. Woo! All right, so now we get to move on to research. So round 2, are we at hour 2? Hey, look at that, we're exactly on time. Hour 2, 1 hour per round, that's about right. So for here, we're gonna do our research stuff. So let's go ahead and get everybody settled. Starting with the bots, we need to flip these 2 cards, and then we'll shuffle afterwards. Okay, so starting with the Russia's going to get $6 in 2 research. So Russia's going to go from $1 to 7. Yeah, take that, Russia. And then China, they get 2. Russia is in a domestic focus, so 2 plus 2, so 4 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So plus 1. So they're going to get 5. Okay, China is going to gain $8, so from 30 to 38. And then they're going to gain 5, 6. They're just going to gain 6 for their stuff, their research points. In the USA, nobody's in domestic or diplomatic focus except for Russia, so no extra bonuses for anybody else, including myself. I don't get any extra bonuses there. Hopefully I have enough research to actually afford anything. But the USA, they're going to be getting $5, so from 54 to 59. And they're going to gain 4, 5. They're gaining 5 for their research points. And then over to me. For me, I'm gaining, for my cards, I'm gaining $9 and 3 research. And $9. I'll take a 10, put back 1. Oh, that missed the entire tray. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's it. And that's good. All right, so we are all done for there. So now we're gonna move our camera up so we can see our research stuff. So starting off with the, we need to go in turn order. So starting off with Russia, and then China, then the USA, and then me. All right. So starting off with Russia. Russia's going to try to buy the single most expensive thing they can. There is a 5 here, so they're going to grab that one. Oh, sorry, before we do, I got to shuffle their decks. Sorry, 1 second. Because we need to shuffle this before we put those cards on top. So there's Russia shuffled. And here is China shuffled. And then finally, here's USA. 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 Love my country, I swear. It's just, man, I just really wanted to do better. Like, ugh, talk about a declining power. It's not even declining anymore. It's like fully out. Jeez, what a shit show. Okay, so they're all shuffled. All right, going back over here. Russia's going to buy that card for 5. So we're going to put that on top of the deck. And Russia's done. Next up is going to be China. China's going to buy the most expensive thing they can. They got 6. I lied. So they're going to buy this one. And they have no more. And then USA is going to buy the most expensive thing it can. There's a 5. They'll buy the 5. And they're done. Nobody had any extra money left over. And I got 3 plus my countries. I think I'm going to stay in a diplomatic focus again. But knowing that, I really like production. I want production, and I also want growth. So getting that, uh-oh, sorry, 1 second. There we go. Sorry, that was just the violent sound of my mic ripping from my shirt because my foot caught on it. the way I was sitting on the table or sitting on my chair. I'm standing now though, so it's fine. All right, so I have 3 and I can add more. Initiate restructuring allows me to kind of trash some cards. So that could be good for like thinning out my deck. I don't think that really does anything, but just kind of draw some extra cards. I mean, I guess that won't be terrible. It'll kind of speed things up. Give me some more resources, especially if I'm trying to do a bunch of engagement. It'll let me cycle those faster and kind of cull my deck. I can get rid of all these military move actions that I don't really need. So it's not terrible. Initiate restructuring is not terrible. So this is 8 if I get both of those plus 6. So I need 14. So can I get 14 without breaking the bank? So I have 3, 6, 9, 10, 12, 15. So I can. It's just going to be super expensive. Like, I'm talking countries not ready for anything. I don't really need to engage in South Asia anymore, so I can leave Bhutan where it's at. And I do need to start getting Norway, Iceland, and EU member states FDI'd up so I can get those victory point conditions done. I want to make sure that Africa is open and available for me to engage with. So I want these two to I need to have these two refreshed. So, sorry, these two. You couldn't see where I was pointing. So I think I want to try to buy initiate restructuring, and boost production, because this can let me clean out my deck a little bit and still play cards. And boost production will give me the production that I want and let me play another card. So all these allow me to cycle cards faster, and that's cool. This one allows me to produce and play another card. So I'm gonna have less research points, but hopefully by then I'll have a lot of countries at my back as allies. And I'm kind of trading, production for other stuff. Now, alternatively, I could do a covert military operation. Allows me to produce tanks and then build a base in an allied country. That could be really strong. Actually, I think I like this. I like this a lot better than that. This is cool, but like this is better because I can produce a tank. I can use my resources on my board and make a tank and then build a base, assuming that I have the money to do so. So that allows me to kind of get more presence, put more military tanks where I need them. Remember, in Europe, I need to have 4 tanks at the end of the game to score that victory point condition. So I'm liking that. I'm liking covert military operations. So we're gonna go ahead and get initiate restructuring first. So we're gonna spend 3, and then Jordan. We'll get Jordan down. Remember, I need to still control the Middle East, so I need to remember that as well. A lot to remember. Okay. Ooh, key economic partner. Ready an ally country, then invest in that country without exhausting it. Oh, that could be so strong. Ah, man, I had plans. Shoot. All right. Okay, hold on. Change of plans. This one's still really good, but this, and the other card I just got. Like that could skyrocket me to my goal. And I can even pivot. I can even pivot by doing a return on investment and key economic partner. Like, I feel like that's an option as well. Ugh, why must you give me your hardest challenges, universe? Give me a second, I gotta think about this. All right, I think I need to stick to my guns. Sorry. Let me clarify what I meant there. I think I need to aim for my proper goal, not stick to my guns. Aim for my proper goal. Covert military operations is really strong, and I don't need to pass that up. So I'm going to get covert military operations, and then I'm going to consider key economic partner or the other initiate restructuring. Because covert military operations lets me basically get a free tank production, which is what I was worried about. And on top of that, lets me build a base too for $10 or whatever the cost is for the location. So I think I'm going to do this one. So it's going to cost me 6. So we're going to do Israel and South Africa. And I'm going to stay in the diplomatic focus for sure. Draw a card, then build a base in an ally country. Ugh, man. Engaging is good. Don't get me wrong. But building a base is kind of good too. Oh, also, did I engage last round? Oh, you scallywags. I did engage. Where did I engage? I think I engaged in South Asia? Yeah, I engaged in South Asia, sorry. Oh, man. Sorry, oh, that's wrong view. I engaged in South Asia, so I should have a handshake there. It's important for money purposes. Okay, all right, sorry. I gotta keep track of that. I always lose track of that. All right. Building a base is just like engaging, except for I don't have to pay flags. I have to pay money instead of flags. It could be cheaper. I need to have a place where I have bases there, of course. And I guess that's one of the biggest limitations. Like, I don't really have a place I can build bases in America. Oh, no, I can build a base in Canada? Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I can build a base in Canada. Okay, well, that solves that problem. I mean, I just have a tank chilling doing nothing, so I guess I do want to move tank cards. Shoot! All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries currently exhausted. So I have 5 countries currently exhausted. If I keep it as it is, then I will be able to get my diplomatic focus, get all my countries back ready to go, and then have like a really fresh start. Now with that said, if I am going to choose countries to not refresh, I think Bhutan and Jordan are probably the biggest to not refresh, because I can't really do anything in Jordan anyway. And Bhutan, I mean, I just kind of did that for the influence with the FDI marker there. So I think I'm leaning towards spending the 4. I know I want the boost production because it lets me produce one type of thing and then play another card, which gives me like some momentum. And initiate restructuring allows me to kind of clean my deck up and draw another card, but I'm really relying on the randomization of what card shows up. Whereas this one, I get to draw a card anyway and then build a base, and I can possibly have 3 cards for my research phase. So that like, I think that sounds better in my brain. That sounds way better in my brain. So because of that, I need to spend 4, and that's going to be EU member states and Canada. And well-laid plans. Oh, wait, hold on. Before I commit to that, key economic partner is also good too. So key economic partner allows me to ready a country and then invest in that country without exhausting it. I do need to shift to a readying and exhausting stuff, or keeping things unexhausted. But the reason why I'm choosing well-laid plans ahead of key economic partners, because while I need to get more FDIC markers on countries in the EU, I have 4 more rounds to do that. So I should have time to do it if I plan correctly. Whereas this one, I need 4 tanks in Europe as well. And this allows me to get tanks in Europe a little bit easier. So that's why I want to go for this one. All right, cool. We committed to it. We committed to something. Look at us go. All right, I can't afford anything else, so we're done. So we are now flipping back over to our main view. And let's get ready to continue. We did our research. Return on investments. So the Automas are going to gain $5 per spot here. So 5, 10, so 10 for the US. So from 59, yes, to 69. Let's go. All right, China is going to get 5 more. So 38 to 43. Nope. You know, I said that right, 43, that's right. And then Russia is going to gain $5 more. So from 7 to 12. Congrats, you have points. Okay, sorry, you have dollars. So that is done. Return on investments for me, I have an FDI marker. I'm not used to having it, but I'm going to gain $2. So it's the number, or 2 times the hex value. So I gain $2. Hey, that $2 matters, man. I've had a game, I remember having a game where I was short by like $1. That $2 matters. I'm not going to knock it. I'm not going to knock that $2. Okay, that $2 is respectful. Okay, so that's return on investments. I can also choose to pull that handshake back, but I think I want to leave it there because I do want to try to gain Pakistan and then try to pull that back next round to get $10. So I'm leaving that handshake there. I'm not going to return on investments it. Now we increase prosperity, starting with the Automas. So going over to the Automas board, let's see. The USA wants to spend $15 to go to the next level. They will. So from 69, nice, to 50, nope. Yep, no, I said it right, 54. Okay, and they're going to gain 3 victory points. Okay, China, it wants to spend $20 to go to the next level, so it will. So from 43 to 23, and they're going to gain 4 victory points. And Russia wants to spend $20 to go to the next level. It can't afford it. It only has 12, so therefore it's not going to, so it can't. And over to me, I need to spend 3 phones to get to the next level. I will spend 3 consumer goods to get to the next level. I'm going to get 4 victory points and $15. And 4 victory points. Okay, there we go. Growth. Growth. That's what we want. Okay. All right, so that's all done. Growth is done. Now increased prosperity is done. Now we're going to resolve threats. So resolving threats, Russia's being threatened. Russia's being threatened. So Russia's going to end up losing 4 points, and that's it. Everybody else is tied because nobody's in military stance except for America. So Russia's losing 4. Makes me feel good. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. Lose them points. Lose them points, scrub. Get good. Now let me stop before Russia starts building tanks. All right. So that's all done. And now we're doing scoring. No, we're not. We're into the next round. Round 3. Here we are at the top of round 3. We need to do our stuff. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to draw my 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a shuffle. And then 6. All right, what'd I get? Growth. Reconstruction. Covert military option. Worldwide plans. Engage in a region. All right, well, not a lot of engages, but I do have some extra draws. So that's going to be cool. All right, I still have my executive order. I also have my my strategic assets available. Going over to next, I drew my cards. Reveal country cards. So reveal new country cards. Chile. Libya. Djibouti. India. Oh, India's great. South Korea. Well, that's good too. Bosnia. Sorry, Bosnia Herzegovina. Turkmenistan. That's a lot of letters going on there. All right, so that's all the countries. Next, determine turn order. So turn order is going to be China first. And then between Russia and America, who has more money? America has more money. So America's going to go. Jesus. There we go. And then me. I'm still last. I'm okay being last because, like I said, I get to react and, like, you know, throw some monkey wrenches into plans and not be interrupted. I think going earlier, like early on in my solo career in this game, I was like, I want to try to get into the pack. I want to get closer. But doing that early hurts me as the EU because that means that I'm not doing this, like placing cubes in spots. Because right now I have the potential to earn 8 points plus 7. Currently, I have the potential to earn that many points. And I'm competing over here in South Asia. I'm also going to hopefully get my hand over here in the Americas and make this score so I can possibly get 4 points for this. So getting my hand in the cookie jar is going to be important, which means that I'm suffering for victory points now. But eventually, if you add, 15 plus 4 more. So if you add 19 points to that, I'm doing pretty good. So we'll see if I can kind of maintain that, but we don't know yet. So let's move on. So I'm still last. We got our turn order. And now we do produce primary resources. I'm producing 1 energy, 1 raw material, 3 food, 1, 2, 3, and now we get to choose our focus. So I'm going to stay diplomatic focus. That's going to allow me to refresh 5 of these countries. Middle East is critical to us, so we want Israel, Jordan back. Well, I think we can leave Jordan for right now. So it's 1. We want South Africa back, 2. Canada for sure, 3. Norway, well, maybe not Norway. EU member states for sure, 4. And we got 1 more, yeah, Norway, 5. Okay, so there's our countries. Middle East is important, but I also want to try to build a base into the Europe so I can put some pressure on Russia, because that way Russia ends up losing more victory points because of us, and that would be pretty fun. I want to eventually get a base up here in South Asia, but I have no base cards, no base country showing up. So therefore I can't build a base, because then I can start putting pressure on China to start putting tanks there, and then Russia can start messing with China up there, and I can hopefully like throw monkey wrenches in the whole plan. I'm also surprised that China and America have not been competing over there in East Asia Pacific yet, but there's hope, there's plans, there's space and time for them to do that. Okay, so that's all done. I can spend 7 to increase my production. I'm already maxed out. I can spend $3 per flag, so I can spend $15, and I will. Oh, yes, I will. So I'll be maxed out on flags. And then engaging costs 2 less. So I have 1 engage card in here, hopefully more once I start cycling through the deck. But we are all set and ready to go. All right, moving on to the next one. We have, we need to figure out their focuses over there. So let's figure out their focuses. So starting off with China. China's focus is going to be military. Ooh, that's scary. So hopefully Russia switches military, because if they don't, actually, hopefully Russia does not switch to military. Speaking of which, the United States is next. The United States is going military. Oh my gosh. All right. Russia. Wow. Russia's going to go domestic. Ooh. Ooh, this is good. This is getting good. This is getting good. So with that, China is now putting a lot of threat on Russia. So Russia's going to build their tanks here. The US is putting threat on Russia, so Russia's going to put their tanks here too. Now, between these two locations, China is giving Russia 2 threat. And the United States is giving 2 threat to Russia. So therefore, Russia's going to be a 50-50 between these 2 spots. So that could change, but currently there's a chance Russia's going to focus over here before focusing over there. I'd rather Russia focus over here instead of over there, and also over here. But that means, that means that this is going to be less likely for Russia to start putting tanks here and getting influence and building bases, which is great. So I'm very pleased so far. We'll see how the cards play out though. Speaking of which, we need to give their people the money. So Russia's going to get $30. So 10 times 3 for the round numbers. So they're going to be at from 12 to 42. China and US are going to get $3 per round. So they're going to get $9 a piece. So China is going to go from 23 to 32. And America is going to get $9. So from 54 to 63. All right, and that's all set and ready to go. So let's see how we do. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. This is my round. This is my round. So I gotta hopefully my well laid plans pay off, but we'll see. First we have China going. So China's going to do their cheaty actions, starting off with their first card. They're going to do a spot. There's 3 different things. They're going to do a spot with a cube on it. There is no spot with a cube on it, so therefore we're going to randomize. So 1, 2, 3. So they're going to do number 1. So they're going to do a green action. So China is going to improve relations. So China is going to improve relations, and they're going to improve relations with East Asia Pacific. So they're going to grab one of these 2. They're going to choose a spot where they can build a base. They can't. They're going to choose a spot that's one of their starters. They don't have one. They're going to choose the most expensive. So they're going to choose this one, South Korea. So they're going to choose the most expensive, South Korea. They're going to spend $15 for that. So from 32 down to 17. And China's done. This card goes out of the game forever. Next up, we have trade. Sorry, China's going to do yellow action. China is red. So China's going to do an invest. So invest, they're going to spend $15 to invest somewhere. They are going to invest in Central Asia. They can invest in Central Asia, so they will. They're going to go down from 17 down to 2. They're going to put an FDI marker there. And they're going to gain a cube. Oh, that's Russia. They're going to gain a cube. Okay. All right, we're feeling okay, but I'm a little uneasy about this. I don't think my strategy should be working, but it feels like it's I don't want to jinx it, so I'm just gonna say it feels reasonable at this point. It feels doable. All right, USA is gonna do red action. They're gonna build a base. So build a base, and where are they building a base? They're gonna build a base where they're currently under threat. They're not under threat by anybody. Remember, the EU and the USA were in NATO, so we don't threaten each other. So therefore, the USA is going to try to put a tank where they can put the most people under threat. There's currently 3 different regions. 1, 2, 3 different regions. So the USA is now going to choose one of those 3. They're all even. There's no spot where there's more of a tank race. Let me double check. Where another player has more tanks, and by another player, I'm assuming another player that's an enemy. I don't know if they're going to put a tank in the Middle East because I'm there. I hope not. I mean, it says where another player has more tanks. Where it will put the most players under threat. Interesting. Okay, I've been interpreting that wrong. I think what it's saying is that US is going to try to put a tank here, so they're going to say, we got tanks here too. It says another player. It doesn't say another player who's an ally. It doesn't say another player under threat. It just says another player. So I am another player. So therefore, all right, they're going to put a tank there. I don't like that. I don't like that. USA, what are you doing? You're killing me, USA. You're killing me. All right, they're going to build a tank in the Middle East. Gosh, darn it. That means they're going to put an influence cube here. Durr. All right, whatever. See if I care. They're going to build a tank in Iraq, or build a base in Iraq. No, take that base. So they're building one there. They're going to spend $10 total from 63 to 53. USA. So USA is putting 2 pressures of threat onto Russia. So Russia still, well, now it's a tie. Shoot, now it's a tie. So Russia can go here or here to kind of counter threat when they build a base. Come on, USA. You just always cause me issues. Always cause me problems. Come on, America, get it together. All right, they're going to do an engage here for the USA. So they're going to do an engage, and they are going to engage in a region that we will find out soon once we shuffle. Because we are that far into the game. All right, USA is going to engage in Middle East. Why? Oh, I forgot to put their influence. So high-low situation. They're going to go round 3 high. They're going to get 1 victory point for the USA. And they're also going to engage in the Middle East. So now I gotta focus on the Middle East again because the USA has put their stupid influence all over the stupid place. Now it's all stupid. Because I need to have the most influence in the Middle East, so I need to focus all my efforts on the Middle East. That's unfortunate, but it's where we are. It's where we are. Fine, whatever. Okay, so USA is building a base in the Middle East. They put that there. No, they're not building a base. Sorry, they're engaged. Oh, they're engaging. They're engaging because we moved from there to there. They're engaging the Middle East. They're going to go for 6. They can reduce it by 1, so 5. Thank goodness they're going to be broke after this. They are not in a diplomatic focus, so they're going to spend $25 because we're doing our conversion of flags to money for them. So 25 is what they're spending total. They're going to go from 53 down to 28. And they're going to gain a cube. And they're going to choose high-low. They're going to choose high again. So they got the last permanent spot there. They're going to get 1 more point. And that's going to score. So now I get to fight for my life in that spot now. Russia is going to do a growth. So Russia's going to do a growth. Russia has $42. Let's go and look at our growth options. Russia is going to choose, with our conversions, this card or this card. They have level 1 already, so they're going to choose level 2. So they can do either knowledge transfer or build or reduce bureaucracy. So both are going to, well, this one's 25, that one's 30. They don't care about the price difference. So, sorry, A, B, this is going to be B, so they're going to spend 30. They're going to go from 42 to 12. They're going to gain this, and they're going to get 5 victory points. 3 plus the level, so 5. So 5 VP for Russia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's it for that one. We throw this card out of the game, and we draw another one. And now they're going to do yellow action. Russia's going to trade, because they're on the trade side, so all their cubes move over. And Russia's trading. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have 8 different symbols, so they get $40. So from 12 to 50, sorry, 12 to 52. And now we got to figure out who they're trading with. They're going to trade with, come on, let it be me. Oh, boo. Russia's trading with the USA. So Russia's going to get $5 more for the conversion of the flags. So from 52 to 57. America's going to get $10 flat. So from 28 to 38. Collusion, I tell you. Collusion. Russian collusion specifically. All right, so that's all done. And now we're over to me, I think. There we go. Now we're over to me. So I get my first action this round. Now that they've done all of their stupid, dumb, jerk actions. So, man. I can get 2 growth cards, but it's going to be kind of costly. I need a tank. I don't have a tank, so I need to produce first. But I don't have any production, so... Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to... Well, oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Alright. There's a base for me in Djibouti here, in Africa is Djibouti here. And that is cool because it allows me to build a base and put a tank there and start progressing that goal. I need to get the Middle East back. So I also need to build a base in the Middle East, and UAE allows me to build a base there. So, I need to improve relations, and I don't have an improve relations card. This is tough. This is tough. I don't have a discard, so I can't trash any cards for free. Oh, man. Oh, man. Alright, Well-Laid Plans allows me to draw a card, then build a base in an allied country. I'd rather do this in a slightly different order, but I don't have the luxury to do it, so to do it in the order I want to do it. So what I want to do is I want to do Well-Laid Plans. Oh, there we go. I want to do Well-Laid Plans, allows me to draw a card, and then I can build a base in an allied country. And that base that I build in an allied country, I can do that in Americas. And that'll give me my 3rd cube, so I have that objective. I would rather do in the Middle East, but I don't have any Middle Eastern spots I can build a base in. I need to grab UAE first, but I don't have a way to grab that unless I play my executive order, which I want to hold on to for a little bit longer. The alternative to that is to play something that will let me get the thing. Oh man, if I build it, oh, I can't move a tank. Oh no, I need tanks first. Okay, hold on. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do covert military operations then. We're gonna produce a tank, we're gonna produce tanks, and then build a base in allied country, which is the same thing, except for I don't get to draw a card. Which I kinda wanted to draw the card, but fine, whatever. See if I care. Narrator, he cares deeply. All right, so we get to produce tanks. We can produce up to 2 tanks. We need raw materials and food, so 1, 2 food, 1, 2 raw materials. We now produced tanks, 2 tanks here. Okay, and now we can build a base in an allied country. We're gonna build a base in an allied country of Canada, and that's gonna cost me 5 for the base, and then I'm gonna move just 1 tank there, so I can get the influence. That's gonna be $10 total. And that gives me the influence here. So now this is scoring, and I have my 3 influence in the regions I need. Now the rest of the game, I can focus on making sure I have Africa, and then also getting this back. Getting Middle East back is going to be critical, because otherwise I lose 3 victory points for that, assuming I hold everything else. So USA causing problems as usual. So we'll see how this pans out, but it's not looking good. I also don't have enough resources here to do another growth or do another prosperity. I need 4 phones, so I need to trade twice to do that, and I also need the money for it. It's a crap show. It's all going to hell. It's all going to hell, y'all. I'm trying to like juggle so many plates and I can't. It's so difficult. All right. So that is going to be my turn. I'm committing to that. Next up is going to be China. So China's going to take their turn. China is going to do a red action. So China is going to do a move. So they're going to spend $5 to move a tank to where they're currently under threat. China's not under threat anywhere. Not yet. So we'll bring their priority list back on screen. They're not under threat, so they're going to try to move it to a spot where they can put the most people under threat. They're going to have to move a tank. Oh, move a tank is from out of the game into the game. Okay, cool. So they can move a tank here or here. These are the two spots. So therefore, China will choose one of those two. It's a 50-50. Well, no. Russia's already under threat. So China's going to put it here. Okay, I lied. They're going to spend $5 and put it there. That's it. And they move their cube over? Yep, they did. Okay. So oh, China doesn't have $5. Oh, this is awkward. This is very awkward. China has $2 to their name. What if they can't afford it? Oh, wow. All right, so we don't move that cube back. Put that cube back where it came from, or so help me. So if they cannot afford this action, they trade instead. Do not move the base cube. So China's going to trade. Yeah, they're going to do a trade. So they're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 times 5, so $55. So from 2 to 57. All right, well, get good, China. Get good. Well, actually, no, let me take it back. Don't get good. I don't want to taunt the Automas because, you know, you're getting beat up all this time. Feels cool to have like consequences for their actions, but you know, still getting beat up. All right, so next, USA is going to go. USA is going to do a invest action. They're going to invest. They need to spend $15. They can afford it. So therefore, USA is going to invest in South Asia. They don't have any South Asian spots. So now USA is going to invest in the Middle. Stop it! Stop it! They're going to invest in the Middle East. I want to fight you so bad. Okay. All right, so they're going to spend $15 to invest in the Middle East. Oh, this game, I swear to God. Okay, all right, they're spending $15 stupid to do their $15 stupid thing. They're going to go from 38 to 23. Just like want to flip the table. It's just so rude. And they're going to put an influence cube in the Middle East because why not? Why not? Yeah, let's just go ahead and grab them 3 points and cause me issues. 1, 2, 3. The U.S. is my biggest op, clearly. Clearly. All right, Russia's going to go, finally. Russia's going to do a green action. Russia is going to do an engage. So they're going to do an engage. Russia has $57. They should be able to afford it. Where are they engaging? Russia is going to engage in the Middle East. Okay. I don't like it, but it lets me start bumping some cubes. So this is not ideal, but not that painful. It's very painful. Just to clarify, but it's whatever. All right, so Russia's going to engage in the Middle East. They're going to reduce the cost of the Middle East by 1 because they have 1 allied country, so 5. So they're spending $25 total. They're not in a diplomatic focus, so 25. So from 57, oh, what is that? That's 32. Yeah. 57 down to 32, and they're going to put an influence cube up there. They're going to gain 2 points. Look at them running away with it. Oh no, oh no. Okay. 1, 2. There we go. Okay, I think that's right. I might have bumped it. I might have lost somebody at a point. But I'm pretty far behind. This is not great. All right. Where did I build a base? Oh, I got my cube in the Americas right. Okay. So now that we are here, dearly beloved, we've gathered here today to get good. All right, I can draw a card and then build a base in an allied country. I need to draw a card. So draw a card, and then you can trash a card from your hand or your discard pile to play another card. Now, is this my discard pile? No, you can't see what I'm pointing at. Is this my discard pile? Because if the answer is yes, then I don't want to kill that card, but it gives me an idea for another action. Checking the rule books to see if my discard pile is right there. All right, choose one of the ability cards in your hand, play it in front of you to resolve its effects. If you can't resolve the full effect, list it, resolve it as much as you can. Then the card stays in front of you. Do not put it in your discard pile. Okay, so I have no discard pile right now, so these cards are very inconvenient. It lets me draw a card. So, oh man, that was so unfortunate. I only got one of them, so I guess I'm glad I didn't like quadruple down. All right. So I think the growth strategy card, I do want to do growth, but I need to do it later. So I'm going to play this card to initiate restructuring. I'm going to draw a card, and then I'm going to trash one of my growth cards, which feels terrible. I got to improve relations with the country. Yes, that's what I wanted. All right, I'm going to trash this growth card out of the game, and that's going to allow me to play another card. So I'm down one card. It's not great, but it's what I got to deal with. And then if I improve relations with Djibouti, then I need to go back to the Middle East. If I improve relations with UAE, then I can build a base there. I don't have enough money for both, though. Oh no, I do. Okay, yeah, because I can spin flags. All right, so we're gonna do improve relations. We're gonna improve relations with UAE. It's gonna cost me 2 flags. 1, 2. And then next turn we'll build a base there so we can get another tank. That puts more pressure on Russia. That gets me another cube there, and hopefully that'll let me have some fun with the stuff. But I really needed that improved relations card because it gets me on the board. It gets me where I need to. Now I will feel much better if I could improve relations with in Africa here, so I can kind of prepare for that. But I got to pick my battles here. Right now the USA has way too many cubes up there, and I need to start bumping this out. Hopefully Russia starts bumping it out too. If Russia puts another one, then that helps me out a lot. But right now, it's just I got 2 actions left, and I can only really put 2 more cubes down there. So USA might have snatched it from me, and I'm very, very annoyed. I think I will break the tie if I have more tanks than they do, which might help me out a lot. But I don't have faith that the USA is not going to put another tank there. Okay, all right. So that's my speculation here. So we're moving on from that crisis to this crisis of China taking a turn. They're going to do a growth. They got $57. They should be able to afford it. They're going to get a growth level 2. So let's go ahead and see what they're getting. Growth level 2. They have knowledge transfer or reduced bureaucracy. They should be able to afford either one. They got $57. So we're going to flip to see if they do A or B. And China is going to do B. So they're going to do reduced bureaucracy. All right. Once per round, you can draw a card, then trash a card from your hand. That would have been nice to have. Too bad I can't get it now. All right, so 3 plus 2, so they're going to earn 5 points for that. They're going to have to pay 30. So they're paying 30 points, or $30. So from 57 down to 27. And they're going to earn 5 points. So China, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's hope this point cannon that I'm trying to build here is working, because like I don't feel it. It don't feel like it's working. It don't feel like it's working. All right, that's China. America, my biggest op. America's going to do a trade action. So America's going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're going to get $40. So from 23 to 63. So close. All right, America's done. Moving over to Russia. Russia's going to do a yellow action. Russia's going to do a invest. Russia's going to invest. Oh man, this is bad. Oh no, they're investing in Africa. Oh god, I have that most in all players. Oh, stop it. Stop existing. All right, Russia's going to invest in Africa. This is the only time that they've ever invested in Africa. I don't know why they're investing in Africa all of a sudden. Again, the game knows that I have a plan, and it just says, let me just throw some monkey wrenches in it. All right, whatever. Russia's investing in Africa. So they're going to spend $15. Spend all that money. Jerks. So they're going to go from 32 down to 17. And they're going to put an influence cube there and get 3 points. Oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So mad at that. I'm so mad at all this. Everything happening is making me so mad. All right. All right, I think we need to, man, again, Djibouti, I need that. I don't have the ability to kind of do everything I need to do. I feel like the Middle East is lost because I need 2 influence and it's only going to tie with Americas, and I gotta hope that nothing else happens. I've lost Africa because Russia decided to show its stupid face. So for Africa, I have to have more influence than each other player in Africa, and I'm reading that as I have to total theirs up and see if mine's is more. And then for the Middle East, I have to have the most influence in the Middle East and North Africa. Did I say North Africa? I'm gonna say Africa. So I already have at least 3 influence in these 2 regions, so I'm already good on that one. I need to now have the most influence here, and it says influence. It doesn't say win the influence. Well, does that? Hold on. I wonder if that triggers. Let me check the rulebook. Because if tanks break ties on influence, then does that mean I have more influence? I mean, if we're tied, we're tied. I don't have more, right? Right? All right, in the case of a tie, the VP goes to the player with the most tanks in that region. If there's still a tie, then all ties, they get 1 lower. So yeah, I think the scoring tie break for tanks is different from these cards. So, all right, I'm just gonna go ahead and just exist with losing 3 victory points. That's terrible, terrible. All right, so knowing that, I'm gonna focus on Africa. Unfortunately, I had the wrong country to build a base in Africa, so I need to improve relations with Djibouti to kind of get that stuff there. But no, I can't. It's not gonna. I hate it here. I hate it here. I should have considered Middle East lost earlier, but yeah. The hubris. It was the hubris that got me. The hubris got to me. I can still move a tank into that region. I just can't build a base there. I don't have any way to move a tank. Now the other question is, can I pivot towards the Europe one? If I pivot towards the Europe one and then try to save the post-colonial order, oh man, you guys can't see anything. Man, it's camera work. If I pause this one and then score this one instead, I need to get 1 more or 2 more tanks in Europe, and then I have no FDI markers, and I need to get 1 more ally in Europe, which is doable. It's doable. So I can possibly get 4 points for this one, and then try to get these 9 points later, which is going to be like a hard fight to try to make sure that I hold on to the Middle East, because eventually Russia's going to start putting tanks there too, and it's going to cause me a lot of problems with their base building. But given our current board state, I think shifting to the stability in EU neighborhood might be easier to do now, and then I can fight harder for the rest of the stuff later. So I'm pivoting, unfortunately, because of just how things are just playing out right now. So given that I'm pivoting, I'm going to go ahead and do a common foreign and security policy. So I'm going to go ahead and play my growth card. Wait, what are these? There's growth. I can get a growth card here. I do want a growth card because it gives me points and some abilities here. So rapid reaction force. It says, whenever you choose your focus, if domestic or diplomatic, I can spend $5 to gain 1 tank. If military, I can move 1 tank for free. That's nice. Revenue optimization. During the research step, gain your upper bonus from 2 of your cards again. That's also nice. If I get a growth card, it will be none of my plans. And I'll be in even worse shape, won't I? This is challenging. I like it. I like the challenge, but it's just, I gotta figure out what makes sense. I have the ability to put 2 tanks into Europe. That's all I need to do. And if we get 3 influence in Europe, then Europe scores. And if I get 2 of those 3 influence, then I will end up scoring the most points, or tying with the US. I mean, I'll have more tanks in the US because I have 2 tanks there. So I think here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and do the common, foreign, and security policy. As much as I want a growth card, I think I need to hold on those. I'm gonna drop the engage. Well, engaging gives me a handshake too. That protects me from Russia. Actually, Russia's not a threat. Russia's not a threat currently. It could be a threat later, but it's not a threat currently. Engaging costs me flags, but it doesn't really give me the things that I need. So okay, so we're gonna discard our diplomatic engagement card, and we're gonna play common, foreign, and security policy to exhaust the EU member states to produce flags and tanks, and then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. So we're literally using that to, we have to exhaust the EU member states, which kind of sucks. But that's going to allow us to produce flags. I'm not going to produce any flags. And tanks, I can produce tanks, so I will. I can produce 2, so 1, 2, 1, 2, and I'll produce 2 more tanks because my production's only 2. Also, the big tanks are 3, by the way. I thought there were 5, but they're 3s, supposedly. So you can use them more often. Anyway. All right, so that's that. And then engage in a region or build an allied base. So my problem that I have here is that I will have to engage. Oh no, I got rid of my engage card. Oh, I can only engage or build a base because I only have $12. Oh heck. Okay, hold on. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna undo all that, and instead, I'm going to. Instead, I'm going to well-laid plans to draw a card and build a base. That gives me another option. And I'm shifting my scoring focus to stability in EU neighborhood. No, because I don't have enough EU countries. Oh, I only need 4. Okay, yeah, I only need 1 more. And this other, jeez. Because I need to do both of these to get the tanks where I need them. Actually, oh no. I don't think I can pivot, y'all. I don't think I can afford to pivot because I need 1 more action. I need 1 more action to pivot. And I don't have the extra action. Shoot. Yeah, I do not have the ability to pivot because, so this card, I do not have Africa right now, and I've lost the Middle East, so I can score at most 6 points on this if I get Africa back, which I can. Stability in EU neighborhood, the problem with this card is that I need 2 tanks up in Europe, and I have no way to move tanks. I could play my executive order to move up to gain 1 tank and move up to 2 tanks, and that'll allow me to kind of throw some tanks in there. To have the tanks where I need them, and actually, okay, never mind. I take it back. I can afford it. It's just Europe won't score, which is the part that doesn't feel good. I'm winning Africa. I'm winning the 7 points there, and I'm also going to get some points from Americas, and I'm also winning currently South Asia, but that's not guaranteed. Oh my gosh, my brain's on fire. Well-laid plans is nice because it gives me the card back that I need because I burned a card earlier, so I can play 2 cards at once, but now I'm down a card for my research phase. If I do well-laid plans, then it allows me to draw the card back up, get my card economy back on an even track, and then it also allows me to build a base. The problem is I don't have enough money to build a base twice. If I could build a base twice, I would be very happy. But I do not have that ability. Now, common, foreign, and security policy allows me to produce flags and armies, and then I can engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. So knowing that I can engage in a region, that means I can engage in Africa and kind of wrangle that back into my control. So I don't have to worry about that unless somebody puts another cube there for some reason. China's most likely to do it. Russia showing up just really caused me a lot of problems. again, Middle East is lost. I'm not going to be able to get the full 9 points. I'm already I'm calling that lost. And then later on, I can use my move tanks ability to move my tanks into Europe, and then start preparing for the final scoring condition. So, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna draw a card and build a base. We're gonna commit to just going for half, not the full 9 points, just 6. It's not ideal, but this is what I need to do. Oh, I can't build a base in Africa. Shoot, that was the whole point. That was the whole. Oh no, we're back where we started. That's rude. That's so rude. I don't even know what to do with that. Yo, I don't even know what to do with that. Okay. What else we got? We got a bunch of nothing. Literally, my choice last action is what's causing me all of the heartache. That plus Russia and China, or Russia and America jumping in the Middle East, causing problems. Okay, all right, here's what we're doing. We're gonna do EU expansion. We're gonna play our growth card for this one. This is, God, this feels so bad. This allows us to get the influence that we need. And we're gonna go for the EU scoring. So we're not gonna get a growth card this round. We're not gonna engage another region. We're gonna focus on the EU one. I have a plan. I'll show you instead of tell you. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. This is improve relations with a country in Europe, and then you can spend 2 extra to gain 1 permanent influence to Europe, even if there's no available slot. So we're going to spend 1 flag to gain Bosnia. So that's going to give us our 4. And then we're going to spend 2 extra flags to get a cube in that region. And we're going to put it on the permanent side. I don't know if we'll be able to get this to score, but I want to kind of get my foothold in Europe. Because do I need majority? I don't need majority in Europe. But I want to try to get a foothold in Europe, because if I can get that to score, that would be beautiful. That'll give me a ton of points. 9 points in total. So I'm getting 1 victory point, and that's it. So that's what I'm doing. And then my next action, I'm gonna build a base in Europe. And if somebody puts a cube up there in Europe, which I hope they do, then Europe will score. I'll have the ability to, oh no, I'll have 1 tank. I need 2 tanks. Shoot. Okay, I need 2 people to put cubes in there. If 2 people put cubes there, then it will score. Actually, do I care about it scoring? I don't think I care about it scoring. Yeah, I don't think I care about Europe scoring. So if I don't care about Europe scoring, then I need to go for the 5 points. Because that's more. And then I can use my next action to play an executive order to move 2 tanks into Europe, and then I will be able to score 4 points from that. But that's my plan. So I'm going to get 4 more points. Okay. So there we go. So I'm going to preserve the Middle East Africa fight for later. The U.S. having 3 cubes here is diabolical. I hate it. But it's the bed that I made, and it's the bed I'm lying in. So that is it. Okay, so I'm done with my turn. Took me a little bit to kind of have an existential crisis and deal with that. Going back over here to who's next? China for the last action. They're going to do a green action. China's green action is going to be to engage. China's red. So China's going to engage. Where are they engaging in? China is going to engage in South Asia. Oh, okay. Well, cool. I'm glad I didn't do the thing I was going to do then. So China's going to engage in South Asia. They're going to spend 4 minus 1, so 3, so 15. They need to spend $15. So from 27 down to 12. And they're going to place a cube here and gain 4 victory points. So 1, 2, 3, 4. China's starting to run away with it. It's happening. It's happening. Okay, China's done. Now we're going to go over to America. America's going to do a growth. America has $63. They're going to go for a growth level 2. Let's go ahead and see what options they have. Come on down. So they're going to go for, oh, well, there's only one card for them to choose. So they're going to choose the one that they can choose. They're going to go, everybody has level 2 and level 1 except for me. Man, I'm slacking. They're going to pay $25 for that. So from $63, oh man, I got to do the math. All right, let me switch back over. From $63, let's see, let's do this slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 20. So they're going to go 38. I can do math. Oh, and they're going to get 4, sorry, there we go. 4 plus 2, so 6 victory points for USA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at them all together, hanging out, colluding. Colluding, I tell you. All of them. Just collusion. Straight up collusion. Okay. Continuing on. So, we are... Everybody... Oh, no. Russia. Russia's going to build a base. Okay, okay. Russia's going to build a base. Hold on. I might have been able to get that to score earlier. I'm glad I pivoted already, so it's too late. I'm going to put 2 tanks there, so it doesn't matter. Russia's going to build a base. They're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. Russia's under threat here. Russia's under threat here. Russia's under threat here. Russia's under threat by 2 here. No. Yeah, Russia's under threat. Oh, no, actually. Yeah, no. Yeah. Russia's under threat by 2 here. Because China's here. Oh, sorry. That's backwards. Russia's under threat by 2 there because China's here. And China's threatening by 2. US is threatening Russia by 2 there. And I'm threatening Russia by 1. And the US is threatening Russia by 2. So their total threat is 3 here and then 2 and 2. So they're going to go here or there. So it's a 50-50. That's how I'm reading that. That's how I'm interpreting that. So they're threatened here or here by the same amount. So they're going to choose A-B situation, A or B. And they're going to choose A, so they're going to build a tank over here. Ah, man, I could have got it to score. No, actually, I couldn't have. Yeah, well, I could have gotten a score, but I wanted the points. I don't care if it scores. I more so care about getting the tanks in that spot. And actually, I take it back. All right, okay, I had to remind myself I need to move tanks up here. Oh, shoot, you know what? Wait. Oh, man, because I can move multiple tanks up there, couldn't I? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I can do common foreign and security policy, my next asset there, and build a base and then do all that. But like I have my cube in the wrong spot. I've already committed my cube to where it's at. So we're not going to be able to get Europe to score, but I could have gotten Europe to score if I did common foreign and security policy. Because that allows me to exhaust the EU member states, make tanks, and then build a base. Oh, I don't have enough money. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't have enough money to move my tanks. Okay, now we're good. We're good. We're going to stay where we are. I have exactly enough money to move 2 tanks. And that's what I'm going to do with my executive order. Because scrubbing it up here. Living the scrub life. Anyway, Russia's building a tank here. In Europe, they're going to build one in Belarus. Where's Belarus? Right there. Belarus. And boom. They're going to pay $10 total, so from 17 down to 7. And we're going to build a Russian tank right there. Boom. And they're going to gain an influence. We're going to choose high or low. 50-50. They're going to choose high. So 1 victory point for Russia. I hate how close they are in points. It just lets me know how bad I am at this game. At least that's what it feels like. Okay. All right, so Russia's done. Everybody's done except for me. So I'm on to my side. I'm going to be playing my executive order, so I'm discarding my diplomatic engagements. And executive order is what I'm playing, and I'm going to use that to move up to 2 tanks. So, oh, I get to gain a tank first? Oh, heck yeah. I gain a tank. This is gain or produce? No, it says gain. It doesn't say produce, it says gain a tank. Gain a tank, and then move up to 2. Hell yeah. I got to spend $10 for that, though. Because this is my sphere of influence. I don't need a base there. Boom, $10. I did it. All right, so I will be able to at least score 4 points from my stability in the EU neighborhood, get that card out of the way, and then I can focus on post-colonial order for the end game and get 9 points, hopefully. That's the plan. That's the plan. We'll see if it happens. Okay, so that's the end of the round. No more things happen. Stop doing things, bots. Stop doing things, please. All right, moving on, we have our research phase. So research phase is kicking in. I got one little measly card, but it's a reasonable card, 6 and 3. So let's go ahead and see what the Automas are going to get first. So the Automas, they are going to grab some stuff. Oops. Okay, there we go. All right. So starting off with Russia. Russia's going to gain $7, so they're going to go to 14. And they're going to gain 4. Russia is in a domestic focus, so 4, 6, 7. So they're going to gain 7. Okay, China's going to gain $10, so from 12 to 22. And they're going to gain 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so plus 2, so they're going to gain 5. America and China are in a military focus, so they're not going to get any bonuses for this. America is going to get 6 there, so $6, so from 38 to 44. Okay, and they're going to gain 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. They're going to have 7. They got a lot of research points. Speaking of a lot of research points, for me, the person without a lot of research points, I got one measly card. I get $6, which I'm happy about. And then I gain 3 research. I can't believe my plans changed so dramatically, so drastically. It's crazy. All right, that card's out of the game. That card's out of the game. Okay, so I have 3 research points plus my countries up here, my fellow country persons. And let's go to the main board. Here we go. All right, so, research. We're doing research, right. Research. So for the research, we are doing China, and then America, and Russia, and me. Okay. All right, so starting off with China. China's going to try to buy the most expensive thing it can. There are no 5s, so it's going to buy a 4. So China's going to prioritize yellow cards over any other color. So therefore, China's going to choose this or this. It's going to choose the one closest to the deck, the newest one. So it's going to take that card, and then it's going to spend its last one to burn that card. Bye-bye. Card burned me anyway. I had good plans, and then it just puttered out. All right, America's going to spend as much as it can and can spend a 7, so it's going to spend a 7. So it's done. Russia's going to spend as much as it can, and it can spend a 7, so it'll spend a 7. Wait, did I put that in the right spot? Yeah, okay. All right, so Russia's done. And over to me. So for me, I have 3. So for me, I have 3. I have 3 plus my countries, but I'm going to stay in diplomatic focus. I think staying in diplomatic focus is the move. I could go to military focus and put a lot of pressure on Russia to start building tanks, but I really don't want Russia to build tanks. What I truly want to do is I want to get a base built in South Asia or East Asia Pacific, and I can do neither. Build bases in neither. Well-laid plans was a good card. I didn't get a chance to use it because of the circumstances. Military exercises is also not terrible. Move up to 3 tanks, then you can reset one of your temporary influence cubes in one of the regions that you moved your tanks to. Like, that could be really nice. I need the money to do it though. Return on investment is also not a bad card, but military exercises is like the better version of my tanks. It allows me to kind of reposition stuff. It gives me the ability to kind of mess with the Automa's logic a lot, especially if I can get a base in those extra places. And it could even encourage me to go in military focus. All right, improve relations with 2 countries on the board. Oh, assign new diplomats. That's nice. That gives me a bunch of countries all at once. That could be pretty strong. All right, I think what I want to go for here is I think return on investment is not a terrible card, especially now that, oh, actually, no, it is a terrible card because I don't need to invest in my countries anymore because I'm about to score that card that I needed to do that with. So return on investments is a trash card now. It is garbage. I don't need it. So military exercises is a reasonable card because it allows me to, well, do I? No, military exercise is not that great either because I already have my tanks where I need them. I'm scoring the Europe card. Okay, yeah, so don't need this, don't need this, don't need that. So I would like this. And this is like the only good card out there right now. I mean, this one's reasonable. I can produce and then play another card. Oh my gosh, sorry. Yeah, I think assign new diplomats is not terrible. Well-laid plans will give me some more influence because I can build a base and draw a card. So it's not a trash card. I think these are my 2. Do I want both is a question. I think well-laid plans is nice, and assign new diplomats is also nice. So I'm going to go with well-laid plans first. So it's going to cost me 4. And I'm going to see what shows up, because assign new diplomats is nice, but it's situational. I need to get more flags. So it's going to cost me 3, and then I have to spend my countries here. Will let EU member states be... Oh, no, I need EU... Well, okay, I can refresh it. EU member states is tapped. So I now have a potential of 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 12 potential if I want to spend everything. And currently I have 1, 2, 3 countries exhausted. So, I can also spend 2 to burn the last 3, but that seems a little wasteful. I think assign new diplomats is nice, but I have to have the flags to do it, so I need to stay in domestic focus. And I also need money. I need trades. I have no trades available. I'm assuming I'll be drawing some trades next round, but it would be really nice to have some trades. So if I spend 2 to burn the last 3, then I'll have 10 left, but I don't know if I want to do that. All right, I'm gonna take assign new diplomats. I feel like it's a good enough card. I need to take this card because then I can get some really good power in my allies, and it'll mesh well with another card that exists in my deck. I think somewhere in there. So I want to spend. I need to spend 5. So we're gonna spend 3 from Africa, South Africa, and then 2 from UAE, and then we'll refresh those 2 in a second. Actually, I don't care about the European countries, do I? Yeah, no. Give me UAE back. I don't care about the European countries, so I'm going to exhaust these 2 instead. All right, there we go. All right. Another card is Dominant Power. Engage in a region, spending 1 flag less for each tank you have in the region. Ooh, that's not terrible. Hold on. Hold up. Let them cook. Let them cook. Because that can give me a free location if I just throw a whole bunch of tanks in the Middle East. And, I'm sorry, give me a free engagements. Oh my gosh, that's actually really good. All right, yeah, I'm taking that one too. All right, I'm buying that for 4. Screw it, we'll do it live. All right, so I'm exhausting Israel and Norway. All right, pretty expensive round. I bought 3 cards. We'll see if that ends up paying off or biting me in the butt later. We have options. I want options. I need options. Okay, so that is all settled. So now we're done with our research phase and we can move on to our aftermath. So return on investment. I will be returning this because I need every dollar I can get. So I'm pulling this back home to get $5. It's not a lot, but it would have definitely changed my round last game. So I get that from Bhutan. And then the Automas, $15 for the US. So the US is going to go from 44 to 59. Okay. And then next up is China. China's gonna get $10 more, so from 22 to 32. And then Russia is gonna go from $14 up to $19. Okay, hold on. One second. Okay. Cool. Oh, I should probably post this, huh? Yeah, it's fine. All right. Continuing on, we got our return on investments. Okay, cool. Oh, I also get $2. Hey, look at that Bruton paying back dividends. I got $15 now. Hell yeah. Okay, so now we increase prosperity. So I'm gonna have to sit out on this one because I wasn't able to get my stuff in the right spot. Now I get to watch them have fun over here. The USA wants to spend $25 to go to the next level. It can. It has $59, so it's gonna go from 59 down to 34. And it's going to gain 4 victory points. Okay. China wants to spend $30 to the next level. It only has $22, so it cannot afford it. Russia wants to spend $20 to go to the next level. It only has 19, so it cannot, so therefore it does not. All right, I feel good about that. Okay. So only the USA went up in the things there. And now we go into resolve threats. So resolving threats, Russia is not in a military stance. US is in a military stance, so Russia's getting threatened twice. So therefore Russia's gonna lose 4 victory points here. The decline. China is threatening Russia by 2 here, so therefore Russia's gonna go down 2. And then we, USA and me, are threatening Russia, so Russia's gonna lose 2 more. Yeah, that's right. Stay in last place. Yeah, Russia's having a hard time of it because they're getting bullied. They're getting bullied. All right, now I just need to bully China next. And then apparently I need to bully USA, but I can't. I just gotta do good. The USA is just running away with it, man. It's crazy. To be fair, I don't have any of my growth cards. If I had some growth cards, then I could be doing better score-wise, and I just lost a prosperity level, so there's a lot of reasons why my points are not pointing properly, but I'm hopeful that I've invested in the correct thing. Because we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 scoring regions. So all regions except for 1 are scoring this scoring phase, and I will be able to benefit from a number of points from them. So we'll see how this pans out. Okay, so that's all done. Now we move on to scoring. So we do get to score this round. We are going to start here with points that are on the board. I forgot about the rest of the scoring conditions, but hey. $15 is terrible compared to everything else. I'm going to do these first so I don't forget. So first place for money is going to be the USA, so they're going to earn 5 points. Second place for money is going to be China, so they're going to earn 3 points. And then last place, or third place is Russia. I only have $15. Russia has 19, so Russia's going to score 1 point. All right, next up is tanks. This is tanks on the board, is that right? Why you no tell me? Why you no tell me? All right, tanks on board, let me see. I think that's armies is the correct word. Armies on the board. Most armies on the board, ignore those on player boards. Okay. Okay. So most armies on the board. I have the most armies on the board. Ha 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 ha. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I actually get that. 6. Heck yeah, I'll take it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at me catching up. All right. I think Russia has 1, 2, 3. America has 2. China has 2. So Russia has second place at 3. That's crazy. With me having the most tanks on the board, that's wild. All right, and then next up is going to be a tie between China and America, so they're going to get 0. Okay, that felt good. I got some points there. All right, most countries, most allies, I definitely have that. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 allies. We have, so I get the 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Second most is China, if I'm not mistaken. China has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think America and Russia are tied. So China's going to get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then Russia and America are tied. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they're both tied. So they don't get any points for that one. So that's cool. I'm in the running. I'm not last right now, so far. So let's do scoring. Starting off with the Americas. Americas are going to score because we have the top permanent influence filled out. So America is going to get 7 points. So USA 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And EU is going to get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Over here in Africa is going to score. EU is going to get 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then Russia and China are tied, so they're going to get 2 apiece. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. Middle East is going to score. America is going to get first for 10. Ugh, that's so many points. 55 to 65. Jeez. All right. Second place is Russia. Wow. 7 points for them. So from 37 to 44. And then I get third place with 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that's done. Europe does not score. Central Asia is going to score. So China has the most, so it's going to get 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Russia has second place, so they're going to get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then finally, South Asia. Actually, no, not finally. Next last. Sorry. As a side note, for those who are wondering, yes, I know I need to add the victory points for the influence cubes and scoring spots. I just want to clarify. I know that. I just want to get this done in order so I don't miss a spot. South Asia is going to go. So, we're tied. Oh, you jerk. So China and I are going to get 5 points apiece. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's it. And then over here in East Asia Pacific, America is going to get 9 points. Oof, they need to stop getting points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And China is going to get 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now we need to add the points for cubes and scoring regions. So I'm going to do this all at once. So we're going to add up. Russia's first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They got 7 cubes and regions that we're scoring. So 7 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Haha, I'm not last. Woo! Next up is me, EU. EU is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 7 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Next up is China. China has a lot. I don't like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 for them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 77. And then finally, America. They got 1, 2, 6, 10. They got 10. So from 74 to 84. All right, and here we are. This is where we are score-wise. I'm not last. I thought I was going to be able to have a payout higher, but no. Oh, sorry, we got one more scoring. I got to do my card. So we got stability in the EU neighborhood. So for my card here, do we need to zoom in more? We can zoom in more. Yeah, it's fine. Zoom in more. Yeah, there you go. Get that card in there. Oh, it's running out of focus. Oh, come on. Come on, man. You can do it. I believe in you. There you go. All right, so this is stability in EU neighborhood. This is what I'm going to choose to score. So I need to have at least 4 allied countries in Europe. I do. I have 4 allied countries in Europe. I need to have at least 2 tanks in Europe. I do. I have at least 2 tanks in Europe. And I need to have FDI tokens on at least 2 countries from Europe. I do not. So therefore, I get 4 victory points for this. So for me, I get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Now for the other, this card goes out of the game. This card goes out of the game forever. Okay, so it's all done. So now we go over into the Automas. We'll start with Russia. So we'll shuffle their cards, and we draw one and score it, and then we throw it out of the game forever. Oh no, we draw two and score them, don't we? Is it two or one? Oh no, wait. I think we draw two and score it. Oh man, no, don't say that. Draw two objective cards for each Automa, check both. Oh man, that's rude. All right, we draw two for the Automas. All right, this one is Western Hegemony Challenger. Have at least 8 influence on the main board. It has 7. I think I got 7. Russia has 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, at least 8 on the board, not scoring. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they have 9. So they do have at least 9. Or they have. So yes, have more influence in the U.S. in. No, have at least 2 influence cubes in the Middle East. Yes. So they're going to get 4 victory points. So 4 points for Russia. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're also going to score this one. Prehistoric? How do you say that? Prehistoricia 2.0? Sure. Prehistoricia 2.0. I think that's how you're supposed to pronounce that. Have increased your prosperity 2 times? No, they failed. Have increased your at least 2 of your productions, so we assume yes, and have at least $40. No, they have 19. So they only got 1. They got 1 point from that. Okay. All right, so that's done. So these cards are going to go out of the game forever. That's Russia. Now we move on to China. So China. China's going to get the Chinese economic miracle. Have increased your prosperity 3 times. At least 3 times. No, they did not. Have at least 2 phones. So they do. We assume yes on those kind of goals. And have at least $40. Or have at least $40. No. So they only got 1 of those. They got 2 points for that. 1, 2. Okay. And then the next one is economic dominance. Have the most money? No. Have FDI on 4 countries? No. Have increased at least 4 of your productions? We assume yes. So they're going to get 2 points for that. 1, 2. All right, so China is all done. And now America's the last one. So I'm not last, which is cool, but I got a lot of work to do. I'm glad I pivoted when I pivoted. So the USA is going to be the American dream. Have increased your prosperity at least 2 times. Yes. Have increased your phone or your consumer goods production by at least 1. Yes. Have at least $40. No, they have $34. So they got 2. So they get 3 points for that. 1, 2, 3. And then next, have FDI tokens on at least 2 countries. Yes, they have that. Have the most money. Yes. And have increased your at least 2 of your productions, so we assume yes. So they got 5 points for that. Ugh, that's rough. They don't need more points, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're at 92, and we're only on round 3. This is crazy. It's crazy. Something's going wrong here. I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. All right, so that's all done. Okay, so now we're finally finished. Now this is where we land. So this is where it's landing here for the scoring. So as you can see the scoring, Russia is in last place. I am in second to last place. China is here, and US is way up there. I got a lot of work to do. I'm going to try to score 9 points on my next one for post-colonial order. And also I really, really, really need to get my monkey wrenches in there for the Middle East. And I really need to get my like interference in there on like I want to try to get a foothold in Central Asia if I can, even because I really want to like not have them just share those points between the 2 of them. 8 points is a lot of points. I don't think I'll be able to get all 8, but still, something's better than nothing, you know. All right, so that is our scoring. So we're done with that. Now we're going to go over to a new round, and we get more cubes. Woo, more cubes. So starting off with the USA. USA is going to do engage. And then China is going to do build a base. And then Russia's going to do invest. Okay. So that's our cubes. Now we draw our cards. Draw our 6 cards. 6 cards. Got them. All right. So we got our 3 cards that we bought. Yeah. And then we got some other cards here. Foreign direct investment. Invest in a country. Improve relations with a country. Gain 1 tank. And you can move up to 2 tanks. That's not terrible. That's the action that I did last time. All right. With my executive order. So we're done there. Next is going to be reveal new country cards. So I'll stand up for this one. The blood circulation going. Ooh, Canada. Ooh, Mali and Djibouti. Oh, wait. All right, I'm going to say they're on 61. I don't know where they were. I bumped it. Oh, I can build a base over there? Yes. Yes. All right. Okay, we got the new countries. New countries just dropped. Determine turn order. I am not last anymore. Russia is, and America is first. Okay. All right, there we go. So that's all done. Everything's going to crap here. All right. So now we do our produce primary resources. So I want to produce 1 raw material, 1 energy. I'm going to produce 3 food. 1, 2, 3. Take me a sip of water. All right. And now we get to choose our focus. So I only have $15. I need a trade. Do I have a trade in my hand? I have no such trades in my hand. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding me. All right, well, clearly I need some kind of miracle here. I have no money and I have no trade cards in my hand. And I don't think I had the opportunity to build a trade last time. So we've already established that I need to really build my presence out here in the Middle East and North Africa. I need to add 1 more influence to either South Asia or the Americas to make sure that I get the victory condition there. I think I'm going to stay diplomatic. I'm going to have no money. I'm going to have $0, exactly $0. But I'm improving relations, improve relations and engage, and then I can also do that to engage in a region. So we're going to stay diplomatic focused. We're going to stick to our guns. We're going to unexhaust 5. We need EU member states back. So that's 1, Israel 2, South Africa 3, Canada 4, because that gives me the free influence if I just pull Canada. And then for number 5, I don't know who I want number 5 to be. I guess I need Europe. Well, I don't need Europe anymore. It'll be nice to have Europe's stuff, but I'm focused on post-colonial order now from this point forward. So I could even move those tanks out of Europe if I wasn't too worried about the threat. I think Russia's been depressed enough with all the threat being put against it. Getting Jordan back is not going to help me out a ton. Norway is already gone. Iceland is already gone. I think I want to get. I mean, Bosnia's not going to do anything for me. I can build a base there, but it's not going to help. I think Bhutan makes the most sense because it's going to make engaging over here in South Asia cheaper, even though it's not going to give me a ton back. So okay, all right. So that's our 5. Now we can spend 7 to increase our production. We're not going to. We can also spend money to do flags. I will spend all of my dollars. I'm full in. I'm all in on doing engagements. I got to engage this round, so I get all 5. I'm holding on to no extra dollars. All I can do is improve, and engage. That's it. All I can do is improve, and engage. Oh, I can also do a move. So that's my 4 actions. So we're gonna have a fun time with this. Trying to make our lives a little bit better here. All right, so that is committed for me. So now I need to do the Automas. It will be nice to trade so I can get my prosperity up next time. because that's really part of my income I was planning on. I was hoping to get. But given the cards that I drew and based on what I bought, I'm kind of locked in on going this engagement route. So this is how I'm going to play the game. This is how I'm going to engage with the game, if you will. It's pun intended. All right, so let's go into the Automas. What are they going to do? We need to give them their starting thing, so they figure out their focus. So we're going to shuffle this. And again, I think I'm going to move my tanks to Middle East, and then try to, or actually, I want to lock down Africa first, and then I'm gonna let Russia and America fight over there for a little bit. But I'm gonna make sure I lock down Africa, and then try to sneak into South Asia if I can. That's my goal. All right, so starting off with the U.S. U.S.'s focus is going to be military, so they're going to stay where they are. China's focus is going to be diplomatic, so they're going to move over to diplomatic. And then Russia is going to change their focus to military. Okay, that's scary. All right, well, about what I expected by now. So I'm glad they're doing their roles normally. So let's go and give them their resources. So per round, 5 times round number for domestic and 3 times round number for that. So China's going to get $20 from 22 to 42. Russia and America are going to get $12 apiece. So America's going to go from 34 to 46. And then Russia is going to go from 19 to 20, nope, 31. 31? Yeah, 31. All right, and that's our starting stuff. So we have that established. China needs to take their free engage action. Improve relations. They're going to improve relations with somebody outside of their sphere of influence. Watch it be Africa. Central Asia is in their sphere of influence. East Asia is in their influence. Central Asia is in. South Asia is in Africa. I knew it. I told you. All right, they're going to take the spot where they can build a base. They can build a base in Djibouti. It's funny. So they're going to take that place. They're going to get Africa. And there we go. So I desperately need to grab that before somebody else does. Otherwise, I'm not going to have a foothold. The foothold I wanted. So that's going to cost them $5. So they're going to go from 42 to 37. All right. And now we get to commence our turns, starting off with America. Heck yeah. So they're going to do a green action. America is going to do a engage. America is going to engage where? America is going to engage in East Asia Pacific, so they're going to engage over there. They're going to spend -2, so they're not in a diplomatic focus. So they're going to do 3. So they're spending $15 to do so. So they go from 46. Because remember our conversion, just going to bring it back up. We're going to go from 46 down to 31. And they're going to gain an influence in East Asia Pacific. They're going to gain 3 points. All right, America, 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Whew, it's getting scary. All right, that card goes out of the game forever, and they draw another card. Their cheaty action. They're going to build a base. So they're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. America is currently not under threat by anybody. They are tied with Russia, and nobody's threatening them anywhere else. So they're going to try to put the most people under threat in their spheres of influence. So America put somebody well, Russia's already under threat here. So I guess they're going to choose here or here. So 50-50, so A or B. Oh, actually, I lied. They're going to try to put a tank where somebody has more tanks. Is that what it says? Let me go back. So the way I'm interpreting this now for move/build a base, it says a region in its zone of interest where it will put at least one other player under threat if multiple reasons apply when another player has more tanks, where another player has more tanks. So another player is me. As the EU, I have more tanks in the US and Europe. So therefore, the US is considering putting a tank there. Now, it says more tanks. It didn't say more threat. It says more tanks. So I have more tanks in the U.S. U.S. is very, oh, my tanks are bigger than your tanks. So they're going to go ahead and build a tank over here. So they're going to build a base in Europe, is what I'm trying to say. So they're going to go ahead and spend. That's how I'm interpreting that now. Before, I would have interpreted that as whoever has more threat than they did. But it says clearly where another player has more tanks. So there's multiple regions where we'll put somebody more, the same number of players under threat. And this will put more pressure on them. So, sorry. This is where their tanks are matched. So I have more tanks than they do. So they're gonna put a tank there, which I kind of hate, but don't worry, I'll fix that later. So that's gonna be $10 for the U.S. So they're gonna go from 31 down to 21, and they're gonna build a base over in this area, and they get an influence. And it's a high-low situation. We must be halfway through our long recording. Yes, so my mic died. Sorry, we're back. I just plugged it back in, or plugged it in, so it's good. So the U.S. is a high-low situation, so they're going to figure out high or low. We're in round 4, so they're going to choose low. So they're going to gain 4 victory points. They broke 100. No, they're not. They're at 99. They're almost there. All right, Russia, I need you to step up and start causing the U.S. some problems instead of causing me problems, please. Please. And thank you. Peas and carrots. Peas and carrots. Okay, so the U.S. is done. Now we're going over to China. So China is going to go. They're going to do a yellow action. So China is red. They're going to do an invest. So they're going to invest. They're going to spend $15 to invest in somebody. China is going to invest in Africa. Ah, they're putting an influence there. No. Why? Why, China? I hate you so much. I hate you so much. All right, $15 is what they're spending. They're going to go from 37 down to 22. And they're going to spend $15. Oh, they spent their $15. They're going to put one in here. Where's the influence? There it is. What are the chances? What are the chances that they would get the cards back to back, So that's random. So 2 points for them. 1, 2. All right, and this card goes out of the game forever. And now we're going to draw another one. And they're going to do a growth. You can't. You don't have enough money. So they're just going to gain $30. They're going to get a growth. We can look at the growth cards just to make sure. But they shouldn't be able to afford it because the growth card they're getting is level 3. So they need to spend, use our conversion chart up here, $45 or $40. And they only have 22. So as a result of that, they do not have the moolah. So they're going to gain $30 flat. So from 22 to 53. And that's it. Is it $30? Yeah, $30. All right, China is done. Over to me. What? Not all the Automas are going before I do? That's so weird. All right, so going over to me, I have my plans in place. I want to move my tanks so I can put some pressure on Russia somewhere. Oh, no. I need to, I can build a base in East Asia Pacific and put China under threat and make China and America fight each other over there. So I need to build a base, or I need to pull Australia. So if I improve relations, or if I improve relations with 2 countries. Yeah, let's do that. We're going to improve relations with 2 countries here on the board. So I'm improving relations with 2 countries here on the board. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I got 10 engagement here. I got 10 diplomacy, And that's going to allow me to do the thing. So what I want to do, that's the wrong overlay. Why is it always the wrong overlay? There we go. What I want to do is I want to improve relations here with Australia and improve relations here with Canada, because that gives me the other cube I need. So I'm improving relations with Australia. That's going to cost me 3 flags. I cannot reduce this by at all. So it's just 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to put my hand in the cookie jar over there. It's rough. Actually, is there a better cookie jar? No, it's too late. I've already revealed cards. No, I need, okay, hold on. This is a pipe dream. I would like to do this so I can start putting my hand in the cookie jar over here, but I need this done. I need to gain Mali. So I'm gaining Mali. I'm spending 1. So we're at 10, so I'm spending 1 to gain Mali, because that lets me build a base there. That helps me out. I don't have the money to build a base now, but I can move my tanks there. Oh, I can already move my tanks there. Hold on. Do I need Mali? No, I don't need Mali either. Okay, sorry. Let me shuffle this. Technically, I revealed information I shouldn't see. So I'm shuffling this without looking at it. You can't see me. Here's me shuffling. And I'm not looking at it. Putting Mali back on top, because Niger was next. Nigeria, I mean, was next. Yeah, I'm gaining Canada, and I'm gaining Australia. This is so expensive, though. Jeez, that's so expensive. That's so expensive. And I have no trades, and I can't get anything else back. Oh my gosh. I feel like I need to grab Canada now, otherwise the US has a chance to snatch it. And they will. Oh no, they actually want... Who wants Canada? Oh, I want Canada. Okay, Canada's for me. I see. Yeah, I'm gonna grab Canada. So I'm grabbing Canada. I'm committing to that. We're spending 3. 1, 2, 3, and we're gonna get a free influence cube because we had the unexhausted. So we're gonna get 4 victory points for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and my second place that I'm improving relations with on the board. Oh man, I really want to do Australia because that gets me a foothold in the East Asia Pacific, but I think I need to fight harder for South Asia. Getting India gives me ability to, well no, Maldives is not terrible either. And the Maldives is pretty cheap. If I take Sudan, then I can do 2 engages in Africa for virtually free. Oh wait, I forgot. Engaging is 2 less for me. Oh, that's even better. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So I don't really need a big investment in big locations. Getting a foothold for Australia for tanks later though, that lets me put pressure on China. I think China's going to be the runaway winner. The USA is causing problems, but I need China and the USA to fight. And that's the only way for me to get China and the USA to fight. I can instigate that fight by putting a bunch of tanks over there. And forcing China to put tanks, and then the USA put tanks, and they kind of had a base race over there, and the US will hopefully start losing a few points because of that. And then maybe eventually Russia will start putting more tanks here and put some pressure on the US, and I can hopefully put handshakes to defend myself with my alliances that I have. So all in all, I think taking Australia is a good idea. I think taking Australia is a good idea. So I'm gonna take this for 3. So 1, 2, 3. And keep in mind, I have no money. I have no money to my name. All I can do is hope I overproduce. If I overproduce, I get to convert the goods immediately, but I don't have such things, so. All right. Okay, that's my big move. That's my big move. I spent all the things. I got all the stuff. I got all the nations in front of me. I got one of each region. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I'm missing somewhere. Where am I missing? Where am I missing? Central Asia? Oh, I'm not in Central Asia. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so I got my 4th influence though, so that means that the post-colonial order card will be good for having 4 influence outside of my normal regions. I just need to fight hard for Africa. I need Africa to be held down. I need to lock that down. I need to have more influence than everybody else there, which means I'm gonna have to do some moves to battle. Africa is hard already. The Middle East is also difficult, but we're trying. We're trying to get our points. We're trying to get our points. We're trying to put ourselves where we need to be. We're trying to go where we need to go. All right, I'm committed. I'm done with my action. So now we're moving over to Russia. Russia gets to take its first cheaty action. It has 2 spots, but this one has a red box, or this one has, the red one has a cube on it. So therefore, we're gonna do the red one. So Russia's whites, they're gonna move, they build a base. And they're gonna build a base somewhere where they're currently under threat. Well, they're currently under threat in a lot of places. So Russia is under threat here. Russia is under threat here. Actually, no, I lied. Russia's no longer under threat here because they have 4 to China's 2. So Russia is fine there. Russia's currently under threat here. There's a 1 and a 2, so 3 total threat. I guess you count them individually, so 2 and 1. But even still, I think Russia is under less of a threat. Well, it's close. It's easier for Russia to become less under threat here. So they can put 1 tank here and become less under threat. because there's 1 and 2. So there's 2 different pressure points, whereas that one is just 1 pressure point of the Americas, causing 2 pain to Russia. And actually, Russia has 1 defense there, and Russia has 1 defense here. Well, no, it's the same thing. Never mind. The math still maths out properly. So therefore, Russia is going to go for... I'm going to declare that Russia is going to go for the Middle East, mostly because they're threatened twice. Actually, no, I lied. Russia has 1 defense because they're in military stance, so I don't even count. They're just focusing on the U.S. So there's 1 pressure from the U.S. versus 2 pressure, 1 from me, 1 from the U.S. So therefore, Russia is going to go here in Europe. Okay, Russia's building a base in Europe is what I'm establishing. So now that we've established that, Russia's going to build a base in Europe. We're going to spend $10 in Belarus. I can't believe they got Norway. I'm so mad at that. Norway, you betrayed me, you jerks. All right, so they're going to build a base in Belarus. They're going to spend $10. So they're going to go from 31 to 21. And we're going to put a tank up there. And they're going to gain an influence. We're going to go high or low. So let's see, high or low. Round 4, they're going to go high. Going to get 1 victory point for themselves. Okay. And this card goes out of the game forever. And they're going to draw another card. And they're going to do it again. Oh no, they're going to move their tanks. So they're going to move tanks. They're going to move tanks where they are currently under threat. So same, oh, I don't have it on the screen, sorry. Same decision process that I did before for move/build base priority, that bottom red card on the right-hand side. For them, they are going to decide to move 1 tank from out of the game into the game. They're going to move 1 tank to... They are no longer under threat here. They're still under threat here. They're no longer under threat there, so they're moving it there. They're going to spend $5 for that. Okay. Well, they dealt with all their problems. So now they're at $16 from 21 to 16. Okay, so Russia is done. Now we're going back over to the Americas. Americas are going to take their normal turn, so they're going to do a green action. Americas are going to do a improve relations. They're going to improve relations with the Middle East location, of course. Oh, okay. Whew. All right. They're not going to take Mali. They're going to. Oh, Middle East is over here. Sorry. They're going to take Turkey. So they're going to take Turkey. They have to. They get to reduce it by 1. They're not in a diplomatic focus, so therefore, they're going to go from 3 down to 2. Oh no. This doesn't reduce it for the country. Sorry. They just pay the cost outright. So they're paying 15. So they're paying $15 from 21 down to 6. I'm telling you, me not being able to trade has been a pain. I need some money, please. Just $1. All right, China's gonna go. China's doing a yellow action. China is red. They're going to invest. So China needs to spend $15 to invest. They can. Where are they investing? China is going to invest in the Americas, and they can. They're gonna, oh, they're showing up in the Americas? Come on, China. You're just causing problems. Why? They have like rare cards of that, but they're, geez, whatever. All right, China's gonna invest in Mexico. I hate it here. All right, so they're gonna reduce that by 1. China is in a domestic focus, so they reduce it by 1 again. Oh no, sorry, this is invest. This is not engage, sorry. They're gonna spend $15 flat, so they're gonna go from 52 down to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down to 37. And they're gonna gain an influence cube and an FDIC marker. 3 points as well. Okay, thanks China, causing me more problems. All right, so going back to my things before, so rudely interrupted. I think I'm gonna do military reinforcements because I want to prepare to build stuff in places. Oh, I know, I need to build a base there first, right? Oh man, wait, do I need to have a base built there before I can move tanks into a spot? Outside of my sphere of influence? Ah, come on. I don't have the money to do so. I don't need. This is tough. So I'm about to run out of actions that I can do because I don't have enough. I don't have enough resources. I don't have a trade. I don't have any way to draw an extra card. Oh no! Okay, this one lets me draw a card. It says draw a card, then build a base in an ally country. Well, I don't have money to build a base, so I can't afford that. Can I? Yeah, no, I need to stick with my guns here. So I can gain a tank and then move up to 2 tanks. Oh no, I can't because I don't have any money. I can't even move tanks. All right, so all I have is improve relations and engage, and then I have to use my my thing, my card, or whatchamacallit. I have to use my strategic asset to have a 3rd action. Man, this is so bad. I was hoping to have at least 1 trade, you know? Like, I was expecting to have at least 1 trade, but that ended up not being the case. And it's like, how do I have no trades in my deck? Like, I know they exist in there. They just are hiding away from me. They're like, hey, we hear you need money. We're gonna give you none of it. Or if the Automa could trade with me, that'll be good too. That'll be really good. Oh man, sorry, 1 second. It's getting worse. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but there's like a buzzing. It's basically my sound. I need to get better cables, clearly. Every time. Since we're going so well. It's definitely happening more frequently because of the setup. It's really frustrating. 1 second. Grab this. All right, just taking a quick intermission break so I can do a thing. All right, there we go. Fixed it. All right, whew. Back to what we're doing. So, we are, where are we? We're on my turn? Okay, so we're trying to figure out what to do on my turn. So for my turn, remember I can't move any tanks, so I kinda gotta deal with the board state as it is, and that's the problem here. I would like to get another location. I think I need to engage in Africa for sure, so I can get that 1 victory point. If I can engage in the Middle East, I can start the pushing. The pushing, as the kids call it, as the cool kids call it, you know? Where you start pushing in the cubes off of the board and causing some problems for there. I think that's might be how I'm gonna do that. Give me 1 second here. Okay, hopefully that fixes it. Nope, made it worse. What is it even plugged into? There we go. Done. Fixed. Okay. All right. Engage in a region, spending 1 less flag for every tank. I mean, the Middle East is not terrible. I can exhaust Israel and UAE. I also have a 2 cost reduction. I gotta remember that. So Africa is actually much cheaper to engage with, all things considered. I also need to focus on just gaining points where the points exist, you know? Like if I go for South Asia, I can spend 1 flag total to get South Asia, engage there. And that could be good. Only have 4 flags. So I'm about to run out of actions. So I have an improve relations, I have an engage, and then I have another engage. So I have 2 engages and an improve relations. If I engage with East Asia Pacific, I can put an influence cube over there. It'll be a drop in the bucket. It won't really help out my goals. If I engage with Middle East, then I can start this cycle. I can get a victory point. I can start a cycle of the cycle of cubes there, and maybe make things even better. I desperately need a trade. I just don't have it. I'm just so frustrated at that. That's how the cards came out. Really, it boils down to if the more cards you buy, the less you cycle through your deck. I was hoping that I could cycle through my deck faster with some of the cards that I had last round, but it ended up stalling and I had to pivot because I ran out of money and resources. And speaking of money and resources, I have no such things. Oh, wait, did I? No, I haven't engaged. But engaging in a region does give me the ability to get more money. So I guess if I engage in Europe, then that'll give me the ability to get $5, $10, $15, $20. So that could be super strong. I can get $20 from Europe. If I engage in Middle East, North Africa, I can get $15 and have some protection if I use my handshake instead, because Russia is going to cause me to lose 2 victory points here. But 2 victory points versus the money, I would rather take the money, to be honest. Yeah, this is... I think I'm staying in diplomatic focus next round too. Like, I think domestic focus for round 5 could be strong. But I think I'm going to be spending a lot of countries again. Maybe I will go to domestic focus next round, because I do want to get my prosperity up. That's like part of my money problem, is I have no prosperity to give me the extra dollars to kind of kickstart my economy. I don't know, y'all. I'm kind of hitting the wall. I'm hitting the wall on the strategy. That makes sense. All right, so let's do this. Let's do dominant power, because I can get European engagement for free. I reduce it by 2 because of my focus, and then I reduce it by 2 more because I have 2 tanks there, and I pay 1. So I pay 1 total. And that will that'll give me a cube. That'll make that scoring. I can grab the 3 points. I'm gonna grab the 3 points. Well, no. That's a terrible idea. Undo. I'm still gonna do dominant power, but I think I should do it for Middle East, North Africa, because I reduce it by 2, so 4, and reduce it by 1 more, so 3. This is so expensive. It gets my cube where I need it in the hostile situation, or in the hostile region. Africa is free if I do this, and I spend no flags. I think I take the free Africa. I mean, the next bump is gonna knock my cube off. So like I kind of want to wait to put an influence down there. I'm going to lose the 1 victory point, but it's going to give me better position to like knock off whoever's there. Oh, it's going to knock myself off, isn't it? Oh shoot. Oh jeez. Oh. I think it's more likely that this is going to become action filled, and that's going to become action filled, because Russia and America are going to start going into a tank race. Eventually, they're already in a tank race over here. Can I discard a card to get money? Is that a thing I can do? Discard a card, get $20? Is that an action? Oh yeah, I can. Place an ability card from your hand face down in front of you, if able, and get $10. Okay. I think I'll do that. because then I can do the base things. All right, that changes things a lot. I'm gonna discard this. Oh wait, give me that engage. Okay, I'm gonna discard this invest action, and I'm just gonna get $10. Okay, it's not a good action. It's kind of a desperation action. But if I have the $10, then when I do the well-laid plans, I can draw a card. It gives me another card, and I can build a base in a country, so I can actually engage in Africa. Oh no, I don't have. Oh no 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 no. Wait. Shoot. I gotta do this anyway. All right, fine. I'll get the $10. Whatever. Anyway, I can build a base in the Middle East. I can build a base in Europe. I can make things cheaper. I can make things more efficient. This is what I'm doing. All right, so I discarded card face down to get $10, and ripping my mic off my shirt once again. Sorry, my knee did that time. Put this back on my shirt. The rage I feel is just like, rip off my mic. So mad. I'm mad. Look how mad I am. Okay. All right, so I'm all done, finally. On to, who's next? On to Russia. Russia's going to growth. Russia has $16. It can't afford it. It needs to go to level 3. So we're going to go from 16 to 46 because they're getting $30. They're done. Back over to America. America's going to flip. America's going to do a build a base. They're going to build a base where they're currently threatened. They're not threatened anywhere. So therefore, they are going to choose arbitrarily. They could put pressure here, here, or here. Nobody has more tanks than they do, so they're going to choose here, here, or here. It's an even keel. So we're going to even keel, even choice. So we're going to flip their card. And oh, sorry, this is 1, 2, or 3. This is 1. Can they build a base there? They're going to build their second and last base. So $10 spent. I lied. They have $6. They can't afford it. They're not going to build a base instead. They are going. Oh, I didn't move their cube, did I? Where are they? The USA is. Oh, the USA is going to move. Yeah, so the USA can move. So the USA will move. Sorry, I just assumed it was build a base. I'm sorry. All right, the USA is going to move. So they're going to spend $5 to move. So they're not going to do any of those fancy things I just said. Instead, they're going to move a tank into Europe. That's where we landed. They're not going to get any influence. They're just going to spend $5. They're down to $1. Usually the Automa can just afford things, so that's why I just assumed. So my bad. That was on me. All right, next up is China. China is going to do a yellow action. China is red, so they're going to do a trade. $20. Send me money. Send help. All right, so China is going to do a trade. They're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're going to get $60. So from 37 to 97. And who are they trading with? Nobody. Oh, man. They'll do everything but get therapy, huh? All right, they're trading with nobody. Fine. Let's see if I care. All right, now that I have money, I'm going to go ahead and draw a card and build a base. We're going to do well-laid plans. We're going to... Oh, I can also do military reinforcements. Gain 1 tank and move 2 tanks. No, I like the idea. Oh, I don't have any tanks to deploy. Yeah, no, actually I lied. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do... Well, this draws me a card, though. Shoot. This draws me a card. Okay, this draws me a card. This one builds me a base. Oh, my gosh. It's like, which one do I go for? So this one draws me a card and lets me build a base for $10. This one allows me to gain a tank and then move up to 2 tanks. And I have to spend $10 to do so. Shoot. And I can only move tanks in my spheres of influence. I don't have any bases built in East Asia Pacific yet. Once I build a base there, I can start sending tanks over there, which is what I really wanted to do, so I can start putting some pressure on China that can put pressure back on America. But that's not been panning out very well for me. If I do military reinforcements, it reduces. I can set up the card for engage. Engage in a region, spending one diplomacy less for each tank that you have in the region. And that can actually help me out with getting a cheaper Middle East. I do kind of want a permanent influence up in Europe too. Well, actually, no, I don't. No, do I? I kind of wish I had more permanent influence in the Middle East. Okay. I'm doing a think. So the common foreign and security policy allows me to exhaust the EU member states, produce diplomacy and tanks, then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. That would let me build a base in Australia, and then I can like really get the pedal to the metal going, you know. You know, all things said, I think what I need to do, because this is going to be super expensive, but I think this is going to be the right move. I'm going to do well-laid plans. I'm going to draw a card, and lets me build a base in an allied country. Nice. And then I'm going to build a base in an allied country. So I'm going to build a base in an allied country, and I'm going to build a base in East Asia Pacific. It's going to give me a presence there, but most importantly, it's going to put a tank there, and hopefully it's going to trigger the tank race. So we're going to end up exhausting Australia because we're putting a base there, and we can move up to 3. Oh, I don't have any tanks to move. I already drew the card, so I can't undo it. Shoot. Wait, when I move tanks. It says, oh man. It says exhausted, then place 1 military base token above the country and move a number of tanks up to that country's hexes number from your player board to that country's region. Spend $5 for the base and $5 for each tank move, then add 1 influence to the country. So I need to have tanks before I can do that. All right, so what I need to do is I need to put this back in my deck, shuffle it, because I have to undo it because I can't do this action because I have no tanks on my board. It's dumb. It's dumb. This is all dumb. All right, so I did not draw that card. I did not build that base. Instead, I'm going to do military reinforcements. I'm going to gain 1 tank. And that's it. I'm not going to choose. It says you can then move up to 2 tanks. I'm not going to move any tanks. That feels terrible. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. This is... Should I do that? Hold on. Give me a second. Let me think. Because this will give me the ability to put pressure on China. I'm gonna go after China goes. I want to put pressure on China now, but I can't because I don't have the tanks to do it. If I just play this one to gain 1 and then move up to 2 tanks, I still can't put pressure on China because I have no bases in the right spot because the cards have not been carded for me. And I can build a base in East Asia Pacific with Australia, but I can also hold on to Australia for later because that's going to give me 3 influence for the card buying. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I feel like every plan that I had just kind of fell apart once I learned I didn't have the money for this round. I am so frustrated with this situation. Part of me wants to throw the Hailest of Marys and then try to fight for South Asia harder. I'm already going to lose victory points because of Europe, and I'm also going to lose victory points because of Middle East, the tanks that are there, because I don't have enough defense there. So if I engage in the Middle East, that's going to give me the ability to protect myself from the victory point loss, and same thing if I engage in Europe. I think engaging in Europe makes the most sense. So I got my $10, but I'm going to engage in Europe. Engage in Europe, in the European region, spending 1 flag less for each tank that I have there. So I'm going to get a 2 count reduction. I'm also in diplomatic focus, so I'm getting a 2 count reduction as well. So I'm paying 1. So I'm going to spend 1 flag to build a influence in there. So I will commit to that. I'm just deflated because it's like I had plans and it was going well, and it's like, nope, JK, get good, scrub. All right, we're going to add 1 influence over into there, and I'm going to put my influence up top. I know it's 3 points down there that I could possibly get, but I want permanent influence because that puts me in the running for holding on pretty strong. Oh, you know what? You know what? I just realized I can do a strategic asset instead. If I spend my strategic asset, it allows me to exhaust EU member states, and then make tanks, then engage in a region, and or build a base in an allied country. That solves my problem, doesn't it? It gives me the tank that I need. Oh, that solves my problem. Wait, that solves my problem. Hold on. I didn't realize that solved my problem. Oh my God, why? Okay, so I'm not going to improve relations with the country on the board. So I'm going to discard this and play common foreign and security policy. So it's going to exhaust EU member states, and I can produce flags and tanks. I'm going to produce 0 flags, and I'm going to produce tanks. Oh, I don't have this tank. This tank does not exist. Yeah. Okay. This tank does not exist, right? Yeah, just not. Okay. Because I got the $10 from earlier. And that's going to allow me to produce tanks, which is going to solve my problem. So I can produce 2 tanks. So we're going to do... Oh, have I been spending the wrong resource? No, I haven't. Raw materials, 1, 2, food, 1, 2. I don't know if I've been spending the wrong resources to build tanks. I hope I haven't. I really hope I haven't. There's no way I can fix that. And I'm not doing this playthrough over again. Because we are where we are. I feel like we're in a reasonable spot. I just need to, like, get it together. All right, okay, so I got my tanks, I got my flags, and then it says, then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. So I will build a base in Australia. Now I can, because I got $10. So I'm gonna spend $5 for the base, and then I'm gonna spend $5 to roll the tank out. And there, I've put sufficient pressure on China, which is what I was aiming to do. And I get an influence in that region, which I don't really care about, but it gives me 2 victory points, so I guess I do care about it. 1, 2. All right, China, you're under pressure. Fight America, please. Okay, so there we go. All right, that's all done. America doesn't have to fight China. If China puts 1 tank there, then America's fine, because America has 1 defense activated. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that gives me that, and we're all done. We're committing to that. We feel good. We feel better. I'm still broke, but at least I'm broke with a chance. All right, moving on to Russia. Russia's going to go, and we are going to do the yellow action. So Russia is going to engage. Oh, no, I lied. Not engage. Invest. Russia's going to spend $15 to invest somewhere. They are going to invest in the Middle East. Of course they're going to invest in the Middle East. Why wouldn't they invest in the Middle East? Where else would they invest? Why not just the Middle East, the one spot I don't want you to invest in? Anyway, they're going to invest in the Middle East. They're going to invest in Syria. They're going to spend $15. So from 46 to 31. All right, so that's all done. We're going to get 1 influence cube for Russia. Right there. They're going to score 1 whole victory point. Woo! Look at them go. And yeah, they're going to be very happy about that. I'm not happy about it, but they are. Now, USA, last turn for this round. This round has been extended because I had to think. I had to do some hard thinks here. But America is going to do a green action. They are going to decide to engage. They are going to engage with $0. I lied. They have no money. They can't afford it. Instead of engagement, they're going to trade probably. Let me check. Yeah, they're going to trade because they cannot afford it. So they have no cubes to move, but they're going to do a trade. So America's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So $55. So from 1 to 56. Okay, done and done. So now that they're done with that, they're going to trade with somebody. Hopefully it's me. Hey, somebody traded with me. Woo, look at me go. Oh, I'm so strong. I'm being traded with. All right, I'm getting $10. America's getting 5. So America's going to go from 56 to 61. It was going to happen eventually. I was going to eventually get traded with. I hate that I got traded with after I sacrificed an entire action just to get $10, but I got the $10 back, so I guess it's not too bad. Could be a lot worse. All right, so America's done. Now we're gonna go over to China. China is going to do a green action, so China is going to improve relations. They're gonna improve relations. Africa, why? Stop it, leave it alone. All right, so they're gonna go for the location. Let me bring the board up so y'all can see the logic here. China's gonna improve relations with one of these two locations. They're gonna go for Libya. Oh, wrong spot. Sorry, they're gonna go for Sudan. Mostly because they're gonna choose a spot where they can build a base. They can't in either. They're gonna choose a spot that matches one of their starters. They do not have any of these as starters, do they? Nope, South Africa and Djibouti, that's what they got. And then if there's still a tie, or still no specific choice, they're gonna go for the one with the higher hex count. So they're gonna go for Sudan. And they're gonna take that. And they're gonna spend diplomacy. They're gonna spend 2, oh, they get a reduction in 1, don't they? No, they get no reduction. They're gonna spend $10. So from 97 to 87, they're about to have over $100. Okay, so China is done, and we're done. Now we're moving over to me, and this is my final action. Because I got $10 extra that I wasn't planning on, I can actually put more pressure on to engage. I can do some build tanks and move them around, which could be pretty strong. Gain 1 tank and then move 2 tanks. That could be really strong. I can put a lot of pressure on China. I could also fight back in the Middle East. Right now, the Middle East, I'm losing points because of that. I'm also losing points because of Europe. So I'm losing 4 points at the very least, currently. I really want to build a base in South Asia, but I have no places I can build bases at yet. It's a little sad. Just a small sad. All right, I can get 6 research points if I do the military reinforcements card. But I can also get more if I do the well-laid plans, because I draw a card and then I build a base. Okay, yeah, we do that. All right, we're gonna do well-laid plans. So it's gonna allow us to draw a card, then build a base in an allied country. Let me think about where I wanna build my base. I can build one in the Middle East, which would be super useful. And I can build one in America, which is not as useful. So I think building one in the Middle East is the way to go. So I'm building one in the Middle East. So we're gonna commit to this. So we're gonna build one in the UAE. And we're gonna spend our $10 that we just got from America. Thank you. And we're gonna move our 1 little tank over here into the Middle East. So now I'm tied with Russia for now. Russia could still put another tank there, but I do get an influence cube, which will bump Russia's cube out. And now we start the game of bumping cubes. Bumping cubes. Okay, so that's all done. I've committed to that. I also draw a card, and that's gonna give me, oh, there's my trade card going into the drain for 1 extra little research, but I do get a reasonable amount of money, so that's cool. All right, so that's all done. I've committed to my action. Oh, I didn't switch overlay, it's fine. Over to the Automa. Russia's last, so we're gonna do Russia. Russia's gonna do the green action. So Russia is white. They're going to improve relations. They have $31, so they're going to try to improve relations with America. Oh, okay. They're gonna improve relations with Americas. They're gonna take Chile. No, I lied. They're gonna take Cuba because they can build a base here. So they're gonna take Cuba, or Cuba, some people like to call it. And they're gonna spend 5 for that. So from 31 down to 26. Okay, we're done. Finally, everything's finished. Round 4 has been wild. Wild, I tell you. But at least it's been on time. So we're all done. Let's move on to our research phase. Let's figure out what the Automas are gonna gain in this corner. We're gonna gain these 2 cards. Boom, bam. Boom, bam. Boom, bam. Okay. So starting off with the USA, because we're going from top to bottom, USA is going to gain $8, so we're going to go from 61 to 69. Nice. USA has hit 69 like 3 times. And they're going to gain 2 research. Nobody's in a domestic focus, so they're just gaining 2 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 plus 2, so 4. Moving on to China. China is going to gain $9, so from 87 to 96. It's a blinding amount of money. And they're getting 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2. So they're getting 5. Then Russia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Russia's getting $5. Sorry, so from 26 to 31 again. Okay. And they're going to gain, what is this, 4, 5, 6. So you're getting 6 for research. And then for little old me, I'm gaining, because I got 3 cards now, I'm gaining 1 diplomacy, and I'm gaining $6, and I'm gaining 5 research. So 5 research for me. Oh, this is a discard. Okay. Here we go. 5. Okay, we're done. And did I engage at all? I don't think I engaged at all. Yeah, I don't think I engaged at all. No, I did engage. Didn't I? No, I built bases. I built 2 bases. That's what I did. Yeah, I built 2 bases. I discarded my my engage card, so no handshakes on the table for me. Did I? No. Yeah, I improved relations twice, and then let me check. I think I played my engage one down, face down, because I improved relations twice. Oh, no, I played my improved relations one down. So improved relations twice, and then I did this for $10. I built a base. And then I did my strategic asset, I think. Yeah. So those are my 4. All right. So I did not engage that round, so I did not miss any handshake markers that need to be placed on the board, so we're all fine. Okay. Just making sure I'm keeping track of it, because you know I lose track of all the things. All right, let's go ahead and move up. Speaking of losing track of things, let's move up to our research. So our research phase, we have all of our stuffs. So 4, 5, 5, and 6. So USA is first. They're going to buy the most expensive thing they can. There are 2 cards. They're both yellow. So we'll take the one closest to the thing. Oh, sorry, I need to shuffle. Let me shuffle these cards. So shuffling the USA's here. As good of a shuffle as I can get it. Make sure it's nice and randomized and not screwing me over later. And that new card is on top for China. Here's China's deck there. Give that a shuffle. Whoops. Okay. And Russia. There's Russia's cards. Get those a shuffle too. Low shuffle. Oh, drop a card. Low shuffle for the cards. Shuffle for the shuffle gods. Alright, done. Okay. Anyway, going back to the USA. USA bought their card. It is on top of their deck. They only have 4, so they're done. Next up is going to be China. China has 5. They're going to buy the most expensive card they can. There are 2 options. 1 green, 1 red. China is going to prioritize getting yellow before red, and then red before green. So they're going to get the red one, which is kind of good. I feel like I will be manipulating the AI effectively. So that's their 5. And then I got 5 on it, plus my countries. I have a lot of exhausted countries. So I think I want to stay diplomatic focused, but still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm already starting at a 2 deficit. And I really want growth cards. I really need to do trade. So next round, I'm going to try to focus on getting production and growth. Prosperous times might be my card. Produce phones. Produce consumer goods. Then you can either increase your prosperity, spending 2 less, or play another card. That card is good. That card is good. Ready an allied country. This is successful negotiations. Ready an allied country. You can then search that country, the country cards on the board of any one region. Choose one of the countries and improve relations with it. Shuffle the rest of the cards afterwards and reveal the first 2 on the board. So that lets me get a free influence placement, which is not terrible. Can actually use that for some good stuff here for maybe taking Africa back. Maybe even getting in the Middle East and getting some good traction. I got a lot of cubes on the board. That's good. I guess I feel good about that. My points are in-game points. That's the hard part about determining if I'm doing good or not. I think Prosperous Times is the card I need to take because it allows me to get a production of phones, and then it also allows me to increase my prosperity level, which will give me money and points immediately. And hopefully I can get my other growth card to show up. So I'm spending 5 for this, and I'm very hesitant. Like, this next card has to be really good. Oh, I didn't see it. There we go. Oh, that's kind of good though. It's a 7. Improve relations with a country on the board. Then, if able, build a base in that country or move up to 2 tanks in the country's region, even if you don't have a base there. It's kind of good. It's kind of good though. I think military exercise is the card I need though, because it lets me reset one of my cubes, which will help me out in Africa for sure, and potentially help me out in Americas. I don't think I need to fight that hard in Americas. I think I'm okay. I just need my cubes out there, but in Africa I need to get that cube to the front. So I think I'm gonna do military exercises. It doesn't give me money. Actually, it's gonna cause me to wait for my trades. I need to believe in the heart of the cards. Believe in the heart of the card, y'all. I mean, 3 is not hard to ask. I can have Israel exhausted, or I can even exhaust Canada, because I don't really need to interact with the US that much, or the Americas that much. And having Canada exhausted is not going to be a big deal. Having Israel is a little bit more of a big deal, because I can use that to reduce the cost in the Middle East. So yeah, we're going to exhaust Canada, and we're going to take military exercises. And I think that will give me the ability to make sure my cubes are staying nice and refreshed and have a easier fight later. All right, so I'm done. I'm committed. So now Russia's going to buy a card. Russia's going to buy the most expensive thing it can. It's going to buy that one. And that's it. We have ourselves onward to round 5. So, oh, not yet. Hold on. Sorry. We got to do the rest of our stuff. I'm getting ahead of myself. Getting ahead of myself, y'all. All right. Ah, damn it. Again. That would be the third time. The third time that Michael's ripped off my shirt. Clearly, my knee is like, oh, I'm going to keep ripping this off your shirt. So rude. Okay. So we did our research. Now we're going to go to the aftermath. Return on investments. Return on investments will have us looking at our board here, not the Automas. Wait, what's going on? There we go. Hitting the wrong buttons here. So looking at our board, return on investments, I have no handshakes, so I don't get anything from there. As far as my board is concerned, my board is going to give me $2 for this FDI marker. So I get $2 for that. Pennies. Pennies, I tell you. Okay. Over to the Automa, they're going to get $1 billion. So the USA is going to get $15. So they're going to go from $69, nice, to 84. China is going to gain $20, so they're going to go from 96, almost nice, to, what is that, 116? So 116, get another counter here, 1 second. I'm not going to change that. Well, I should. Yeah, should I? Yeah. 116. All right, there we go. China's at 116. And Russia is going to gain $10, so they're going to go from 31 to 41. Russia's been getting beat up on, and I'm kind of okay with it. Need to bully them more. Okay, so that is done for the return on investments. Increased prosperity. I can't increase my prosperity. I don't have the phones. I haven't been able to get a trade or production to help me out. It's been a struggle. It's been a real struggle over here. I've been focused on my diplomatic focus, and it's been helping, but like, oh, it's still hurting me. Going over here to the USA though, USA is going to want to spend $35 to get 5 victory points. They can. They got $84. So they're going to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30. They go down to $49. They're going to gain 5 victory points. They finally broke 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. Moving on to China. China is going to want to spend $30. So they definitely can. They got $161. So they're going to go down to 89 or 86 points or $86. Is that right? Yeah, $86. All right, so they're going to go up 5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then over to Russia. Russia wants to spend $20. It can, finally. So it's going to go spend $20. So from 41 down to 21, and it's going to gain 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. All right. Welp. Garbage in, garbage out, right? Okay, so that's going to be it for the prosperity. Now, resolving threat. This is where I'm going to have a lot of problems. So for Europe, Russia and America are in a military stance. So therefore, I'm going to lose 2 victory points because of Russia. 1, 2. And Russia's going to lose 2 victory points because of America. 1, 2. And I don't challenge America, Russia, blah, blah, blah. So done. Over here in the Middle East, I'm tied. We're all tied together, so nothing's going to happen for us. And then over here in the Central Asia, well, America's in East Asia. Well, East Asia Pacific is going to cause China some problems. Yeah, I remember I did that. So Central Asia, we're going to have China is going to end up losing to Russia because China is at 1 per, just normal. Russia's at 2. They're in a military stance. So therefore, China is going to lose 2 points. 1, 2. And then over here in East Asia Pacific, China's going to lose 2 points again because of me. 1, 2. So there we go. I'm challenging. And now the USA is running away with it, and I don't know what to do about that. Like, I don't, like, normally it's China or Russia just causing problems, but the USA is like, wee! And it's like, oh my gosh, China, Russia, I need you guys to shape up. Come on, go fight the US. Fight back. Fight back. All right, so that's all settled, though. So we are all set for our threats. And now we move on to the next round, round 5. And we are almost there, almost there. We're in the final half, final third of the game. I'm going to draw my 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And did I get something good? I got a trade, improve relations, engage, build base, produce, and move tanks. All right. I got a trade. I needed a trade. I got a trade. I got some other ways to get money too. Okay, so I drew my cards. What's next? Reveal country cards. So we got Venezuela, we got Algeria, we got Angola, Sri Lanka, and Singapore. Ooh, I can build a base in Singapore too. Oh, heck yeah. I'm not gonna take that one. I got Australian base already. We got Serbia, and we have Afghanistan. I can build a base there. I can get involved in the Central Asia, but I think I'm good where I'm at. I don't want to expand beyond where I'm at. I got my cubes in some places, got my hands in some cookie jars, and I'm causing a little bit of strife. So I feel like I'm doing okay for now. All right, so that's all the countries. Determine turn order. Turn order is the same. So we are going to be stuck here for a while longer. Next is going to be produce primary resources. So I produce 1 energy, 1 raw material, and I produce 3 food. 1, 2, 3. Done. And now we will choose our focus. So for me, I really want to branch out of diplomatic focus. I promise you I do. But given the cards that I have, I think I need to stay in diplomatic focus. So we're going to stay in diplomatic focus. We're going to unexhaust everything except for the EU stuff. I don't think I need to get that involved in the EU, especially since I burnt all my big cards for that. So I'm going to get Australia back for sure because that's a 3. And then I'm gonna get Canada, well, maybe not Canada, hold on, let me think about that one. So that's 1, UAE is 2, Jordan is 3. Yeah, I can get Canada back. Canada's 4, and EU member states is 5. So I have 5 of my countries back. I can produce flags by spending money. I can't produce the max anymore because I don't have enough money. So I'm gonna just produce 2 flags. Man, feels bad. Feels bad, man. 1, 2. Okay, now keep in mind the reason why I'm staying in a diplomatic focus is because it brings back, it refreshes a lot of my countries, and then 2, I will be able to produce phones anyway because of one of the cards, and I have a trade, so I can do some reasonable stuff here. I can do some reasonable stuff, and I can increase my prosperity again. So we're hoping that we're gonna be able to have enough. Oh, we need 4 phones. Ah, heck, that's gonna be 2 actions, isn't it? Shoot. Maybe I do want to go to domestic focus. Shoot. Maybe I do want to go domestic focus because that gives me, like, it lets me cash in my resources that I've been sitting on. It helps my trade. Okay, all right, we're switching to domestic focus. So I'm undoing 3 of those flips. So Jordan is going to go back to exhausted. UAE is going to go back to exhausted. And EU member states is going to go back to exhausted. So Canada and Australia are the 2 that I decided to unexhaust. I spent $6 to get my flags. So I'm going to unspin that. Instead, how many phones can I produce? Energy and raw materials. I can produce a max of 4. And I can produce a max of those. Okay. Oh, and I get 2 extra research points? Okay, so that's gonna be good. So I'm gonna spend $7 to increase my production of consumer goods by 1. And I'm gonna spend all 4 of my raw materials, 1, 2, 3, 4, and all 4 of my energy, 1, 2, 3, 4, or well, 4 of my 5 energy to produce 4 phones. And then for business, I'm gonna spend my last energy and 1 food to produce 1 business, and that I think is going to set me up for a better round 6. I don't know, this round is kind of lost, but it allows me to do some trading. It also sets me up for my prosperity because I can produce phones, and then I can either increase my prosperity by spending 2 less or play another card. So that can save me some good stuff. So I can trade first, get some more raw materials. I might try to get them from Russia. And then I can try to produce a bunch of phones and then do like a double prosperity increase from this round to next round. And that'll hopefully catch me up in points. So that's what the plan is. We'll see if I stick with it. I also need to continue to monitor the situation in Africa. Middle East is getting pretty bad. And I'm good right now and everything else. So I will be able to get those 9 points, assuming I can get the Middle East back. And that's going to be a hard fight. So we're established, we're good, we're ready. So now we're going to go over to the Automa. We're going to give them their choices. So starting off with the USA. The USA is going to go into a domestic or diplomatic stance. The next is China. China's going to go into a military focus. So they're fighting back. They're mad at me. And then finally, Russia is going to go into a military focus. All right, so they're going to stay where they are. Okay. So the USA is going to get a bonus action in a second, but first we got to give the money. So USA is going to get $25, so 5 times around. So 25 extra dollars to USA from 49. Wow. So it's going to be 54 plus 20. Okay, so it's going to be 74. There we go. Done. And Russia and China are both going to gain $15 apiece. So China is going to go from 86 to, well, 101. Is that what that is? 86 plus 15. That's 101, right? All right, let me get the calculator. Brain's starting to fail me on the math. I think 101 is correct though. I just want to say that. Hey, 101. Look at me go. All right, I know how to do math. I passed education. Sorry, I passed school. Jeez. Okay, maybe I didn't. All right, 101. I Past education. Who talks like that? Okay, and Russia is going to gain 15, so from 21 to 36. All right, oh, uh-oh. All good. Okay, so they're all established, they're all set, and now we're going to continue with our chaos. Oh, no, I lied. USA needs to do their thing. So USA is going to gain a country that's outside of their sphere of influence. Americas is in their sphere. Middle East is in their sphere. Oops. We're just going to keep flipping until we find something brand new. I'm going to keep flipping them. Middle East. East Asia Pacific, Middle East, Europe, East Asia Pacific, good lord, Europe, East Asia Pacific, Middle East, Europe, Americas, Central Asia. Goodness, oh, that took forever. All right, so they're going to improve relations with the country in Central Asia. They can build a base in Afghanistan, so they're going to claim Afghanistan, and they're going to pay 5 for that. Where's America? You are. So America's going to pay 5, so from 74 to 69 again. Wow, see, I tell you, man, they're just playing jokes on us. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, so that is established. And now we can start. So starting with America, America's going to go first. So they're going to do a yellow action. So starting off with this, they're going to invest. And where are they investing in? They're going to invest in the Middle East, because of course they are. So they're going to invest in the Middle East. Oh, well, yeah, it's going to give them influence too. So the Middle East are going to invest in, they can. So they're going to spend $15. So from 69 down to 54. Okay, FDI marker right there. And they're going to get an influence. They're going to bump out Russia. Ha ha ha. So begins the fight. Let them fight. Unless it's me they're fighting, then don't let them fight. Please stop them from fighting. Okay, so that's America's turn. We're going to burn that card, and we're going to flip another one. And they're going to do a green action, so America is going to do a engage action. Where are they engaging? They're going to engage in Africa. Come on, America, not you two. E2, America, E2. All right, Africa, whatever. I don't care. I stopped caring. Okay, so they're going to do domestic. They're diplomatic focus, so they're reducing that by 1. So they're doing 2. They have no countries in Africa, so they're paying 2. So converting that for flags, they need to pay 2 flags, so $5 a piece, so $10 total. So America's paying $10 from 54 down to 44. And they're going to gain an influence cube and 1 victory point. Those turds, I tell you. 1 victory point. Oop. All right, well, everybody just had to show up in Africa. I got to have more influence than everybody there. So, F me, I guess. Okay, so moving on. China. China's going to build a base where they're currently under threats. So they do have a build a base cube. They're red. Let's build a base. Yeah, build a base. All right, so China will do that. They're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. They're under threat right now in East Asia Pacific because of me. Actually, no, I lied. They have 1 defense because they're in military stance, so they're not under threat here. I'm a peasant. I'm a pheasant to them. Pheasant? I don't exist. All right, so China is not under threat here. They're not under threat here because they're tied. They're not under threat there. So they have an even situation. So now they got to decide where they want to put a tank. They got to put a tank where they can put more pressure on the most people. Nobody has. Well, I have more tanks than they do here, so they will put a tank here. So okay, following that logic, China will put a tank here, which is kind of wasting some of their tanks away, which is good. That means that they're putting pressure on America, and America's gonna put some tanks there, and we got ourselves a base race, boys. Okay, so China's gonna build a tank or build a base in East Asia Pacific. They have not built a base there, surprisingly. So they're going to spend $10 total. So from 101 to 901. Sorry, 91. 901. Okay, so they spent that money. They're going to get themselves a tank right there. They're going to get themselves a cube and place it right there. They're going to get themselves a whole victory point as well. I'm proud of you, China. I don't mean that, but there you go. Okay, so that's cool. Now we're over to me. So for me, I had a few things I was going to do, but I think first I need to trade. Because if I trade and then I do prosperous times afterwards, I'll be able to do something really big and it'll feel really cool. Military exercises allows me to move up to 3 tanks. I don't have any money. Never mind. I need money. So I can't even move my tanks. I want to reset my cube in Africa, but I have no money to do so. I need to have money to send the tanks. So we're going to do a trade. And then that trade is... Wait. No. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Okay, so we're going to do a trade, and we're going to be trading a whole bunch of stuff. So let's go ahead and bring over to our board, because we haven't traded since round 1, because I haven't been getting the trade cards, because I've been, throwing all my cards away to the wind. Not let myself get healthy cycles. I think I've definitely bought too many cards. I bit off way more than I can chew. So if I do end up losing this game, which looks like it's pretty likely, it's because I definitely, like Icarus, reached for the sun, and I was like, oh, here goes death. This is me, I guess. Here's me dead. All right, going into here, though. For trade, I need phones. Well, no, I don't need phones. But I can now... I can get rid of some business. I can trade out some business because I do have... If I want to go for the growth cards, I don't have any card that's going to let me do a growth right now. Like, I have a produce, but that's a produce. So my growth card is left over here. Actually, is it over here? My one growth card is over here, so I'm not going to be able to grow unless I draw that card again, or unless I buy another growth card up there. So in that regard, I think those growth cards are pretty much dead to me now, which really sucks because that's a huge, huge source of points for players and abilities and powers. So I do still want to try to get 2 of those growth cards if I can. We'll see what things happen. Even if it's just round 6, I got 2 growth cards, that's still points. Points are points, Gal. Points are points. That's like potentially 5 points or 6 points I'm leaving on the board, just not getting those growth cards. So knowing that information, I do want the growth cards eventually, but I don't need, if I'm just only aspiring to get 2 of them, then I have 5 business. I can decide to get rid of 2 of those business and still be able to afford both of those growth cards later on. So as a result of that, I'm going to trade 1 business to Canada and 1 business to Australia, so 2 business. And, well, I could have also done Norway and Iceland. Should I spend all of it? Yeah, I need money. Okay, all right. We're going to aspire to get 1 growth card and then struggle later. Okay, so we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Business is what we're sending out. For me, it's $10, $15. Oh, $15 per business. Heck yeah, we're back. We're back, boys. We're back. $60. Hell, wait, is that $60? Yeah, $60. Hell yeah. All right, $60 is what I just gained from selling that. I'm not going to sell any of my phones. I'm actually going to buy some phones. I can sell my food. So I can sell my food to Nigeria, Bosnia, Jordan, and that's it. So just those 3 spots. That's $15. I'll take it. 1, 2, 3. I was poor, but now I'm no longer poor. I've learned what trade means. I've learned the art of the trade deal. Okay, so I was exporting, and now that I'm done with that, I'm going to import. So now we're going to import, and I'm going to import phones, and do I want to... What do I want? Okay, so if I get the resources to produce more phones, right? Actually, I should sell... Well, hold on. How many raw materials and energy can I pull in is a question. Because if I can pull in enough raw materials and energy, instead of selling my grain, instead of selling my food, I can sell phones instead. I can sell all my phones and then get all those phones back. Because I'm going to be able to produce before I do the prosperity by spending 2 less or play another card. The question is, how much prosperity do I need to go up twice? I need 9, so I need 7. I need 7 prosperity to go up twice. That is impossible for me to produce 7. I can at most produce 4. So that means I have currently 4. So I can sell only 1 phone. So I don't think that's going to help me. Yeah, it's better for me to sell the grain, and then with the phones, if I buy enough raw materials and energy to be able to produce at least 3 phones, I should be fine. And I can do that without interacting with Russia. Um, that's good because that means that I save myself some pain from Russia. Russia has $36, so I guess it wouldn't matter if I just bought like one resource. I had to buy a whole slew of them to get the diplomacy flag, which could be helpful. Question is, do I want to engage or improve relations? I guess I don't care about engaging or improving relations as long as I have money, because I can do build bases and move my tanks. So I suppose I don't care about engaging at this moment, because I want to do the military exercises so I can get my cube refreshed and move some tanks over into Africa. And then, oh, I can also move some more tanks over into East Asia Pacific, because this move up to 3 tanks, you can reset one of your temporary influence in one of the regions you moved your tanks to. So, okay. And that's a move, that's not a build or have those show up. So, okay. So knowing that information, I do want to try to get 3 more phones. So that means I need energy and raw materials. I don't care about tanks. I don't care about business as much, and I can try to produce those later if I really need to. And I do have Israel, so I can get business from, and I think that's kind of where I'm landing. So going over to here, I'm going to get two raw materials from South Africa, and 1 raw material from Australia, so 3 total. I can do 4. Yeah, let's do 4. Why not? That's going to cost me $3 per, so $12. So get 3 back. Put in 15, take back 3. I don't know. My money's becoming a mess. Okay. So that was my raw materials I just got from South Africa and Australia. And then I'm going to import energy. So I'm going to import 3 from Canada and 1 from UAE. So it's going to be 3 apiece as well, so 12 again. So 4 total and 12. I'll put in 22 and take back 10. Okay, so I have $52. All right, so this puts me in a good money spot. This puts me in a good resource spot. This puts me in a great everything spot for now. I will be able to spend 2 phones. I get more money. I get some victory points. And then on the next prosperity increase, I can increase that too. Finally, the weight of the game is lifted off my shoulders. Jeez. All right. Will this win me the game? I don't know. I hope it does. But this is me trying. I'm trying. I'm telling y'all. It's hard out here. It's hard out here. Okay, so we're all done. Let's move over to the Automa. So going on to the Automa, going to Russia. Russia's going to do their... Oh, shoot. China has another turn. Forgot. My bad. China's going to do a growth. China has $91. China can afford it. China is going to spend... these are the growth cards up here. So China is going to spend... China has $91. They can afford it. So China's going to go for this one or this one. This one is $45. This one is $40. It's A or B situation. They don't care about the extra price increase. So they're going to go for A on the left-hand side. They're going to spend $45. They're going to get 6 plus 3, so 9 victory points for China. So 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and China has to spend $45. So from 91 to 40 minus 45, I'm not doing that in my head. I got a calculator right here. 46. I could have figured that out. Okay, so China's down. China's done with their stuff. Now we're going to move over to Russia. So Russia is going to do a growth as well. Russia is going to go to growth level 3. They got $36. They cannot afford it, so therefore they're going to instead gain $30. $30. So from 36 to 66. And this card goes out of the game forever. Next up, they're going to do a yellow action. So Russia is going to do a yellow action. They're going to trade. Okay. So Russia's going to trade. So they're going to get a lot of money here, hopefully. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 symbols, so $45. So 45 plus 66. Russia's going to have 111. They broke 100, boys. They did it. I never thought I was going to do it. $111. They didn't need me to trade with them at all. They did it on their own. I'm proud of you. Not really, but I'm proud of you. I mean, for those watching, I'm proud of you. Always proud of the people who consume the content and watch the things, even if you don't interact. It's much appreciated, greatly appreciated. Really helps out. Okay, so going here, Russia is done. Oh, we got to figure out who they're trading with. They could trade with me. It could be me. It should have been me. It should have been. Oh, should have been me. Said Yugi. Speaking of which, I'm playing through on my emulator device, which is a Ein Thor. I just got one of those in the mail, finally. Took forever. But I got an Ein Thor. I did have a Metroid Flip 2. But I'm playing through Yu-Gi-Oh! The Eternal Duelist Soul. And it's been pretty fun. Alright, Russia is trading with China. Shoot. Alright, well China's going to get $10 more. So from 46 to 56 for China. And then Russia's going to gain 5 more. So from 111 to 116. Are they tied with the US? No. Never mind. Okay. All right. All the money is done. All the funny business is there. Now we're going over to America. Heck yeah. So America's going to do a red action. They're going to do a build a base. They're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. America and Russia are in military stance. America is currently under threat by China. No, yeah, America is currently under threat by China. America is also under threat by Russia, by 1. So this is by 1 from China. No, by 2 from China. By 1 from Russia, because America has a tank here. And then by 1 here from Russia. So as a result of that, America would choose between the spots where there's the least difference. Remember, I don't challenge America at all. I just have a tank here just hanging out because of my build base thing. So we have these 2 spots here that America's going to choose between because they're both even. So America's going to build a base in one of those 2 spots is the A-B situation. Oh, I lied. America's also under threat here by China, but it's by 2. So therefore, these are the lesser. These are the easier for it to become, dig itself out of its deficit. So it's going to flip this one and A and B, and they choose B, which is great. They're going to bump themselves out. Hell yeah. All right, so they're going to build a base here. I'm going to go ahead and move their stuff. There we go. And they're going to put an American tank there. And they are going to spend $10 total. Oh, could they? Could they? Oh, they could. Yeah, they can build one in, wait, it's the Middle East? Yeah, they can build one there. They got plenty of space. Never mind. All right, so 34. There we go. All right, we did everything. I just kind of did it backwards. Okay, America has decided. America is good. America's happy. Moving on to China. China is going to do a growth again. They got $58. Let's see if they can afford it. They're going to go for level 4. I don't know. China's catching up, y'all. This is again, China's the money cannon. They're like, I have money. I'm going to buy everything to win the game. So China's going to go for level 4. Level 4 is where? Oh, right there. So these are level 4s. So it's going to cost $50. China can afford it. So China can afford it. $50 and $55. So China could afford either. They have $56. So they're going to go left to right, A-B situation, and they're going to go for B. They're going to go for the higher one. So, or the more expensive one. So they're going to get 4 plus 7. So that's going to be 11 points. So China is now in the lead. I repeat, China is now in the lead. So they're at 108. I haven't even broken 100 yet. I feel so pitiful back here. I feel like I'm just being a scrub. Well, what's new? Okay, so that's all done. Now we're moving on down to me. I am going to go ahead and bring in our view to the proper view. Got all my buttons mixed up. That's what's happening. I'm going to bring my view to the proper view, and we're going to choose our card. We've already established that we're going to try to do prosperous times. We're going to try to do the production now that we have money and trade and stuff. So we're going to do prosperous times. It allows me to produce consumer goods. So I will produce consumer goods. It's going to be 1 energy and 1 raw material to produce 1 good. I have 4 of each, so I'm going to do 4 total. and I can produce a max of 4, so I will produce a max of 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. And now that I've done that, I can choose to either increase my prosperity by spending 2 less phones or play another card. I will increase my prosperity by spending 2 less phones. So I'm spending 2 to get to the next level. So 1, 2 instead of 4. And I get $20 and 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I get $20, which is the big part, because this means that I'm going to have money. The money that I was missing is finally here. It's just a little bit, too little, too late. We'll see. All right, so that's all done. I'm done with my turn. Russia's up next. Russia's going to do a build base. So Russia is currently under threat in a lot of places. Russia is, oh no, I lied. Russia's not under threat up here. They're tied. They're both military stance, Russia and China. So Russia is at a 2 versus America's 2 versus my 2, so Russia's fine. Russia is at a 4 versus America's 3 versus my 2, so they're fine there. So therefore, Russia is going to choose a location to put the most people under threat. Is that correct? Excuse me. There we go. Thank you. Russia's going to choose a region where it will put at least one other player under threat. Oh, sorry. Oh, what? Are we in the right? Okay, yeah. It'll choose a region where we'll put at least one person under threat. We're reading their bottom, the red card right there. A region in its zone of interest where it will put at least one other player under threat. If multiple regions apply, then it will try to put the most people, or where somebody has more tanks than they do. So in this case, Russia has here. They're not under threat in each spot. It will put the same number of people under threat in both places. Oh, well, they also have here, but less people under threat. So they're going to choose here because America has more tanks, not threat, tanks. America has more tanks than they do. Therefore, Russia's going to put a tank here. They're going to build a base up here in Europe. Can they build it in there? And the answer is yes, they can. They can only build one more base up here, but they can still build one base. Just to bring it down here, just to let you guys know, remind you guys, in case you forgot, the number of bases that the Automa can build in a location. Normally, you can only build one per country, but in this case, the Automa can build a number of bases equal to the number of countries they have in that region plus 1. So in this case, Russia is at its max now. So Russia can do that. So spending $5 for that base and then spending $5 to drive a tank from the supply over into Europe. And they get an influence. And we got a high-low situation, surprisingly. Sorry, they go from 116 down to 106. And they get an influence cube. We got to see high-low. They're going to choose, we're in round 5. They're going to choose high. And they're going to get that last victory point there. And they're going to make that officially scoring, which is kind of threatening because they got a lot of influence up here just in that permanent spot. So they're gonna cash in on them points. This is the next to last round, so we got a little bit of time, but still, clock is ticking for sure. All right, so that's it. Russia's done. Now we're moving over to America, and they're gonna do a green. They're gonna do an engage. Where are you engaging, America? It better not be Africa. I was about to say, you son of a... No, they're gonna go in East Asia Pacific. So they're gonna engage here. They will choose not to engage here because it will bump their own cube out. So instead, they're going to choose something else. Nope. Oh, they're going to choose the Middle East because it won't bump their own cube out. So they're going to engage here. So America will spend the appropriate dollars. America is in a domestic focus, so they do get a reduction. So they're going to spend 5, and they have 2 locations in the Middle East. So it's going to be -2. So they're going to spend 3 times 5 because we're spending flags. So $15 is what America's spending. America has $34. It's going to go down to $19 if I'm not mistaken. There you go. And America is going to put an influence cube there and knock Russia out. Woo! I mean, oh, boo. America has a lot of influence up here. I don't like that. Again, I have to have the most influence in the Middle East. And as you can see, I very much do not have the most influence in the Middle East. It's hard out here, y'all. It's hard out here. All right, America's done. Those jerks proving to be the world's worst neighbor continuously. All right, so now we're going to go to China. China's doing yellow action. So China is red. China's going to do an invest. China has enough money to invest. They're going to invest in South Asia. And they will invest in, South Asia. So they're going to invest in South Asia. Can they? Oh yeah, they super can. So they're going to spend $15 out of their 56. They're going to go down to 41. And they're going to put a FDIC. The first one there, surprisingly, the first time China's invested in South Asia. But I've been trying to cause them problems, so I guess I'm not happy about that. But they get 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, we're back to me. So we're back to me. Let's see if I can make this dream work, because that's what teamwork is for. All right, so we're gonna do military exercises. We're going to spend $15 total to move tanks. It says move up to 3 tanks, and then you can reset one of your temporary influences in one of the regions you move your tank to. So I'm gonna move 1 tank here to Africa. And I want to put more pressure on China, but China's in a military stance, and that's not really good. Losing 2 points here from Russia is going to suck, but I don't need tanks here anymore. So I'm going to move these 2 tanks, and I'm going to put them places. I can build, I don't have a base in South Asia, so I cannot put tanks in South Asia, which is unfortunate. I can move more tanks to East Asia, though. I think that's what I'll do. Because I'm the only one putting pressure on China, and China's now putting pressure on America over there. So they're going to start building bases and building tanks over there. I don't really have a way to put pressure on Russia. I mean, I can counter Russia's pressure by doing this, but that doesn't feel wise. That feels unwise. I feel like I should just engage in this region and get a handshake, and that solves a problem. So I think instead I'm going to do this, like so, and I'm going to refresh this influence. And that's going to cost me $15 total. So $15 spent. All right, so that was my turn. And now we move on to, oh, I forgot to move the camera again. Man, I just keep forgetting to switch the camera. It's almost as if I should just keep it on one view the whole entire time, huh? All right, anyway, sarcasm aside. Going into here, we have Russia's up. So Russia's gonna do a build a base. So we have Russia building a base. Nope. Oh yeah, we have Russia building a base. Russia's gonna build a base in a spot where they're currently under threat. They are not under threat anywhere. Yeah, they're not under threat. Not under threat, not under threat, not under threat. They're tied with China. So they're pretty fine. So as a result of that, Russia is going to choose to put it in a spot where they can put the most people under threat. They're currently a lot of people under threat. Nobody has more tanks than they do. Oh, actually, I lied. There's more people with more tanks than them here. So they're going to build a base here. So they're going to try to build a base in the Middle East. Can they build a base in the Middle East for Russia? Russia can. They can build one in Syria. Their first base they're building this entire game. So they're going to spend $10 for that. So from 106 to 96. Okay. And they're going to move a tank over there, which is annoying. I'm losing 4 victory points already. I'm trying to put pressure on China. I'm trying. I don't know if it's going to be worth it in the long run, though. I'm losing 4 victory points, which is a ton, considering how few victory points I have already. I still had to have the most here. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. I can get 6 research points plus 2, so I can get 8 research points here. And I can buy some pretty big and hefty cards. If I decide to do the improved relations with ally, oh, you can't see my hand. Sorry, every time I look up, I'm just like, oh man, I didn't switch the camera. There we go. All right, let's punch on in. So these are the cards I'm looking at, and I was thinking about if I hold on to these 2 cards, then I'll have 6 plus 2 because I'm in a domestic focus. I'll have 8 research points, and then I can switch back to a diplomatic focus for the last round and hopefully do some cool stuff. I'll have 1 extra flag. I'll have $4. The alternative, because I can build a base or I can engage in a region, spending 1 flag less for each country that I have in a region. This card is pretty dang strong. And 6 research points is still a lot, and $7, I do want the money. I think this card is, I think I should be playing this card. I think this card should be played. Because then I can engage in a region, I can engage in Africa, and that will allow me to basically engage there for free. Oh no, virtually for free, because I have I'm not in a diplomatic focus right now. Now, alternatively, I could set myself up in the Middle East. If I put another cube in the Middle East, I think I'm setting myself up for failure. because then it puts me on the edge here, and it puts another of my cubes here, and then it gets blue. It gets the United States closer to being cycled out, and I need to have the most influence in the Middle East still. All my cubes and everywhere else is fine. I need to have the most cubes here more than anybody else, and I need to have the most cubes there, majority for that. So I feel like this is a last round fight. I feel like this right now, I need to invest in this because this has already become problematic because I just let it slip away. Letting China get that cube, permanent cube there, that's been like the downfall of me this entire game. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're going to engage, ensure peace in the region. We're going to engage in Africa, and I'm not gonna spend any flags because I do want to try to have max flags for next round. And I'm going to exhaust Nigeria here. That's going to be the 1. So I'm spending 2 less because I have 2 countries in the region, and I'm spending 1 less by exhausting Nigeria. So now I'm going to be able to get myself an engagement there, and I will get a handshake. Oh, I get a handshake. Oh, wait, hold on, I get a handshake. Hold on. So I get a handshake, which means I can get money. Do I need money? Oh, I have a lot of money all of a sudden. That trade was a pretty huge trade for me. I'm gonna have no phones. Shucks. I don't know if it's worth, because if I put it in the Middle East, if I put a handshake in the Middle East, it gives me defense against the military, so I won't lose points from Russia. It's I don't want to say it's only 2 points, but I feel like, gosh, it sucks. I'm so far behind, man. This is like, I need to round that corner. Need to round that corner. I mean, getting a handshake in Africa gives me $10 extra. Getting a handshake in the Middle East gives me $15 extra and or protection instead. Should I take $10 extra and lose 2 points? I mean, I'm not gonna lose points over here in Europe. I could potentially put the handshake in Europe and not lose the points there. But if I do it in Europe, I can get $20 if I decide to take that for the return on investment instead. It'll get me 3 victory points too, which is not bad. And Europe is looking gettable if some of the cards align that can come out. Oh my gosh, these are tough choices, man. I can also fight harder for South Asia. Part of me doesn't want to fight harder for South Asia because I don't like, if I can put a tank there, I would fight harder for it. But all I really need is just for my cubes to survive, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cubes out there. I feel like I've spent enough cubes on spots that are not my normal core focus. I think Africa is really important to me because I need to have more cubes than anybody else. So I think I need to bump somebody out, and that gets me at least in the right direction. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. We are going to commit to what we were doing before. We're going to exhaust Nigeria. We're going to reduce the cost by 2 because of the card we played, because we have 2 allies in that location. So we're spending 0 for this engagement, and then we're going to place an influence cube there. And that's going to bump out Russia, that jerk. And I get 0 points for that, but I do get a handshake there, which means I could possibly get $10 back. I don't need a handshake on the board for any of my scoring conditions. It's just nice to have the ability to get $10. And that $10 could be critical in the very last round. Okay, so that was it. That was my 4th action. Now, oh, wait, did I skip? Did I skip everybody? Jeez. I skipped literally everybody. Yeah, I skipped literally everybody. Okay, hold on. What happened? What happened? How am I on turn 4? I'm not on turn 4. Did I take an extra action? Something's up. Yeah. I took my last action too soon. That's what happened. Okay, all right. Undo. It's not my turn. Sorry. All that thinking. I'm still gonna do that action when it gets down to it, but that's not happening yet. I spent nothing for that. Okay, sorry. USA is going. USA is going. I'm just used to going last. USA is going to build a base. They're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. USA is currently under threat here in Europe. They're currently under threat here in the Middle East. They're currently under threat here in East Asia Pacific. By 2 here, by 3 here, and by 2 here. So the USA is under threat in 2 locations that they're going to choose from. These are the least difference between the 2, I should say. So as a result of that, America's going to choose between one of those 2 spots. It's going to be a 50-50. Let's see which one happens first. Yeah, so they're going to go with that first bullet point. So it's going to be a 50-50, A or B. So we're going to choose A or B. Of course, they're going to choose A because they want to make my job harder to get the most influence in Europe or Middle East, I mean. So they're going to build a base here. Actually, can they afford it? Can they afford it? Dang, they can afford it. They got $19. All right. Oh, can they build it? Hold on. Ah, boo. They have enough countries. Dang it. All right. Well, they're going to spend $10. They're going to build a base. Their last base they can build in this region. Those jerks. And they're going to get the influence. They're going to get the stuff. I'm happy for you. I really am. I really am not. They're still going to lose 2 points, so I don't care. United States. Making everything my problem, I see. Okay, that's a lot of cubes. Remember, I need majority there. So, all right. Thanks, America, for whatever that is. Oh, sorry, I didn't move their build a base thing, did I? There we go. Okay. All right, we're done. China. China's up. So China's going to be doing a green. China's going to be doing a green. China is red. They're going to be doing an engage. Where are you engaging, China? They're going to be engaging in East Asia Pacific. Okay, I'm happy about that because that's y'all fighting around here. Actually, I'm not as happy about that. That's kind of put my cube dangerously to falling off. But they're going to engage here in East Asia Pacific. China has $41. They should be able to afford it. East Asia Pacific, they will get a reduction of 2. They're not in domestic focus, but they're going to spend 3 total out of 5. So 5 minus 2 because they have 2 countries. So 3. And now they will spend the dollar dues accordingly. So that's going to be $15. So from 41 down to 26. And that's that, right? Bye. Okay, so that is that. Now, let's see. Now we're moving on to me finally. All right, so I'm doing everything I said before. I'm going to ensure peace in the region. We are going to go ahead and do our thing here. So that's going to be exhausting Nigeria, yes. It's going to be reducing it by 2, yes. So we're putting a cube there for free effectively. And then we bump that over. Bye-bye, Russia, you jerk. And it's all done. All right, we're all finished. That was me. Finally, I did my action at the correct time. Now moving over to Russia for the last action. Russia's going to do a green. They're going to do an engage. And where are they engaging? Russia is going to engage in Central Asia. So Russia's going to engage in Central Asia. Can they engage? Oh yeah, they can. Of course they can. They're going to engage in Central Asia. They're going to reduce that cost by 1. So from 4 down to 3. They are in a military stance. And that means that they will... Yeah, they'll spend $15. So $15 spent, they're at 96. They're going to go down to 81. And 1 influence cube for Russia. And China goes bye-bye. They're fighting. They're fighting for that spot. They're definitely fighting for it. I appreciate that. All right, now we're done with the entire round. So we're at the end of it all. So now we will flip back over to our view, showing everybody. And from here, we need, what do we need? Research. We're gonna do research. So let's get to our research in. So for, let's get the Automas here. So for our research, again, apologies for all the vicious glariness. Um, hello. All right. We are flipping our cards. So 1, 2, 1, 2, finally 1 and 2. All right. So that's going to be it for the cards there. So let's see, what are we getting? We are gaining $8 for America. So then we're going to go from 9 to 17. And 2, nobody's in a domestic focus except for me. So they're going to get 2, 3, 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, 4. They're going to get 4 for America. All right, next up is going to be China. China is getting 13 extra dollars. So from 26 to 39. And that's going to be 4. Oh, they got a lot of countries. Hey, chill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're getting 2 extra. So 6. China is getting 6. Moving back over to Russia. Russia is getting $6, so from 81 to 87. And they're getting 2 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 plus 2, so 4. They're going to gain 4. And then over to me, the one who matters the most. The one we're all rooting for, right? Right? I have these 2 cards left in my hand. I get $7. So 5, 2. And this is going to give me 4 plus 2, 6. This is going to give me 6 of my research. So I get 6. That's 9. I said 6. Where is the 6? There we are. 6. All right. So let's go ahead and bring our camera up to our area. And let's look at these things. So there's me, America's first, followed by China, and then me, the EU, and then Russia. I don't know if anybody cares, but I used the green die for me because I didn't have a yellow spin down counter. That's really why. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, I would use a yellow one, even though the white one doesn't show up very well. Oh, that was a 4. Okay. All right, so that's all settled. Everybody's all set. Now we're going to go through our purchasing, starting with the USA. They're going to buy the most expensive thing they can. There's 2 options, 1 yellow, 1 green. So their pecking order is they're going to buy red before green and green before yellow. So they're buying successful negotiations. I want that card. Whatever, I don't care. Don't care. Don't care. All right, so they're done. China is going to go next. They're going to buy the most expensive thing they can. There's a lot of options. There's no 6, there's only 5s. So China's going to choose yellow before red and red before green. So yellow before red. So they're choosing this one. And they have 1 left, so I'm going to burn this card. They're done, and now over to me, so I can make my very informed decision. So I need growth. If I can get growth, then I will be very happy, because that's going to be a lot of victory points that I don't have access to. I'm pretty far behind on the victory point track already, but if I can get those growth cards caught up, then that'll help me out a lot. So as a result of that, new agenda is not terrible. No, not again. So new agenda is not terrible. It allows me to basically get, which is this one, draw 3 cards and then discard 2 to play another card. Like that's a pretty cool option. And I can choose to not discard anything, just to hold on to 3 cards. I don't know why I would do that, because we're not going to have another research phase. That would be really great to have gotten earlier, but that is not what panned out for us. So instead, what I want to do is I want to see if I can try to find a better combination for what I need. I need to gain the most influence in the Middle East, which is not happening. I think that's a dead cause. So instead, I need to try to gain the most victory points that I possibly can. I can get a lot of victory points in South Asia if I can get first place. I don't think I can even break in or begin to think about breaking into Central Asia. I think East Asia Pacific is kind of a lost cause too. In the Americas, I can try to get the lead there for 7 points. So, I mean, what I'm hearing is I need to do a lot of engage. If I can do a lot of engage, then I'm good. So, ensure peace in the region might be my card. Improve relations with the country on the board, and then build a base in that country, or move up to 2 tanks in that country, even if you don't have a base there. That could be strong. That's a 7 though. And then assign new diplomats. I can improve relations with 2 countries. I don't need to grab more countries. So I think that's kind of a wasted card at this venture, at this juncture. So we got a lot of meh on the table here, and I don't really know what to do with it. I really don't know what to do with it. Trying to think. Building bases is good if I have tanks. I have no tanks. I would need some way to like build tanks and then move bases, or build bases. Unless I want to go to military stance in the last round? Do I feel froggy with that? I mean, going military focus in last round, I produce 0 tanks, but I'll have my tanks that exist. They'll be pretty strong. I mean, it's not a terrible idea at this point, given how my strategy's been going. So I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Kind of say your prayers now. All right, sorry, I'm spending a lot of time thinking about it because I'm trying to also consider how many countries I want to tap and untap. I think diplomatic focus is going to be my main call, so I'm going to go diplomatic focus for sure. So I get to untap 5 of the countries, or unexhaust 5 of them. So which countries do I want to exhaust to try to get the extra cards? Or do I even want extra cards? Because if I get another shuffle through my deck, then that makes new agenda a lot stronger. I'm basically paying for a card to basically call a card. So I think this is going to be a nice starting point. So 5, so we're down to 1. And improve relations with the country, and then invest in that country, or trade. So investing is not terrible now that I have a few dollars. That gives me influence, and I need influence. So, a lot of opportunities to do some cool stuff there, for sure. I think that's looking like a tempting card. It gives me double action too, which is even better. Improve relations and build a base. Like I said, it's only good if I can get a tank. If I can somehow get a tank production somewhere, that could be helpful. But I think until then, engaging by itself is still good. So we're going to spend 4 for this. Sorry, there's a mosquito flying around. Gotta get my bug zapper. 1 second. I'm going to grab that. All right, sorry, continuing on though. I think engaging and getting more cubes on the table is the call. So I need to make sure that I do that. And here's the bug zapper. Look at that. Ready to zap. Okay, there we go. All right, next time I see the mosquitoes dying, dead, murdered, circle of life, and whatnot. Okay. Oh, new card. Oh, wait, no, I didn't spend the money for that, did I? Did I? I did not. It cost me 4 for that card, so 1 and then 3. Israel's down. Okay. All right, there we go. Better. Okay, now we continue. Ooh, produce and then move out to, what's a move? If it was a produce and build a base, I would be down. I would be down. I'm running out of points. I have 3, 6, 9, 10. I have 10. I can buy one of the fancy cards, but I'm gonna have no allies ready. They're gonna be so done with my nonsense. We've already established I don't really need Canada back, because I don't think I'm gonna build a base in Americas. So, this is really going to determine how my game goes, isn't it? All right, I think optimized programming or optimization program is my go. The problem is I'm overspending for it because I have 3 3-3-1. So I'm gonna overspend for it. I think I'm exhausting Australia, and I'm exhausting Canada. And I'm keeping South Africa alive because I need to get my foothold in Africa a lot stronger. So Baton survives another day, but this is going to be a growth card that I get to gain. All right. I can get minimized bureaucracy. Hold on. Minimize bureaucracy. Trash a card. When you play it. Research a card costing up to 6 for free and immediately play. You know what? Screw it. Let's give ourselves flexibility. Everybody's exhausted. I'm the EU. I'm talking to you. So I'm drawing 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. Is it a deck building game? Treating it like an actual deck building game is a bad idea. Okay, so we're done. We're gonna flip our camera back over, get our view back set. And yeah, so we're done with, oh no, we're not done. I lied. Russia. I'm sorry. I'm so used to going last, y'all. I'm so sorry. All right, Russia needs to choose their card. They're gonna take this one and be happy. There. All right, get good. Okay, now we're done. And I'm gonna leave that up because I need to view that for later when I do or reduce bureaucracy or whatever it's called. That card. Oh man, the mosquito bit me. That jerk. That jerk. It's one time I don't wear my hoodie, huh? One time I don't wear my hoodie. Don't worry, I'll get him back. I'll murder him. I'll murder him. With the zap. Okay, moving back to everything else. Yes, switching our camera back over, and then going back down. Here we are. So we are on the last round. We got our last cubes here. Oh, nope, not yet. Hold on, we gotta do the rest of the stuff. Hold on, getting ahead of myself. Return on investments. So I'm gonna gain $2. And these bots, see, USA is gonna gain 20 because they have 4. Oh, I see the mosquito. Wait, where's the zapper? Where's the zapper? That. Just saw him. Yeah, got him. I know you heard that. Where's his body? Oh, there it is. There it is. Sorry, I'm just gonna show you I'm gonna spare you the details of it, but I'll zoom in so we can all look at it together. Look at this jerk, they got me. You can't really see that, can you? Okay, I'll zoom in closer. Nope, that's not a zoom. All right, sorry, this is what happens when you do a very long playthrough. Where's the mosquito? I don't see him. There he is, right there. See him? Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay, sorry. All right. It's probably gross. I'm sorry for y'all who didn't want to see that. But circle of life. Get good, scrubs. All right. Okay. Now that the mosquito's been murdered, let's go back over to our view before we're so rudely interrupted by nature happening. We were doing money. So the United States gets $20. So they're going from 17 to 37. Okay. And then we have $25 being added to China. So China goes from 39 to 74. 74? No, 25. Sorry, math is hard. 64. 64? 64. Okay. And then finally, Russia's going to gain $10. So they're going to go from 87 to 97. Cool. Increased prosperity. Hey, I get to be involved. I'm so happy about that. Increased prosperity, starting with me, the player that we all care about. We're going to spend 5 to go to the next level. So from 6 down to 1 on the phones. And we get 9 victory points and 30, count them, $30. I'm rolling in the money all of a sudden. See what happens when you actually trade? I think my downfall is I didn't trade. I should have definitely traded at least twice in the early game, but I decided to not. I drew too many cards. That's just me saying, hey, when I lose this game, we know why. Okay, I get 9 points though. So 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm getting close to breaking 100. Not there yet, but I'm working on it. All right, let's see how many points these jerks get. So starting off with Russia or America. America wants to spend $45 to get to the next level. It can't. He has $37, so therefore no money spent. Does not does not increase prosperity. China wants to spend 40. They have $64, so they will be able to. So they're going to go from 64 down to 24. And China is going to go up 8 points. There we go. And then Russia wants to spend $30 to go to the next level. They have $97. They definitely can. So they're going to go to 67. And they're going to go up 5 victory points. Done. All right. So now that's done, we're going to resolve threat. So threat on the board is going to be pretty rough for me, for sure. I'm losing 2 points for here, and so is America. So me and America lose 2. 1, 2. America loses 2. 1, 2, in decline. Over here, same thing. I and America both lose 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. It's mostly because Russia's in a military stance and America is not, and I am not. So therefore, that's why. And then up here, nothing happens. Down here, nothing happens. Over here, nothing happens. There, nothing happens. Over here, China is going to be fine because China's in a military stance. They get 2 for their tank and they get +1 for the locations in the sphere of influence. So they're actually 3 and 3. So they get nothing reduced. So my extra tank there was not causing them as much trouble. So kind of a waste, but you know what? You can't win them all. I could have put that tank somewhere else, huh? Could have put it over in nowhere else, really. nowhere was going to be safe for me. So that's it. We are done with our threats. Now we do scoring. Nope, that's for the last round. And now we move up. And now we get these cubes. So let's see. Russia's going to put their last cube in engage. Sorry, I'm now wearing a hoodie. Sorry for the continuity error there. Just the mosquito got to me. Sorry, Russia is going to go for engage. China is going to go for engage as well. And America is going to go for invest. So we are at our last, well, that's loud. Last round, y'all. Prepare your souls. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the next part. We're going to draw cards. I'm drawing all of my cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All 6. I got soft power. Oh, tap into new markets. Man, I got some good cards here. Oh, heck yeah. Improve relations, then invest or trade. Oh, man. Oh, man. We're going to be catching up. We're catching up, boys. We're catching up. Oh, finally. Okay. All right. There's a chance. There's hope. Do I think that I'm going to be able to be victorious with this? No. I think I'm going to be losing by at least 15 points. But I feel like I'm going to be losing by hopefully less points than 15 if I do it right. And depending on what they do, of course. But I'm pretty far back. They're pretty far up. And a lot of my points are really invested in me winning these locations and getting those points. And it's hard because the Automa, who's also competing there, is also getting some of those points too. So I really need to make sure, like, I need to take South Asia for sure. I need to take Africa for sure. I need to hopefully try to get the Middle East to be less for the U.S. Like, Russia's not even showing up here. It's just me and actually, it's just me and America. Wow, that's rude. Okay, well, just me and America fighting. Just elbows up, Canada. Fight against those Americans. All right. Anyway, so that's done. We drew our cards. Reveal new country cards. Okay. Oh, there's Ukraine. Oh no. Oops. Sorry, I made a mess of that. Shuffle those. Okay, there we go. I don't even know what country was on top there. Okay, there we go. Now we're established. Whew, okay, that was a lot of work. Oh no, I did Europe already. Okay, so that's all the countries, and now we determine turn order. Turn order is staying exactly the same. Oh no, I lied. China's now first. Oh, when did that happen? Okay, and now we produce primary resources, so I get 1 energy production, and 1 raw materials, and 3 food. One thing to note that's very important and useful for those who are playing your own game, if you ever have to produce resources but you're maxed out, you convert that as an export immediately. So you do get money for overproducing. So that's a good thing to note. I think in one of my games I played that could have saved me, but it didn't because I didn't play it right. Because of course it didn't. Why would I? Why would I play the rules right? Who reads rules? Come on. The rules are all fake. They're all made up. Okay. Speaking of rules, next up is going to be produce primary resources. We did that. Choose our focus. So I'm going to choose my focus. I'm going to go diplomatic focus for sure. Get some countries back. I thought about doing military focus and put some pressure, but I have 0 military cards in my hand. So really all I'm doing is making it more expensive for me to do engages. And I think I need to engage, improve relations, and invest and engage, and then try to maybe get a growth card out. So we'll see where this pans out, but it's going to be hard to even score 6 points because Africa is being fought over. Middle East is out of control. The United States is just putting all their influence there. And then I'm going to lose some points from the tanks and from Russia in both Europe and the Middle East. So it's just going to be painful. So I want to stay in a diplomatic focus. I get to ready 5 countries. I'm going to ready Canada because it's one of my 3s. I'm going to ready South Africa and Nigeria because it's going to give me Africa. I'm going to ready Israel and the UAE. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, I'm going to not ready Nigeria. Oh no, I am going to ready Nigeria because there's a Nigeria location there. Oh, wait, let me look at this location. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to ready Nigeria because that'll give me a free influence. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 already. All right, and I can spend set. Nope, I'm not going to do that. But I can also spend money to get flags. I'm going to convert these flags. Again, I didn't have money for a while. I'm going to spend $15 now. And I'm just rolling in the dough now that I've gotten things moving. I feel like round 1, I don't know what happened. I just ran out of money. Round 2, I didn't get any money. And then round 3, I finally had an opportunity to trade. Or round 4, was round 4 or round 5? Whatever round it was that I got like the big trade going. Again, I bought too many cards and I didn't get any trades to help me out, so causing my own problems. Of course I am. Okay, so I got my stuff all set. Let's go ahead and figure out what the Automas are going to do. We're going to figure out their focuses, their foci, if you will. So starting off with the China. China's going to go military focus. Okay, I kind of like that. All right. And then USA is going to go domestic. Okay, we're cooking. They're going to get a lot of money, but still. And then Russia, military focus. Oh wait, no, it's not Russia. They're diplomatic. Yes. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, randomization gods. Okay, so Russia is going to go diplomatic focus, and I'm very happy about that because that means that now all the pressure that Russia's putting up here, it still exists, but the United States is causing Russia to lose some points. China is now barreling down on Russia's doorstep, and then, it's just kind of a battle up here. So, all right, this might be good. This might be good for us. We'll see if we can make something good from this. Make some good happen. Okay, we got to give them their money. So the United States is going to get $60. So they're going to go from 37 to 97. Russia is diplomatic, so it's 5 times the round, so they're going to get $30. So from 67 to 97. That's weird. And then China is going to get $3 per, so $3 per round, so 3 times 6 is 18. So they're going to go from 24 to 97. No, I'm joking. Sorry, they're going to go from 24. I'm going to do the calculator. I just messed up myself. 24 plus 18 and 42. Oh, nice. From 24 to 42. Nice. That's cool. Little math trick there. Okay, and then Russia is going to be able to do a free pull for somebody who's not in their sphere of influence. So let's go ahead and see where they're going. Russia is going to pull from the Americas. That's not in the sphere of influence. So they're going to get a free, what's it called? Improve relations with somebody in America. They're going to gain it from Venezuela because they can build a base there. They're going to take that. And Venezuela right there. And they're going to spend 10 for that because it's 2 flags that it costs them. So they're spending 10, so from 97 to 87. All right, and that's it. So now we are moving on to the round, starting with China. Heck yeah. All right, so China goes first. China's going to do a yellow action. So for the yellow action for China, China's going to do yellow action. China's red, so they're going to move here. And they're going to do an invest. So China's going to invest. Where are you investing, China? Let's see. Get our shuffle on. I think this is random enough, don't you think? Oh. All right, there we go. So China is going to invest in Central Asia. Yeah, I'm good. I'm okay with that. China's going to invest, well, like I have a say in it. China's going to invest in Central Asia. So China is going to invest in Central Asia. Oh, they can't. They're maxed out. They can't. They cannot invest in Central Asia. They can only do it twice there. Not Central Asia. Europe. They're going to invest in Europe. Can they invest in Europe? Oh my gosh, they can't. No, they can't. Ha! You can't. No investments in Europe. South Asia. They can invest in South Asia, so they will. That's annoying. So they're going to invest in South Asia. They're going to spend $15. So from 42 down to what is that? 27. $27. And they're going to put that there. They're going to gain their little influence cube. And they're going to send America packing. Suddenly, I'm a little afraid that they're going to knock my cube off. And I don't like that. I still got my America cube, but like that's a little frustrating. I got to waste an action over there. Okay, so that was their first action for China. We're going to throw that card away out of the game, and they get their second action, their actual action. They're going to do a red action. They're going to move some move some tanks. So they're going to move. They're going to move tanks. So for moving tanks, China is going to move one tank into where they're currently under threat. They are currently under threat in. They're not under threat here because they have one defense in their sphere of influence plus the 2 tank there, so they're fine. They are not under threat here. They're not under threat anywhere. So therefore, they can put they're going to try to put the most people under threat. The USA is currently under threat. Russia's currently not under threat, but they're going to try to put the most people under threat. There's a 50-50. So China is going to choose whoever has more tanks, or somebody has more tanks. I have more tanks than China here, so China's going to put a tank there. So they're going to spend $5 to do so. And China's going to go from 27 down to $22. And they're just moving a tank. They're not going to get an influence for that. All right, that's done. China's done. Now we move on to America. So America's going to take their first cheaty action. They're going to do a green. So America's going to do green. They're going to improve relations. All right, now they're improving relations. They're going to improve relations with... Oh, wait. No, yeah, we still flip. Okay. Now we do improve relations with... they're going to improve relations with East Asia Pacific. They're going to choose a spot where they can build a base. They're going to choose the Philippines. So they're going to spend 10. They are not in a domestic focus, so they're going to spend 10 for that. So 10 spent. Oh, we gotta actually spend it, huh? So from 97 to 87. Man, China or America and Russia look very similar. I'm trying to say something about the current world right now. This is a strange commentary I see. Okay, but that's it for America. That was their cheaty action. So now they're done with that. Now we're going to go to their actual action, and they're going to do a growth. They have $87. They're going to go for a level 3 growth card, so they should be able to afford it. Let's see what they do for growth. They can afford. Or they're going to go for level 3. So one of these two. For the stuff conversions, there we go. It's going to be 45 and 40. So 45 and 40. They don't care which one. And they're going to go, A and B. They're going to go for A, and they're going to spend $45. So $45 spent from 87 to 32. Okay, and then they're also going to gain 9 victory points because they need more points. Why not? So they're at 110. Okay, So that is all done. America is done with her growth. Now we're going to switch back over. And, oh, I'm up. Hey, I get to go. Finally, I get a turn. Look at me go. Look at me actually have a turn. Oh, let me do that. There we go. Okay, so I get to go. I think I need to go ahead and play this new agenda card to kind of see what cards show up. I don't have any discard, do I? Wow. Ooh, I can get another growth card. Oh, heck yeah. I can get 2 growth cards? I need production though. Oh, produce 1 resource. I need business. Business is energy and oh my gosh, I need trade. Oh no. My plans, I had plans and I'm just like getting derailed immediately. All right, so I'm gonna draw 3 cards and then I can discard 2 cards to play another card. So I'm gonna draw 3 cards. My deck is empty. So I'm gonna shuffle my discard here. And I'm hoping that I can get my card that's gonna let me draw a card and I can trash a card in my hand or discard to play another card. It's really just me kind of drawing cards to play cards, but I'm trying to cycle through my deck so I can get hopefully better stuff, you know. So we're drawing 3. So well, let me cut. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Nothing good. All right, all trash, all garbage. Garbage. All of it. Garbage. Okay, so let's punch in a little bit. So we have improve relations with a country on the board. For every flag required, I can spend $1 or $3 instead. Draw a card, then play and build a base. Move up to 3, and then reset one of your temporary influence. That actually might be nice for the Middle East. So I might hold on to that one. Engage in a region. If you engage in your If I engage in Middle East, North Africa, Europe, or Central Asia, I can spend 1 less. Bleh. Improve relations with a country on the board, then invest in that country to trade, or invest in that country or trade. Engage. Oh, these are cards I already had. Okay, I see. So I think these are the 3 new ones. So I don't really care about the soft power one, so I'm just gonna put that to the side because I can discard 2 cards to play another card, or I can just hold on to all these cards, which would be kind of silly or quite silly. So I already have optimization program, which lets me produce 1 resource type, then get growth card. And the growth card will just give me points. It'll just be for points at this point. I need a tank. That's unfortunate. So I think I need to do a trade before I can actually produce anything good, which sucks a lot. Because that's going to be a wasted action there. If I could do like a trade and something, like I can improve relations, but I want to do like a trade and an invest at the same time, or like a trade and engage, because I want to get more cubes on the table too. This is tough, y'all. All right, so I'm discarding soft power. Well, that's an engage. Hold on, let me think about that. Humanitarian aid, I think, is not as good right now. I don't need more countries. I need cubes. So I think that's one of my 2 discards, so I can play another card. I think draw a card, then build a base in an allied country. I mean, that sounds good, but it doesn't give me like more movement. Like the military exercise saves one of my cubes if I play it now, which I can use it to save my cube in the East Asia Pacific. I can use it to save my cube in the Middle East. And I think if I do in the Middle East, I can move my tanks around, and that will give me some other flexibility too. I got 6 tanks on the board. I think of all the cards to get rid of, I think this one I need to get rid of, and this one. As much as I want to hold on to the engage, I think building a base is going to be a better version of engage right now since I have money. So I can do the build a base and then this. All right, so I get to play another card. So I will play another card here. So we're going to punch out a little bit, not too much. Okay, well, that's exactly where we were. Never mind. Let's go back out to where we were then. Fine, see if I care. All right, so let's see. I can move up to 3 tanks and reset one of your temporary influence cubes. That can save me a lot of trouble in the Middle East. Maybe get the US to stop building bases there. I just need majority there. For Africa, I need to have more than everybody else. So I need to put another influence in Africa. And I can do that with the engage in the region. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna do military exercise. This is still my first card play. And, oh, actually, hold on. Hear me out. I'm gonna do optimization program because I can produce one resource type, right? And then I can get a growth card. I can produce a tank. Shoot, that card costs tanks. Why is this one called a tank? This one gives me 2 points. I was trying to get it for the 2 points, but I guess I'm taking this one instead. Revenue optimization. During your research step, gain the upper bonus for your cards twice. Yeah, I'll take that one. All right, so we're gonna produce one resource. We're gonna produce a tank because when I build a base, I'll be able to place the tank out somewhere. So we're gonna produce a tank. We're gonna spend 1 raw material, and then we're gonna use up 1 food, and that's gonna give me a tank. Remember, the big tanks are 3. I'm running out of tanks. So I got my first growth card, y'all. Woo! Look at that growth. All right, now if I do a trade, I can get 12 victory points at the end of the game. That would be good, but we're gonna focus on that next. So I got my growth card. I can possibly get another growth card and produce again. I don't know what I would produce. Oh, I could produce another business. Oh, actually, hell yeah, that would be good. Yeah, I can get my second growth card. Oh, no, hold on, I gotta spend my stuff. Sorry, I spend $10 in 1 business. Never mind, I don't have enough business. All right, there we go. Okay, I didn't spend my stuff for that one. I just kept the resources. Okay, kleptomaniac over here. All right, so I'm all done. We're moving on to Russia is going with their first cheaty action. So now Russia's going, and Russia is going to do a red action. So they're going to do a build a base. Russia's red. Nope, Russia's white. They're gonna build a base. And they're gonna build a base where they're currently under threat. Russia is currently under threat here by 2 because China's in a military stance. Russia is currently under threat here by 1 because they're not in threat. So they're gonna build a thing here. So Russia's gonna build a base here in you son of a. It knocks my cube out. I was trying to preserve my cube. I should have played the. Oh gosh, I don't know why I waited. I should have saw this coming. This is my own fault. My own dang fault. I'm just taking a moment to vent. Yeah, I should have done, instead of the optimization program, because I didn't have a tank to move in there, but it's not about moving a tank in there. It's more so about, yeah, whatever. I can put a cube back. It's fine. It's getting closer to pushing the USA off. That's all I care about. Going back over here, though, Russia's going to build a base there. They're going to spend $10. Can they build a base in the Middle East? Shucks, they can. They're going to build a base in the Middle East. They're going to spend $10 to do so. So from 87 to 77, they're going to take a tank. Gonna put it right there. Boom. And now they're no longer being threatened by the USA. They're threatening me now, though. I don't appreciate that. They're going to gain an influence cube. And I get knocked out, which is rude. Rude? Dude, uncool. All right, that's done. I'm sad about that. Could be sadder, but it's fine. And that was their... Wait. Did Russia not buy a card? 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. Did I play Russia's turn already? No. Something's up. Something's up. 1 second. Because Russia has to play a double action, right? Yeah, Russia has to play a double action. They bought a card for 4. They definitely bought a card for 4. I'm trying to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. That's 12 cards. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's correct as well. Did I not buy a card for Russia? Did I skip Russia again? Very possible I skipped Russia. Let me check. Oh man, I don't even know what card it would be, to be honest. So Russia should have grabbed a card of 4. And I feel like Russia did grab a card of 4. All right, I gotta go to the Twitch archives. All right, so I'm live streaming here on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/CulBlu for those who are wondering where that's at. I'm gonna go and see if I can find out what happened. So give me a moment. We're gonna review the footage. There's been a foul called on the play. I don't know how sports ball works. Sorry. I have a feeling I didn't give Russia their card. Okay, so there's me buying cards. So Russia did buy a card. Russia bought a growth card. No, I bought a growth card. Okay, I see. Okay, so Russia bought a yellow card. So where did that yellow card go? That's the question. Russia bought steady partnership. Is what the video is saying. No. Yeah, Russia bought steady partnership. So I don't see steady partnership. Where is that card? All right, I'm gonna check my deck. I might have stole it from him. I think I stole it. Because I do not remember buying steady partnership. Nope, I don't see it in my... Oh, it fell on the floor. All right, I see. I found the card, guys. It fell on the floor. Okay. All right, yep. Steady partnership is over here on the floor. All right, okay, so Russia needs to play one more card. So that was Russia's. It does matter what order they did it in, but this is fine. Steady partnership. This is a card they're going to burn out of the game because they hadn't taken an action yet. So that's why I was very confused. It somehow fell on the floor. So steady partnership is what they're playing. They're doing a yellow action. So Russia is going to do a invest. They could afford it in either direction. They're going to invest in. Russia's going to invest in the Americas, and they can. Oh my God! Stop fighting over here. Go away. Go away. Why are you guys showing up in the spots where the game knows? The game knows. It said, "Hey, I see you trying to cheat," and it's like, "Well, I'm going to cause you some problems here and do some stuff and blah blah blah." It's like, what a jerk! What a jerk! Unbearable jerk. It's kind of. I hate that guy. I hate that guy. All right, that Russia guy. So Russia is going to invest in Americas. It can. Oh, it can't. Oh no, it can. Yeah, it has Venezuela here. And it also has Cuba here. So yeah, it's going to invest in the Americas. So we're going to spend $15. So from 77 down to 62. And we're going to get a influence cube for Russia. 2 points for them as well. Okay. And that card goes out of the game. All right, now we're done. Okay, so now we go back to the US. This is the USA's second action for the round. They're going to do a green, so they're going to do an engage, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it says engage there. So USA is going to engage, and they're going to engage in South Asia. Oh, hey. All right. Oh, they don't have a South Asia spot to engage with. Nope. Good try. Good try, though. They're going to engage in East Asia Pacifics. Oh, they're going to kick me out. America. America, stop it. Jeez. Can we all just get along, please? Can they invest in... No, they're not investing, they're engaging. East Asia Pacific, they can engage in East Asia Pacific. They got 3, so they get a reduction of 3. They are not in a domestic focus, so it's fine. So 5 minus 3, so 2. They pay $10, so USA is going to pay $10 to screw me over yet again, 22. I just don't understand. I don't understand why they're insisting on making their problems me. Like, it's just between Russia and America. They just keep fussing with me. I had a foothold and I lost it. And I need 4. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to hold on to that yellow cube over there. Oh, that's mine. Sorry, I put it over here. Here we go. All right. Well, that's frustrating. That's super frustrating for sure. So we're established with that. I hope you're happy with yourself. I hope you're happy. Oh, sorry. China was supposed to go before America did. But that's fine. Now China goes. Sorry, China before America, but I don't think they would have impacted each other. So, see, America, you cheated, jerk. All right, America first, my butt. All right, so going back over to China. China is doing a green action, so China is also doing an engage action. And see, that's supposed to be China's card. China is going to engage in East Asia Pacific. Oh, so China, you too? You would have did it to me too? Wow, wow. With friends like these, who needs anemones? So China, oh, actually China's not going to engage here because it would knock off their cube, so they're not going to do it. Instead, they're going to engage in the Americas. Gosh, that's worse. That's so much worse. All right, they're going to engage in the Americas. Whatever. This is engage in the Americas. They got one spot. They're going to spend $15. We go from 22 down to 7. This is the worst. China. Taking my one victory point and everything. Can't have anything nice. Used to be able to have bread and circuses, and can't even have breads or circuses anymore. Jerks. All right. I hope you're happy, China. I hope you're happy. All right, now we're on to me. So I absolutely need to play my military exercises card right now, because otherwise I'm going to lose that spot, and I'm going to be in trouble. So military exercises, move up to 3 tanks. You can reset one of your temporary influences of one of the regions that you moved your tanks to. So I have to spend $5 for every tank I move. I'm going to move one of my 3 tanks, because I'm not doing anything to cause China heartache over there. So I'm moving one of my 3 tanks from over here to over here, and I'm resetting this cube. And it says move up to? Yeah, up to. So I don't have to move any more tanks if I don't want to. So I don't think I will. So I'm gonna spend $5 for that one move. I have a base over there. Do I have a base over there? I thought I had a base. How did I get a tank in Canada? Or how did I get a tank in America? Ain't no way I didn't have a base over here. Hold on. I don't think I can do that. I don't know how I got a tank into America to begin with. It sounds like I built a base, but I never put the token on my card. I feel like that's what happened. But I don't know if that's true. Now I am flummoxed. All right, here's what I'll do. I'll undo that. Let me check my cards here in my deck. 1 second. I don't know if I have a card that lets me move a tank, even if I don't have a base. I don't think I do. I do not. I do not have such a card that does that. So the question is, how did I get a tank in America? Because I remember having a tank sitting there in America just chilling. So in this case, I can't do military exercises because I don't have a base there. So I get my $5 back. Oh, I never paid it. I did not pay my $5 to begin with. That goes here, this goes back. So instead, I need to build a base in America, which is, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I can choose to, instead of build a base, I can improve relations with the country and then, oh, I see. No. That gave me an influence. I was going to say, I got Canada. Oh, you can't see how I'm pointing at. Sorry. I was saying I got Canada, but no, getting Canada gave me an influence in that region. And I got another influence somehow. I don't know how. I feel like I built a base in Canada. I just never exhausted Canada or never put the thing on Canada, so I don't know. At any rate, it's all screwed up. We'll find where that mistake was done and call it out in the comments. Check the comments so you can see corrections, because as much as I try to not make mistakes, I am still human. All right, so we're going to do well-laid plans instead. Well-laid plans, I really wanted to play this for Africa, but I think I'll do the engage with Africa instead. So well-laid plans is going to allow me to draw a card, so I'm committing to that. Improve relations with the country, trash. And then build a base in an allied country. I can build a base in Canada, so therefore I will. So we're going to spend $10 and then exhaust Canada. That's going to build a base there. And essentially I'm just trying to keep my cube alive because I need that. I would like to get majority here, but given I don't know how I had a tank there to begin with, this is the move I'm making. So I spend $10 So from 20 down to 10. And that is it. I got my influence cube. I got no points for that. Oh, I have to put a tank. Send a tank. There we go. Oh, that's been 5. Oh, that was my $10, right? 5 for the base, 5 for the tank. Okay, I'm done. That felt like a waste of an action because I don't know what happened where, but I think I have enough to not win the Middle East, but I'm maintaining my cubes, so my cubes should be in safe spots unless they really decide to go hardcore in Americas for some reason. My cubes are all in safe spots, and for Africa, I can claim that one as long as I do an engage. I have 2 engages I can do over there. I lied. I have 1 engage I can do over there, and I can invest in a country in Africa. So we have things hopefully down packed, but I don't know where the rest of my points are going to come from, to be honest. I would like to do a trade. I guess I'm going to be doing improved relations in trade next. I don't have enough. I don't have nearly enough actions. I need a card that says play 2 actions. And also, don't forget, I have this card in my hand, which is a pretty cool card. So this card in my hand, which allows me to trash this card and then play a card from the research row. And of the cards in the research row, I'll bring our camera up so we can look at it together. Of the cards in the research row, we have a few different options here. So we can produce and get 1 growth card. We can produce and move up to 3 tanks. We can improve relations. No, it's too. I can't do those 2. Improve relations with 2 countries, or we can do build a base in an allied country. You can move up to 3 tanks to its region regardless of the country's hex value and without paying their move cost. So that could be cool for saving $5. I'll save me $5. So I basically have 2 build bases is what I'm saying. Or sorry, 2 ways to get influence. So I can get influence and I can also do that to put another tank somewhere. So I lost Europe. Europe is lost. There's no way I'm getting Europe. Europe is a lost cause. Europe has fallen, if you will. Europe has fallen. Okay, so knowing all those things, 4, 5, I'm done. My turn is over. We're moving on to the Automa. Russia's gonna go. So Russia's gonna go with their yellow action. So now Russia's gonna go with invest. Boom. And they're going to invest, they have $62. They're going to invest in Africa. They have no country in Africa. Europe. They're going to invest in Belarus. Hey, Belarus, their favorite. They're going to spend $15 for that. So from 62, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 47. Heck yeah. All right, so they're going to get an influence cube in Europe. They're going to get 3 points. I wanted those 3 points, but and look, I'm stretched thin, y'all. I'm stretched thin. 2, 3. All right, I think I'm losing by 15 points. I'm gonna say between 15 to 20 points is how much I'm losing by. I think there's a lot of points for me in the in-game scoring, but not enough, not nearly enough to catch up to China, because China also has 9 points coming its way, 8 points coming its way, at least 4, and potentially 4, maybe 2. So China, oh, also don't forget those points up there. Yeah, China is running away with this game already. The USA is also running away with the game, but like that's because they keep flipping me over here in the Middle East. They just kept saying, hey, let me just keep putting Qs here and grab all these points. And it's like, stop it, bro, chill the actual heck out. All right, so I take my L with pride. I feel like I've applied a lot of lessons learned and still lost. Get good, scrubs. All right, China goes first, not America. So now China goes first. We're going to do a yellow action. So China's red. China is going to do a trade. Move all their cubes. And now China's doing a trade. They're going to get how many things? Man, just look at this board. Look at this smorgasbord, if you will. China's getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They're getting 14 times 5. What's that, 70? I think it's 70. They're getting $70. Oh man, they had no dollars to begin with. They had $7. So they're getting from 7 to 77. Well done, China. You chose correctly. All right, so they're done. Next up is going to be America. America's going to do a growth. America has $22, not nearly enough. They need to get a level 4, so they can't. So they're going to get $30 instead. They're going to go from 22 to 52. And now I got some hard choices to make. I got some really hard choices to make because I kind of went on and on about I can build the double bases and do the stuff. I need to claim Africa for sure. My position should be secure for the other scoring condition. I think Middle East is a lost cause. There's no flipping way I can get that unless Russia and China decide to put some influence cubes in there to knock 2 of America's off. There's no way I'm going to be able to get the majority there. So the Middle East is lost. I'm claiming 6 points and not 9, which is very unfortunate because I was trying to plan for that for the entire game. I even delayed it to try to get there. Now the question is, do I trash this card to play one of those fancy cards up there, which one allows me to build a base and essentially move tanks around for free? And I think that'll save me a little bit of a few dollars. I could also improve relations in trade, which actually I think I need to do that. If I improve relations in trade, that'll allow me to have the phones for the final prosperity step. Oh, I don't have the resource. Oh no. Oh no. Not again. All right. I need energy and I have too much money. I need this money spent. So we're going to tap into new markets. Doesn't feel good, but we're going to do it. We're going to tap into new markets. Tap into new markets says improve relations with a country on the board, then invest in that country or trade. So I'm going to improve relations with the country on the board. Is there a country I can get a free? Oh, Nigeria is right there. Oh, heck yeah. I'm improving relations with Nigeria. That's going to give me a free influence in Africa. Oh my gosh, that's so good. I'm so good at this game. All right, 1, 2. Sorry, I'm not good at this game, guys. I'm kind of garbage. All right, so I get a free spot in Nigeria. It was not exhausted, so therefore I do get a free influence over here, which is fantastic. So I get this here, that bumped off China, that jerk, and now I have majority. I have more than everybody else here, and I will forever have that as long as I don't get bumped off. All right, so that's done, and I also get to trade, or invest in that country or trade. I will trade instead. So I will do a trade, and for my trade, let's go ahead and see what we got. So I have a lot of money. I need to spend it, and I want to do a production, because if I can do if I can get this card allows me to produce 1 resource type and then get a growth card. I can get a growth card, which will be very helpful for helping my points add up a little bit better. And I can get enough phones, I need 6 phones, to be able to kind of do some cool stuff. Now, there's no cards up there, let me draw more cards, but minimize bureaucracy is what I'm gonna try to shoot for. That's my goal. And in a pinch, I can do ensure peace in the region, but I think I have Africa settled. Africa is now established as a reasonable hold for me, so I think I should be good. I need 2 briefcases and one diplomacy, so I just need 2 briefcases. So I need to be able to produce enough to get 6 phones and 2 briefcases. And oh my gosh, I just realized I don't have enough production for that, do I? Okay, so I have to trade in those phones. All right, don't worry, we got this. We prepared. Shoot. Oh no. Flip, we didn't prepare. Oh no, I can only get 1 phone max. I need 1 more phone. Oh, I have 1 phone. Math works. Oh my gosh, I don't believe in anything except for math. I believe in math. All right, sorry. So what I was looking at was I was trying to look at how many phones I can pull in, and I can pull in 1 phone from China, and I can produce up to 4 phones. Assuming I have enough resources that I can pull to produce all the things, I can produce 4 phones. I need 2 business and 4 phones, so it's going to be how many resources? So that's going to be 6 energy. So I need 5 more energy, and I need 4 raw materials. And I already have the food, so I think I'm good. So I need at least 5 energy and 4 raw materials. So everything else can be sold, right? Am I doing that right? Yeah, okay. All right, so we're good. We're good on that one. Oh, hello, Capty Peak, or Capty Pack. How long is 1 solo game without commentary? 1 solo game without commentary runs maybe about 4 hours. With commentary, with all the things I'm doing, all the bells and whistles switching back and forth, and also just my natural AP that kicks in, this game definitely naturally hits 6 hours with commentary at least. But yeah, as somebody pointed out, yes, I have been running this for about 6 hours. Actually, I can tell you the exact time. My recording is at 6 hours and 30 minutes. So the first 30 minutes I'll set up some stuff. But yeah, I've been running at this for a little bit, mostly because I'm trying to do everything correctly. And the bots, man, the bots, I tell you, they got hands. They got hands. This is rough. This is rough. I'm also not the greatest at long-term planning. So that's a part of it, but take that how you will. I would say this is a precautionary tale to don't play like I do. Play like the bots do. The bots are playing great. They're doing a great job. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, Cap T Pack says thanks. And Zcon Game says hats off to you, sir. Yes, thank you. No worries. I do it for the love of the game. Want to make sure I get some more playthroughs, and I also want to get Warden Turmoil played. Not right now, but yeah, looks like my next venture is going to be that eventually, sometime in the probably distant future, because I got some other stuff in the pipeline. But continuing on with my turn though, we are going to not do minimize bureaucracy yet. Oh no, this is our last turn. No, we just did our turn. We're trading. That's what we're doing. Okay. I didn't lose track of things. You did. So we are going to trade. We established that we need 4 raw materials, and we need. I'm just going to get as much as I can. I don't want to try to be min-maxing, especially when I got this much money just bouncing around. All this money ends up being things that are not realized as stuff that I've converted. So I will do my import first, because I need the phone from China. Oh no. Oh no, pour one out for me, folks. I need 3 imports. I can only do 2 imports. Oh no. Okay, we can make this work. Yeah, we can make this work, because when I do this card, so whenever I play Minimize Bureaucracy, it allows me to throw away a card, or kill this card, and then gain a card of 6 research or less, which is this one, from display. And this allows me to produce 1 resource type and then get 1 growth card. So I should be able to still do it. I have to do 2 productions to get the phones I need. So, whew, man, heartbroken. Still heartbroken, but okay. So I need as much raw materials I can get. So I'm getting energy and raw materials. I'm getting both from Russia. So Russia is going to get $24 from me. That was it? No, $18 from me. Where's my sheet? So Russia is selling ore and oil. I can get 3 of each. So I'm getting 9 and 9, so 18. So I'm sending Russia $18. I do get a diplomacy for trading with one of the folks out there. So that's going to be $18 from me. 20, get back 2. And then I get 3, 1, 2, 3, and 3, 1, 2, 3. And Russia is going to earn $18. So from 47, calculator. I don't trust myself right now. I feel like that's going to be 65, but don't quote me on that. 47 plus 18. 65! Hey! My brain still works. All right, 65. Okay, so Russia got its money from that. I did my trades. I can also import still 2 raw materials from Australia, 2 raw materials from Africa or South Africa. 1, 3, 4. So I can get 4 and 4. So 4 from all the things here. Oh, actually, there's more. Hold on. Sorry, math is so hard right now. So 4 more raw materials is what I can get. So I'm going to get 4 more raw materials from these 2, and that's going to cost me 12 as well. So that's those 2. 12 is spent, and I get 4 more. So from 3 to 7. And then I have no more raw materials I can pull in. I can also import energy from UAE. I can import 3 from Canada and 1 from Nigeria. I don't think I need that much. So I'm just gonna try to make these both match, because I don't think I need more. Oh no, because I do need to still do business. Yeah, we'll just grab it all. We'll grab it all. I need my money to be converted. We'll grab it all. Okay. Oh, I can only do 1 production, can't I? Oh, I need 2 productions. Oh no. Oh no. We're back to our problem. So my problem is I need at least 2 productions. I need to produce phones and I need to produce business. Flip. I need my 3 production card. So knowledge transfer, what does this do for me? Knowledge transfer says once per round, you can draw cards up to your highest hex value among your ready allied countries, then discard that many cards. It's gonna be too late. I need to do that now. Like I need to get knowledge transfer now, but I can't because I don't have the 2 briefcases. So, let me think about this. So the thought process is that if I'm able to get knowledge transfer before, then I can tap into new markets later and then do some cool stuff or have more card choices. The problem with that is I don't have enough. I did not have enough resources to produce 2 business because business is 1 energy and 1 food. I had all the food in the world. I did not have the energy for it though. I think I had 1 energy total. So now I have to choose. Do I want phones or do I want growth card? Growth card would be nice for 4 points, but the phones for 12, I mean, I have to get that prosperity. So what I'm saying is that I don't need the business anymore. Does that change anything else is the question. To produce phones, I need energy and raw materials. I don't need, well, that's all I got was energy and raw materials, to be honest. I don't need anything else. So that means for my export, I can literally export all my food, assuming I have enough people to export it to. I'm still not gonna be able to produce enough phones. I need to produce twice. Bro, this is murder. This is murder. I'm gonna be short by 1 phone. And I have a card that exists in my deck that allows me to produce, not this one. Why do I have all these cards down here? Oh, yeah, let's draw 3 cards, and then I did a produce. Then I drew a card and built a base, and then I'm doing improve relations now. I have a card in my deck that allows me to do a prosperity, but it's in my deck. I don't have any way to draw more cards. There's nothing out here that draws more cards for me. Not even just 1 card. The only way for me to draw more cards is knowledge transfer, but if I do knowledge transfer, I don't have enough actions to be able to play the card. I will be able to get knowledge transfer and then look at it. I don't know. This feels like a very sad way to go out. It's a very sad way to go out. Well, heck. Okay. So in that case, I'm going to sell a bunch of food. So let's go ahead and finish this trade. So I can sell my tank for money, which will do nothing for me. And then I can also sell my grain. Actually, I'm gonna hold on to that tank just in case I can build a base or something. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. I can sell 4 of my grain. That's gonna give me $20. So from 7 to 3, that's gonna give me 20 smackaroonies. And I can sell 1 more thing. I cannot do raw materials. I cannot do that. I don't have a build a base card in my hand, but I could build a base out there on the board. I want to go for the build a base thing. So we're going to do minimize bureaucracy to build a base, and hopefully we'll have enough points to kind of get us through it. All right, so that's all fine. I'm not going to sell my tank. I don't need the extra money. Like having all this extra money is not good, because that means that it's not converted into resources or points. And clearly I need more phones, and I don't have the capacity to get the phones that I need. That's a shame. That's a dang shame. Okay, All right, I'm done lamenting. All right, let's move on. So we are all done with our trades. We're committing to this. So let's go move over to the wider world. Okay, so going back to our wider world, we're going over to Russia. Russia's gonna go. Russia is gonna do a green action. I'm telling you, the Automas are playing great. The Automas are doing a great job. I'm so proud for them. I'm happy for them. They're going to engage. So Russia's going to engage to try to catch up. And Russia is going to engage in South Asia. They have India. So they're going to engage in South Asia the first time they're doing this. Wow, surprised. So they're going to spend, they have one location. Russia is in a diplomatic focus. So we're going to reduce this from 4 down to 3. So it's going to be 3. They have one country, so it's going to be 2. So they're spending $10 total. Because we do our conversion chart here, they don't have resources, they have money. So we do the 5 times 2. So they're going to spend $10. So from 65 to 55. And that's going to give Russia a influence cube over here. They're going to earn 2 points from that. These little ticky-tacky points are adding up, man. I'm telling you. All right, so Russia's happy about that. Moving on to China. This is the last action for the round for China. So China is going to do a green action for their last action, and China is red, so they're going to gain a country. They're going to gain a country in South Asia. So they're going to gain a country in South Asia. They're going to go for where they can build a base first. Let me bring that overlay onto the screen so we can all look along. They're going to choose for the improve relations and priority, the green card over there on the bottom left. They're going to try to go where they can get one of the starter countries first, and then they're going to try to go for where they can build a base. They can build a base in Sri Lanka. Bangladesh is not one of their starting countries, so they're going to take Sri Lanka. They're going to gain Sri Lanka, and they're going to pay the cost of flags, so 1 hex, so they pay $5. That was China. I'm sorry, I put that in the wrong spot. There we go. China goes from 77 down to 72. All right, so that's done. Now we're moving over to America for their last action for the round, for the game. America is going to do yellow. They are over here, so they're going to invest. What are you investing in? America is going to invest in Europe. They haven't done that a lot. They're going to take that last spot. That's weird. I wasn't going to take it, but it's fine. Live your life. Do your thing. So America's going to invest in Europe up here. So investing is going to be $15 flat for the Automas. So we're going to spend $15. They're going to put that investment marker on Iceland. So here we go. Boom. So they're going to put that there. They're going to spend $15. So from 52 down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 37. So they're down to $37, which is kind of good. Well, kind of okay. Not good, but kind of okay for me. All right, so they got that. They're going to get their cube. They're going to get 2 victory points. Let's make sure to give them their things, give them their due. 1, 2, so they're at 112. It would be nice to be up there as a player. I'm way down here. Just barely breaking 80. Okay. Now to my last turn. So for my last turn, here we have already kind of embraced the sadness that is a failure. That will be our failure to do all the things we wanted to do. So instead, we are going to try to go for the most points. We cannot get the prosperity unless we can draw a card. We only have 1 phone. We need 6. We can only produce 4. So we need to increase our production by 1, and we have no way to do that. I did a domestic focus earlier, and I increased my phone production by 1, but I needed to do it again clearly. So in the state that we're in, I have the opportunity to trash this card and then get a card from the research row. So we're gonna belabor this, and we're gonna choose one of these cards here. So one of these cards has 6 or lower. Again, this is the spread that I got. Optimization programming will give me another growth card, which that growth card lets me look at some cards, and I can't do anything with them, but I can look at them. This one allows me to build a base and place my tank, and that allows me to get another influence on the board, which I think is going to be pretty strong because that will give me another victory point. And oh, I can actually do that in oh no. Build a base in an allied country. You can move up to 3 tanks as a region regardless of the country's thing without paying the cost. No. Yeah, I was about to say I can do something in South Asia. So if we go back over here, in South Asia, if I can build a base here, I can put an influence down there, but I can't because I don't have any allied countries that let me build a base in that region because none of them showed up. And doing so wouldn't really help. I can also, I can do move some tanks. Now, I want to influence over here. Maybe I won't minimize bureaucracy. I can just do a good old simple engage and call it a day. Move on with life, you know? I got like 9 flags. I can engage wherever the heck I want. If I put another influence over here, it's gonna give me 7 victory points instead of tying with the US right now, or tying with the US and China, so we're taking 2 victory points total. If I put another cube over here with an engagement, that's gonna tie with China, so we're both gonna earn 5. If I put another influence over here, that won't really do anything. I'm already getting 2nd place currently, assuming that Russia and China stay away. So I'm gonna get 7 points there. Putting another cube up there does absolutely squat for me, except for knock myself out, and put me over there. Central Asia will give me 2 points if I go over there, and East Asia Pacific will give me 2 points. So I think the biggest winner for me is to reduce China's income, or reduce China's points by a few, and then put another cube here. I would like to build a base because I'm tied with the tank total. So I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus America 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus Russia 1, 2. Oh, Russia's at 8. When did that happen? Holy crap! All right, never mind. Screw that. I'm not gonna build a tank. I was trying to go for the tank points, but that is a pipe dream within a pipe dream. Never mind. So instead, I'm gonna go ahead and try to do for the Americas. So I want to engage in the Americas. That's my goal. There's no need for me to move tanks around. There's no need for me to do anything fancy. No need for me to grab some of those cards up there. So we are going to shift our focus yet again back over to where it should be. And we're going to not minimize bureaucracy, but instead we're going to engage. That's right, we're gonna do this off. Oh wait, this is my discard. What is this? Why am I looking at these cards? Sorry, those are wrong cards. Here we go, I'm still engaging, but I engage in a region, so I'm gonna have in the region. So in this case, we're gonna go for South Asia. We're engaging here. We have 1 ally there. So we get to reduce this from 4 down to 3. It's not gonna change anything, but we're gonna spend 3 total flags to put our thing here. Wait a second. This is more points though. If I had to choose between the US and China, oh man, that's a fork if I've never seen one. Sorry, so the hesitation right now is that this can give me 5 points. I'm already getting 5 points, but I reduced China's points by 3, so I basically changed that difference from 8 and 5, so I get to reduce their points by 3 essentially. Over here, if I get the 7 points, then I'll be able to counter their extra 3 points. And also I knock China off. I think engaging in America makes more sense. If I engage in the Middle East, there's a chance. All I'm doing is I'm just guaranteeing I'm getting 7 points, so I don't think that's worth it. There's a chance that Russia's gonna last action go here, but even if Russia does, then like Russia and I tie for 4 points apiece, and it's like, all right, whatever, I'll just live with that. So I think I'm gonna go over here in Americas. We're gonna go in Americas, and we're going to engage there. So we're going to reduce that by 1 with the card that we're playing. Engage in the region, spending 1 less diplomacy. For each allied country I have in the region, I have Canada, so therefore I get to reduce this from a 4 down to a 3. So it is going to be 3 flags total, so 1, 2, 3. Again, I can't produce enough phones to be able to get the thing here. Getting a growth card for 4 points is not nearly as much as getting 1 victory point by putting a cube on the board, plus the potential 7 points I'm going to earn there. So this ended up being the better points value. In reality, I should have played better. So, yeah, you know how that goes. Me in long-term games, never playing incorrectly. To be fair, it is a long game. All right, so that was my last action. We are all done and happy with that. Yeah, okay. Moving on, Russia, your last turn. So Russia is going to do a growth. They have $55. They need to get a level 3 card. They can afford it. Wow, I'm surprised. Oh man, am I gonna be last place? Wow, I might be last place because of this. Send help, send help. All right, so Russia's gonna go for a 3. They're gonna have to spend, we're gonna convert the stuff. is going to be $10 for every briefcase, and then $5 for every flag. So they're going to spend 30, 40. They're going to spend $40. So they can afford it. So Russia's going to spend $40 from 55 to 15. And Russia's going to gain 8 points. They're going to gain this many points plus the level. So they're going to gain 8 points. And look at that, guys. Just like that. I am no longer not last. That's right. I'm dead last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It all came back around in the end, didn't it? Didn't it? All right. And that's it. So we're at the very end. So now we got to do our final stuff. So we're going to go through our final actions, skipping research phase because we're not going to get any cards. Return on investments. The Automas are... Wow. Sorry. Let me fix that. It's not a rage quit, I promise. It's literally my tweezers slipped. The Automas are going to gain $5 per FDIC marker or FDI marker they have over there. So it's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 for the USA. So the USA is going to get 25 extra dollars. So from 37, I'm just going to use a calculator at this point because my brain is tired. 37 plus 25, 62. They're at $62. All right, China, what you got? China is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 30. So from 72 to 102? That's a shame. It's a shame. You shouldn't be able to get that much money in this game. I say as I had a good bit of money once I did a trade. 102 for China. And then over to Russia. Russia is going to gain 1, 2, 3, 4, so 20. So from 15 to 35. After I gave them all that money? You know, in hindsight, I shouldn't have traded with Russia. I should have undid that trade since I can't produce the things, but it's too late. If I had 2 trades in my hand, I would have been able, the production card in my hand, I would have been able to get the prosperity mark that I needed to get to so I can get the extra 12 points. But as it is, yeah, I said I was going to lose between 15 to 20 points. That's a pipe dream. This is a massive loss. All right, so we are done with that. So now we're moving over to, I get $2 for my return on investment. Oh, you can't see the point. I get $2 for my little, you can't even see me. It's off the screen. There we go. Look at that. $2. So I just want y'all to know. I invested in this turn one. I invested in Bhutan and I spent $10, and so far I've earned $12 off of it. How's that for return on investment? Now, the reason why you invest in this game is not usually for the return on investment. It's usually for the influence cube it gives you, and sometimes you can get cards that give you a better return on investment. But in this case, I did not get such cards. Resolve threat. All right, here's where it goes downhill. So I'm losing 2 points. America and Russia are not in a military stance, so I'm losing 2 points, and America and Russia are tied. So, boo. All right, over here. I have 2 tanks. Russia has more tanks than I do. America and EU don't impact each other because of NATO. So therefore, I lose 2 more points. Yay. Doing good. Russia loses nothing because they're tied. Nothing here because I don't threaten the US. Up here, Russia is losing 2 points because China is at 2 and 2 because China's in a military stance. So each one of those tanks are 2 threat. So Russia's just 2 threat total. So it's 4 threat versus Russia's 2 threat. So Russia's going to lose 2. Yay. And then over here, I'm doing nothing because China's like, why are you here, bro? Why are you here? So I'm just chilling. So China loses nothing. And that's it for the threats. All right. So now we're going to do a scoring, and here's where we just determine if I have more points in the tank. I don't see where my points are coming from. Like, all my points are on the board, almost literally. So let's go now. This in dramatic fashion. So everything is scoring in this game. All the regions are full. So I'm going to count up all the cubes first, and then afterwards we'll do the individual points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. So I get 13 extra points. So 1, 2, 3, I'm at 92. Hey, I might break 100. Boys and gals and non-binary pals. All right, so that's all my cubes that are on the board. For Russia has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5, 10, 12. Yeah, 12. So 1, 2. Boo. I'm in last again. All right. America, how many cubes do you have? America has so many cubes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Plus 4, 18. Jesus. All right. So they're going to go to 32 minus 2, so 30. Lost cause, y'all. Lost cause. I'm telling you. Look how far ahead they are. And China hasn't scored yet. So speaking of China, China's last. So we have 5. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 11, 12, 13. So China has 13 points. 1, 2, 3. Man, it would be so cool to be on that side of the board. Like, I'm over here and they're over there. Ugh, it's crazy. All right, so that's all of our cubes. So all of our cubes are added. So I'm going to do these ones as well. So we're going to see who has the most money. Oh, I have a lot of money. Not good, but I have a lot of money. Oh, China, for sure. China's at 102. America is at 62. Oh, wait. I skipped something. Hold on. Increase prosperity. I forgot that part. Sorry, I skipped the whole thing. We need to increase prosperity. Because I couldn't, I just pretended nobody else could. Going back to increase prosperity, let me go back. Let's look at our boards. So America's going to increase prosperity. 62. It wants to spend $45, so it can. So 62 minus 45. 62 minus 45. They get $17 left. And they're going to gain 8 victory points in addition to what they already have because they need more points. Who thought? So 8 more. So they're going to 38. That's 138, by the way. So America's done. China is going to want to spend $50. They will, because they can. So they're going to go from 102 to 52. And they're going to earn 11. Wow. Get out of here. 11 points. So they're going from 33 plus 1 to 143. Jesus. All right, Russia wants to spend $40. It can't. It's broke. There. Take that, Russia. You're broke. Be broke, just like me. Okay, now that we've done that, now we can go back to our regularly scheduled continue scoring stuff. So for money, I have the most money, I think. I have 40, 50. Again, I couldn't convert my money into points because it just was not firing on any cylinders there. I have $53. The second most is China at 52. So I get 5 victory points. I'll take that. Heck yeah. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at me go. And then China is going to earn second place. So I get 3. 1, 2, 3. And then Russia is going to be last. So they're going to get 1. Third place. America's going to be last with $17 left. Okay. So that's done. So we're done with that one. Next up is tanks. I said before I was kind of in the running for tanks until Russia showed up, and then Russia said, "Nah, fam, you have no tanks." So Russia has 8 tanks. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6. America has 6. So America and I are tied. Russia's going to get 6 points. Ugh, that hurts. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They broke 100 before I did. Ugh, rude. And America and I are tied, so therefore we drop down 1. Because that's how that works. So I get 1 point, and so does America. I'm not even within spitting distance of these guys, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's madness. All right, tank points are done. Countries, I get 7 points for those. It's like nobody's beat me on that. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12 different countries. I think China's the second with 9. So I have 12 different countries. So that's going to give me my 7 points. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I broke 100. Yeah. Can I round the corner is a question. I think I should be able to round the corner with the rest of the points on the board, but I don't know, y'all. It's looking rough. All right, second most is we already said was China. Let's double check. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 for China, and for America, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then for Russia we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that makes me so happy. All right, America and Russia are tied, so they get 0. But China will get 4. I don't like that part. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Well, that's that part. Getting crushed in the end, huh? Okay. So we are now scoring only the remaining victory points on the things. So starting with Americas, I get 7 points. Heck yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I fought for those points. And then America will get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Russia and China will be tied, so they get 0. Because they'll drop from 2 down to nothing. Oh, I lied. Who has the most tanks? Nobody. Okay, so they both get 0. Okay, so moving on to Africa. I win Africa, finally. So I get 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a lot of work, man. Second place is America and China. They both get 2 points. So 1, 2, like they needed the points. 1, 2. Okay, next is going to be the Middle East. America's just doing all kinds of nonsense up here. 10 points for America, so they go to 51. And then I get 7, so I'm okay with that, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Russia gets nothing because they're tied with neutral. So they get... Oh, no, they get 2 points. Yeah, I lied. They get 2 points. 1, 2. Okay, there you go. Good job. Good job, Russia. You did good. Speaking of good job, Russia, look up here in Europe. Man, Russia's just taking over. Who owns Europe? I guess Russia. All right, so Russia is winning that one for sure with 9 points. And then America's second place, and I'm third. So Russia's getting 9. So from 9 to 18, we established that I'm getting 3 points. 1, 2, 3. And America is getting 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They took the lead. America took the lead. USA. USA. All right. Central Asia. USA lost the lead. Russia's going to gain 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I feel like Russia and I were just playing our own different game. America and China are just like, hey, look at us. We got points. You guys don't have points? Anyway, China's going to gain 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And now it's going to be South Asia. South Asia, China is going to gain 8 more. Unfortunately, they are winning by a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I tried to challenge them, and so did Russia, but it just didn't, it wasn't enough. So I got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then last but not least, East Asia Pacific. We have 5 for China, 4 for the US. So US is getting 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And China is getting 9. So 75. Well, there's your final score. Nothing else to talk about. No hidden points anywhere else. That's it. That's the final score. As you can see, I'm not last. I feel like that's something. I'm not last. And I'm very far from second. Let's see. What is? Let me put these scores into my app so I can have it written out, so I can look at how bad it was. I think the last time I played this game, not to spoil my previous playthrough, but oh no, what just happened? That's not what I did. Oh no, I lost my score. Sorry. So we're doing World Order. All right, so for World Order, we have, I'm playing EU. EU. All right, so for me, I'm sitting at a grand total of 134 points. I broke 100, y'all. I feel like that's an accomplishment, okay? United States, just showing off over here, 163. Russia is at 126. And then China is at 175. Wow, they were just playing their own game. They were just playing their own game here. Goodness gracious. All right, and the total playthrough here, because I was streaming and everything, but like I said, if you're doing like your own playthrough and you're not yapping the whole time like I am, you can, I don't want to say easily, but you can definitely knock this out in about 4 hours. I think that's still too long to play this game. But we're at 7 hours and 30 minutes on our, or 7 hours and 3 minutes, I should say. So I'm just gonna mark that down to 7 hours flat. And yeah, that's gonna be it. That is our playthrough for World Order. As you can see here, I did not succeed in getting victory. I snatched defeat from the jaws of victory or something like that, whatever they say. But yeah, So just basically reflections on this one, lessons learned and all that stuff. One of the biggest things is like I felt like I did a lot better with staying focused and planning. It's just I didn't get my trade card. So one huge mistake that I made was that I did not buy any research cards that allowed me to do trade, and I was kind of relying on the research card or the trade cards that existed in my deck. I will say in this game, it may not seem like it, especially if you're brand new or if it's your first few times playing, but trading is critical. You need to trade. Trading is important. You should trade. Trading is something that you should do every other turn if you can. Because, well, not every other turn, but you need the ability to kind of produce your resources and get your stuff where you need to get it. I was trying to go hardcore on the engagement strat, and I think it worked out until I ran out of money. Once I ran out of money, I was dead in the water. I had to literally take a whole turn and put a card face down and get $10, which I wish I'd have known I could do that earlier, because I would have done that earlier for sure. But it just ended up being a situation where I had no money, I had no income, and I really needed to trade. And as the EU, you produce a lot of grain and a lot of food, and you can sell that for $5 a piece. It's not a lot, but it's something. It's better than nothing. And the engagement strat that I was going with, I really needed to get a bunch of allies with flags, and then I also needed to really push hardcore with making sure that I got handshakes down where I had a bunch of allies to get myself the extra money, the extra income I needed. Because having this much money at the end of the game is useless. Having $54 or $53, it might have gotten me 6 victory points over China getting 5 victory points over China getting 3 victory points. But it's better to have that invested in another prosperity level, which would give me 12 more points, which could have put me much closer. Wouldn't be winning, but much closer to the US. It could have given me another growth card, so I can actually get some abilities and get some powers to kind of augment the game and give me a lot more advantage. It could have even given me the opportunity to have a refresh of cards, because having knowledge transfer, that would have been so good early on to be able to like say, these cards are all trash. I'm going to draw 3 cards and then discard 3 cards and then play from there. Like that ability would have been really powerful, but I couldn't get my growth cards down. I decided to early game throw away one of my growth cards, which I don't think that was a critical mistake. I think it was just more so I didn't have enough money to sustain what I was doing. And again, the cards that came out here for the trade row, for the research row, they ended up not being cards that worked for me in the long run. I needed more trade cards, and the trade cards that showed up were super expensive and I couldn't afford them. Or I decided to go for another approach that ended up falling flat. I think the other approach I did was like I was gonna like draw a card and then kill a card from my discard and draw a card, kill a card from my discard, so I can like play more cards. But playing more cards doesn't matter if you don't have the money for it. I didn't have the money to sustain that. And I think I was doing really well. Like round 1, round 2, round 1 I was doing really well. I felt like I was doing well. Round 2, that's where trouble started. Round 2, I needed to get some form of income, get some form of money to sustain my actions I was doing. And then round 3, I ended up just having to like scramble for whatever money I could. And then by the time I got to round 4, it was too late. The game was lost. I ended up losing my ability to control the Middle East. I couldn't put more troops here because I had to focus on getting money so I can actually buy things. I didn't have the ability to kind of push back on Europe. I was trying to put pressure on China over here in the East Asia Pacific, but it didn't really work out because the United States didn't put pressure on China again, and therefore it was just me trying to put pressure on China, and I never went military focus. I think 6 rounds I played, 5 of them I went diplomatic focus, and 1 I went domestic focus. I never went military focus, but even then, as the EU, going military focus never feels good, and I think I made the right calls, with the exception of buying way too many resource cards. Like I should have bought maybe 1, maybe 2 at the most, but I bought like 3 in one round, I bought 4 in one round, and that was just way too many research cards. They're nice cards, but I do need my ability to grow, I do need my ability to trade, and I bought no trades and no growth. I had to basically scramble for the 1 growth card that I ended up getting. So anyway, reflecting back on the game, it all boils down to I got really greedy. My eyes were definitely bigger than my stomach, and I couldn't, my mouth was writing a check that my chin couldn't cash, whatever the saying is, whatever the phrasing was. So yeah, that is the reflections on that one. So if I were to play again, for sure, I would try to get a better balance of getting trade. As the EU, I spend a lot of time doing the flag thing, so spending all my money on flags on that 1 round, I think it was round 2, that was locking me into a bad time, especially since I had no trade to kind of get me bounced back. But the moment that I got some trade, the moment I was able to like sell some stuff and then buy some stuff, I was good. Like this is the money that I got from round 4. This money never went away. So I need at least one trade route or two true trade rounds. So I would make the encouragement for if you're playing this game, trading may not seem like a good thing. Actually, let me take it back. For me, when I look at this game, I see card building and I want to get the pretty cards. I see cubes on the board. I want to get the pretty cubes. I want to take the efficient action. Really, you need to kind of plan and make sure your infrastructure is good, as with games like this that are long-term strategy. And those trade cards are much more important than they seem. It is nice to get the piece of candy when you get your perfect country that matches here and you get a free cube and all that stuff is nice and all, but having resources so you can actually have actions is what you need to do. So yeah, all right. So that's gonna be it for me kind of reflecting on that. I think fun game. Will I play it again solo? Yes, I will do at least one more, commit to doing at least one more playthrough solo, not right now, but at least one more solo playthrough for the World and Turmoil expansion, because I feel like it might add some of that extra pizzazz that I want, the extra chaos that I want to see in this game. This game is a lot of chaos already with how the cards come out and how the Automas are acting. They're playing like actual people who know what they're doing. I know, it's crazy. But having that extra thing of like, okay, now the game is going to shift completely because the US is going to be really advantaged and everybody else, the EU, Russia, and China are going to have to work together to try to fight the US or something. Or like, that sounds fun. So I'm looking forward to trying that out, learning that, and then getting a playthrough recorded. I'm also looking forward to trying to do a playthrough with Bear again, one of my friends that I stream with, Friendly Neighborhood Gamer, or FNG Rally NC. If you want to check him on Twitch, it's twitch.com/FNG Rally NC. Go check him out there, or check out his YouTube channel, which is, I think if you search FNG Bear, you'll find his channel. Don't quote me on that. I'll try to link in the comments or something, and he might make a comment. You'll see him show up in the things, hopefully. But at any rate, what I'm trying to say is I want to try to get a playthrough with him in the group. I think this game is probably better at 4-player, so I don't think I'll ever play without the Automas. But I also want to try a 2-player with 2 Automas, so 2 players and 2 Automas, to see how it flows. Because I feel like that might change the balance of things, so like who you trade with and how frequently you do a thing. Whereas the Automas, whenever they trade, it's a random draw of who they're trading with, and it's usually never me. I know. It's almost as if there's a 1 in 4 chance that they'll choose me, huh? But what I'm saying is that you have a lot more like interaction with players and a lot more deal making that could happen over the table. This game is not really a deal making game. Like, hey, if you do this for me, I'll do that for you type thing. Like Hegemony has more space for that. This one doesn't have as much space for that because of how restrictive the trade rules are. But it just ends up being reasonable. A reasonable amount of player interaction I think could actually change the game a little bit and make it a little bit more dynamic. So anyway, all right, I'm rambling. So I'm gonna go ahead and close my video there. So I'm gonna be done with this particular playthrough. Hopefully this is enjoyable. Everybody watching me kind of flounder around and end up not in last place. I feel like not in last place is an improvement. It's not an improvement from last time because I was in 2nd place last time. I'm in 3rd place now. So clearly I'm slipping. But to be fair, I haven't played the game in like a month, so hey, that's my excuse. That's my excuse. All right, so that's gonna be it for this video though. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it, and as always, I will see you all whenever.